Welcome to Lords. This match will begin in 5 minutes.
Now you were at Cardiff. Middlesex are in great form at the moment off the back of an innings victory over a pretty, well, much fancied Glamorgan side at the moment, with the likes of Marnus Labuschagne, Michael Neser, Sam Northeast in their side, and Middlesex just steamrolled them.
They did. It was an incredible 2 days, really. You know, that third morning, if it hadn't been for bad light, probably they'd have done it the night before with the extra half hour as well. Probably better for the fitness and conditioning coach. They didn't have an extra night out in Cardiff, but no, it was a really impressive 2 days. And from the word go, from winning the toss, putting Glamorgan in, they just didn't look back. And Toby Rowland-Jones was fantastic. He was at the peak of his powers. Tom Helm is bowling beautifully at the moment. And the X Factor, Shahin, Shah, Afridi, picking up Marnus Labuschagne. That was the headline of the match.
Twice.
Exactly. Can't take away from Rowland-Jones being man of the match and his performance with the bat.
Yeah, he had a day to remember, didn't he, Toby Rowland-Jones? Arguably one of his best ever games for Middlesex. How about the batting as well, Kevin? Because the batting last year was definitely Middlesex's Achilles heel, without doubt. But this year there seems to be a real improvement already. 401, 251 for 5, 336 in the 3 innings so far. So they've scored over 336 twice already. They only did that 3 times in 14 games last year.
Yeah, Stoneman, I think, has been an incredible signing. The kind of signing that I think Middlesex have needed for many years. I think, you know, again, it's easy, isn't it? They'd have liked to have signed somebody like Stoneman, but there aren't many Chris Rogers and Mark Stoneman that you can just pick up. So an incredible catcher at exactly the right time for Middlesex. And exactly the right time for the middle order. I think Pete Hanscom, for example, he'll benefit massively by having 2 experienced openers at the top who can try to guide Middlesex a little bit better from the off and not be 2 down inside the 3rd over, which happened so many times last year and was obviously to the detriment of the skipper in particular, coming in at 4, having just stepped off the plane from playing on some pretty decent tracks in the Shield.
Right, so Middlesex have made 2 changes to their 11 from that win against Glamorgan. Luke Holman is in for Tilan Walalawita, who's got a sore shoulder, and Ethan Bamber has replaced Martin Anderson. So the 11 is Sam Robson, Mark Stoneman, Robbie White, Peter Hanscom, the captain, Max Holden, John Simpson. Luke Holman comes in at number 7. Toby Rowland-Jones, who scored a 50 in the last game. Tom Helm, Shahin Shah Afridi, the new signing, who started really well last week, and Ethan Bamber. So what's the thinking, do you think, between those 2 changes?
I think, as the game was going well last week at Glamorgan, thoughts were already turning to how do you get Ethan Bamber back into the side? How do you get Tim Myrtle, and he's back from injury, back into the side as well? But Bamber more than 100 first-class wickets at 23, at both an age of 23 and an average of 23. You can't leave him on the sidelines, really. So how do you get him back in? I think the Walalawita injury probably has helped Middlesex bring Holman in. He can bat at 7. A quality all-rounder. They can't decide whether he's going to be a better spinner or a batter. That then allows Bamber to come in down the order, taking that Walalawita place as such. So even though Holman's replacing Walalawita as the spinner in terms of the batting lineup, that balances it quite nicely.
Shahin Shah Afridi has the ball in his hand. He's going to open the bowling for Middlesex from the pavilion end. He said in an interview yesterday he wasn't too sure which end he was going to bowl at, but Richard Johnson was very keen for him to come in from the pavilion. Perhaps not too surprising given the fact that the slope will help the left-hander take the ball away from the left-handed batsman and into the right-handed batsman. And he has been a real find already for Middlesex. Do you think he's lifted the whole squad?
Yeah, I think over the years, the left armour predominantly bowls from the pavilion end, as you say, for those reasons. I have to say, I've seen some wonderful spells at this end, though, from a left-hander as well. So I'll be interested to see how that pans out.
Hassan Azad is on strike for Leicestershire. He's in good form. Here we go. First ball of the match. And Asad's away. Straight away. Nice clip off his hip. That will ease his nerves. Shahin Shah Afridi picked up 4 wickets in the match in his first game for Middlesex at Cardiff, including Marnus Labuschagne twice. But this is his first-class game at Lord's. He does have a 6-fer, though, in a World Cup at this ground.
What did he say yesterday in that press conference? Yeah, but every time I go out, I want to take 10 wickets. I think was his reply to that, wasn't it?
Yeah, Bangladesh 2019. 6-fer in a 50-over game. Sam Evans on strike for Leicestershire. These 2 batsmen have been the 2 leading lights for the Foxes so far this season, both over 200 runs. Hassan Azad's 249 runs have come at an average of 49. Sam Evans 201 at an average of 40. So you can get an early wicket here. Middlesex will make a big difference to this lineup that's lacking Lewis Hill, who's got a broken finger. No Marcus Harris either, who was a big player for them last year, but he's signed for Gloucestershire this season. So Leicestershire, Kevin, they've made a couple of changes too. Ben Mike and Chris Wright have come in. George Rhodes and Will Davis have gone out. So their 11 is Azad, Sam Evans, Colin Ackerman, the captain, Louis Kimber, Vian Mulder, the South African overseas player, 1 of 2. Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper batsman, goes up to number 6. Ben Mike at 7. Ed Barnes, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, their main bowler, returns to the side from injury, and Buren Hendricks, the other South African overseas player, left arm seamer, very experienced, but he won't be required for a while because Leicestershire have been put into bat. They've drawn 2 and lost 1 of their 3 games so far. Hung on for a draw in their first game against Worcestershire. Drew comfortably with Durham and then got hammered by Derbyshire by an innings in their last match. Derbyshire, of course, came here to Lord's in the first game here. Drew with Middlesex. Oh, bit of bounce, bit of carry.
Like that, wasn't he? Down the slope from the pavilion end. Yeah, that Leicestershire side, we were just talking about it before, weren't we? You know, before where they looked a little bit of a powerhouse with Harris and Ackerman and Hill. Harris is gone. Hill is injured. There's the school kids who you might hear on the effects mic, by the way, at the moment. Schools Day here at Lords. 2,000 school kids will be in across the day, which is a fantastic way to try and get the kids into the game. End of the first over, 1 without loss, Leicestershire. But yeah, that side, Matt, as you were saying, it's. I think they're going to rely a lot on this pair. Evans went all right last time, didn't he? I think, you know, there are some who really rate him extremely highly and think his potential could go a very, very long way. This will be a real test for him, though. It's as good as it gets, really. I think best opening pair in the Championship at the moment was said after that Glamorgan game, Afridi and. Well, this man now at the nursery end. Not the usual end for Toby Rowland-Jones, but I guess Afridi, as you mentioned, and I think as Pete Hanscom said, whichever end he wants, he gets.
That's fair enough, really, isn't it? Number 4 ranked Test bowler in the world. He and Josh Hazlewood, the only 2 bowlers that are ranked in the top 10 for all 3 formats. He's had a brilliant couple of years. Speaking of brilliance, was that arguably Toby Rowland-Jones' best or one of his best performances for Middlesex down in Cardiff?
Oh, definitely with the bat, because of his performance with the bat as well. I mean, everybody will think back to Scarborough and that innings that or that partnership he and Mercer had together, which was absolutely incredible. This is an interesting call, though, nursery end for Rowland-Jones. They could have put Bamber at the nursery end. He would usually be opening the bowling. No, it's a real switch around from last year, Rowland-Jones' injury. But even when he was fit, he was the change bowler behind Bamber and Mercer last year. Bamber would take the pavilion end, Mercer would take the nursery, but Mercer out injured. Shahin, Shah, Afridi taking the pavilion end, so Rowland-Jones is pushed down to the nursery. I wonder, will this be a short spell for him, and then he replaces Afridi at the pavilion end, or whether they'll go straight to Bamber?
Short arm jab from Hassan Azad. He's timed that really nicely. Shorter boundary, that over on the mound stand side. That raced away. Picked up the length really quickly.
Yeah, lovely. It was a nice little put away indeed from Azad. Can be a nuggety little player. There was a certain left-handed nuggety opener that Leicester had many moons ago who ended up having quite a successful time here at Lords. Chris Rogers.
Leicestershire, one of his many clubs. Had a few.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Rowland-Jones say from this end. You can get an extra bit of bounce as a seamer from the nursery end. Everybody thinks there's the big quicks coming down the hill, where you might get the odd one that keeps low, especially if it jags back. From the nursery end, they can get extra bounce though, and that perhaps suits Rowland-Jones to go just a slightly fuller length here and see if he can extract that bounce.
Again, just back of a length, and Azad gets that through the 2 gullies. Just 1 run though on this occasion. Yeah, it's a good point you make about Rowland-Jones often bowling from the pavilion and preferring that because he likes the ball jagging into the right-handed batsman. So does Ethan Bamber, actually. They both get a lot of wickets like that, LBW and bowled. So you've got 3 of your seamers who want to bowl from the same end, which can be a bit of an issue, but you've got to be versatile, haven't you?
I remember Mike Selvey talking about it, and happy birthday to the president. I won't say what age he turned the other day, but he did have a birthday the other day.
Oh, that's an absolute jaffa from Toby Rowland-Jones. That has bounced and seamed viciously.
And look, Rowland-Jones will get that on any pitch, right? He's a terrific bowler. But that was the point that Selva's making, actually, about the nursery end here at Lords, that the big quicks shouldn't be afraid of running up the hill here because they can just go that little bit fuller. And someone like Rowland-Jones, on any given pitch, will extract an extra couple of inches of bounce. At the nursery end here, he naturally gets good bounce. He gets good lift. He'll get a little bit of assistance going up the slope as well.
4 slips in for that final delivery. 6 without loss after 2 overs.
See, I think it's exciting with no Mercer. I mean, if Mercer's here, Mercer's bowling at the nursery end at the moment. There's no two ways about it. Next up, a trip to Hove. Best away trip on the circuit, by the way. We'll come back to that over the next 4 days, I'm sure. And then back-to-back games here against Durham and Notts. I think by then Middlesex will be hoping to have Mercer back, if not for the first of those 2 home double headers, but at least the second, and back into this side. So it's a little bit of an audition, really, isn't it, for a few here of who keeps Mercer out for or who drops out when Mercer does return.
Well, Tom Helm's bowling very well. Picked up 11 wickets in the 2 games so far, an average of 13. Very hard to leave him out of the side at the moment. But if Mercer was available right now, it would be a real headache for Richard Johnson.
Well, this is what we were trying to weigh up last week, and probably this 11, with no offence at all to Martin Anderson or Tilan Walaluita, who does have a slight shoulder problem for this one, we should add. This was kind of where we were getting to in summarising last week what we thought perhaps would be. How do you get Bamber back in? Where will there be space for Mercer?
Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. First time Shahin Shah Afridi has created real doubt in the batsman's mind.
Leave it there for 6 balls and over, and he's going to have some real fun, isn't he? Shahin Shah Afridi. But Helm was the pick of the bowlers for the match here against Derbyshire. Roland Jones was the pick of the bowlers at Glamorgan, but Helm bowled beautifully as well. The trio of Afridi, Helm and Roland Jones were just incredible against Glamorgan.
Getting a long way across his stumps, Hassan Azad, and he's tucked that away on the leg side. That's the long side. So they'll get at least 2, settle for that.
And the Helm situation, after that first game, I said to him, look, you've had some terrific moments. People are saying you're next in line for England. How do you keep the form going at the moment? How do you keep the consistency going? Because I think that's going to be the next challenge for him now, is keeping his level where it is at the moment. And he said, just bowling, keeping on bowling. Even if I get dropped, go to the seconds and bowl.
Well, that's edged. No carry on this occasion. Maybe signs of slightly too-paced pitch early on. We've seen a couple fly through. That was a genuine nick that got nowhere near Mark Stoneman at first slip.
Yeah, many signs of that in the Derbyshire match as well. Wasn't quite too paced, that one. We'll have to see what this is. The Derbyshire track was up at the top end, which is the drier end of the 2. The slope means that this is the damper end of the square.
You mean the grandstand side? This one closer to the mound stand. That's full. And again, he gets his bat down on that quickly. Hassan Azad, that's found somewhere near the middle of the bat. Might get 3 here. They will, comfortably.
Yeah, nicely tucked away, wasn't it? So, yeah, there was a fair bit of that. A few edges dropping short. The carry on occasion just dying on the keeper a little. But overall, it was a good surface, that Derbyshire one first up. And just finishing that thought on Helm, he's a guy at the moment that I think Middlesex have got to try and keep in the side as much as they can, because while he's in this form, I wouldn't imagine they'd want to disturb that. And form and consistency, I think, has probably been the question mark for Helm over the years. But obviously his main adversary has been injury, which affects form.
Just gone a bit fuller, hasn't he, this over, Shahin Shah Afridi, trying to find that swing. He can swing the ball into the right-handed batsman, as Marnus Labuschagne found out in one of his dismissals last week. That's the real weapon that he has, because he can push the ball across as well, swing it that way. He's got genuine pace. You feel like he's got a lot of ways to get batsmen out, and he could be a real weapon later on in the day when the ball gets a bit softer too and the pitch gets a bit flatter. That's what Middlesex perhaps were missing a little bit last year, was that incisiveness when the pitch flattens out. But with Helm and Shahin in the side, you feel like they've got a bit more pace and a bit more to offer when the pitch is a bit flatter. It's been a positive start, this, by Hassan Azad. 12 off 11 balls. He scored all the runs that Leicestershire have made so far.
Yeah, I was just going to go to that. The last match, actually, you know, this opening pairing, Evans scored a quarter of his side's runs in the last match. 96 runs across the match, 50 in the first innings, 33 in the second innings, as they were all out for 250. Leicestershire and Derbyshire winning by an innings, and 68 runs. I think a lot rests on these two getting off to a good start. So Evans, likewise, I'm sure he'll be out there, hoping to be out there for the long haul in this one. Last year they had that incredible run chase in their first meeting last season up at Grace Road. Evans 15 and 26 in that match. Azad 0-1, so they'll both be feeling that they're due runs against Middlesex. After that, Harris with the century, Ackerman with the century, seeing Leicestershire to 385 their target in that game.
And they know each other well as well, these two batsmen. They both came from Loughborough University alongside James Bracey. That would have been quite a top three at university level.
I wouldn't fancy pitching up bowling against those three at university. There's plenty of talent out there, isn't there? And I think it's Leicestershire side. You know, there are a lot of eyes on Derbyshire in that first round as well. Derbyshire and Middlesex between them being the sides that lost more games than anybody else last season. So his first game of the season, there was a lot of interest to see how the pair would go, and they both went really well. Derbyshire put in a fine performance to get the draw. Big miss having Mercer on that final day to try and bowl Derbyshire out. But again, they lost Ryan Sidebottom to his second over early in the match.
Still not off the mark, Sam Evans. 4 slips in for him. Roland Jones just trying to get the ball to go down the slope here at Lord's. But he does have the nip backer as well. That really is his bread and butter in terms of how he gets right-handers out. A lot of LBWs, a lot of bolds. But coming from this end, just creates a seed of doubt in the batsman's mind. The ball goes down that slope rather. He'll find the nick. That time honing in on that off stump. Good over. 4 gone. 12 without loss. Middlesex have got Leicestershire and then Sussex away as their next 2 matches. Without any disrespect at all to those 2 sides, Middlesex surely have to see this as an opportunity to get 1, maybe even 2 wins on the board, create some distance.
I think after that Glamorgan performance, Middlesex will look at a home match now and think, if there's 4 days here, having drawn against Derbyshire, played pretty well in that game, but played exceptionally well at Cardiff.
Edge taken, just carried. Peter Hanscom getting his hands underneath that one. The big celebration from Shahin Shah Afridi. He's on the board here at Lord's.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from Afridi. Good catch by Hanscom. We were looking at that carry. It was dying on him a little, wasn't it? Off the edge, but got his hands down and underneath it. 12 for 1, just the start. Middlesex wanted, and just the man they wanted to get as well. As that one of the 2, I think, towards the top of this innings with Ackerman that they'll look at as real danger men that they want to get past early. So dragging himself off, as you can see, head down, really disappointed. He'd have relished that challenge of facing this opening pair, regarded at the moment as probably the best opening pair in the country in both divisions. So sad, this really would have been seen for him as an opportunity to test his potential, test his ability. So Off he goes. Perfect start, though, for Middlesex. That early wicket after, as you said, Matt, a busy start by Azad. Perhaps just a little bit disappointed nibbling at that one from Afridi, but again, he's up against one of the finest in the world.
You could sense that Shahin Shah was just getting into his rhythm in the previous over, starting to find the right line, and that was perfect. Right in that corridor of uncertainty. Hassan Azad didn't know whether to go forward or back. In the end, he did neither. Just hung his bat out there, and the ball just carried to Peter Hanscom. Hassan Azad, the top scorer for Leicestershire. 261 runs he's made now, with 150 this season. Remember also that they're playing one less batsman in this game, Leicestershire, by leaving out George Rhodes, the regular number 3. So Colin Ackerman, the captain, comes in at number 3. He is very much the main man as far as Leicestershire are concerned with the bat. Vastly experienced ex-South African under 19, current Dutch player. Oh, and he's bowled in first ball. Tried to leave it. Hit the inside part of the bat and back onto the stumps. It's 2-2 for Shahin Shah Afridi.
Just incredible. Second match in a row. Afridi's on a hat-trick. Picked up Marnus Labuschagne, and also Sam Northeast at Cardiff was on a hat-trick. He's on a hat-trick on his home debut as well. And, well, Shahin Shah Afridi, what an arrival he's had for Middlesex. All of the talk, all of the build-up, and he's certainly delivering.
Exactly the same way that he got Marnus Labuschagne in the first innings in Cardiff. That's what he can do with his angle, because right-handers know that he can swing the ball back into the pads, but he also has the ability to go across. On that occasion, Ackerman in two minds, he made the decision to leave the ball too late, right at the last minute, and unfortunately he chopped on for him.
Well, again, down at Cardiff, Roland Jones was the pick of the two in the opening spell, but Afridi picked up the two big wickets down there in Northeast and Labuschagne in that first innings, and now he's done it again, the big two, exactly what we've been talking about all morning. Azad and Ackerman, Middlesex will have looked at those two as the real dangers. If an opportunity comes, don't put it down off those. Hanscom snuffling at slip to remove Azad, and, well, Ackerman, he's going to be really disappointed with that. I think they'll both be disappointed with it, but Ackerman as well. Bowled off the inside edge, trying to leave the ball alone. But here we go, a hat-trick ball for Afridi at Lords on his home debut, and goodness me, 20 minutes into this first morning, it feels like the match is moving apace already.
I'll tell you what, a hat-trick would certainly generate a bit of noise from the thousands of kids down to our left who've come in. They're getting very excited already with those two wickets from two balls. Louis Kimber walks to the crease at number 4. He's played just 8 first-class matches, 25 years old, made a 50 in his last innings in the losing cause against Derbyshire, 54 and 163 balls, so he stuck around. Another ex-Loughborough University player, ex-Loughborough captain. What a moment to come in. Shahin Shah Afridi coming in from the pavilion end on a hat-trick. You've just seen your captain and main man very indecisive and chop on trying to leave the ball. What's going through his mind right now? Mark Stoneman in at short leg. There's a leg gully in as well. Here it is. Hat-trick delivery for Shahin Shah Afridi. He's gone full. Almost got the in-swinging Yorker in perfectly. That's what he wanted to do. Target those stumps. Right thing to do.
Yep. On the money from Afridi. You just want to make sure you've given it every chance at a hat-trick ball, don't you? Make sure the batter is playing. Make sure LBW's in play as well. Amazing start here for Afridi.
And he goes short. That's the first short delivery, genuinely short delivery we've seen so far today. He's got genuine pace too, Afridi. He can ruffle some feathers if he wants to. This is exactly the start that Middlesex would have wanted, that Peter Hanscom would have wanted, having won the toss and put Leicestershire in. Immediately the visitors right under the pump. 2 batsmen on naught at the crease.
Kim got a 50 in that second innings against Derbyshire, just 1 in the first knock. But off the back of that half-century, I mentioned Azad and Evans. Azad, one of the big names now for Leicestershire. Evans runs last up. Ackerman, the biggest name. But Kimber here with a massive job to do for his side. We were going through the Middlesex bowling options. Hurt me to think that Helm and Bamber had to come at the end of this spell. It's a devastating quartet.
Nice shot. Really nice shot to get off the mark from Louis Kimber. Didn't move his feet much, but punched it down the ground with all timing. So he is away.
Helm and Bamber had to come at the
2.
end of this spell. It's a devastating
could have
quartet.
been a double wicket maiden for Shahin, Shah, Afridi. Still a fantastic over though. Nice shot. Really nice shot to get off the mark from Louis Kimber. Didn't move his feet much, but punched it down the ground with all. Now, what's Toby Rowland-Jones got from the unfamiliar nursery end? He was absolutely superb last week. Out-bowled Shahin Shah Afridi, actually, you'd have to say. Took 5 wickets in the second innings to wrap things up. Been maybe a tad short so far in his 2 overs. That's the only minor criticism you can come up with, really. Afridi's been a bit fuller.
Yeah, I mean, I guess over the years, he won't have bowled that much from the nursery end at all. Toby Rowland-Jones, Murtagh, the number 1. I think we're weighing up whether Rowland-Jones will go immediately up to the pavilion end. I guess he won't. I guess it will be Bamber, and then Helm will take the nursery end. Again, I think the nursery end could suit Helm's natural shape as well. Taking it away as he does from the right-hander, which is unusual for a guy of his height, Helm. Usually associate the big 6'5", 6'8" pavilion end, jagging it back into a right-hander, but he does have a lovely natural shape away from the right-hander, Helm. Rowland-Jones more a man to jag it back up the slope, jag it back into a right-hander. But yeah, I think that's the way the deployment will go. Bamber replacing Afridi. So Rowland-Jones will have to wait for his turn. You'd imagine at the pavilion end, which, again, over the years, he'd made his own. But at the moment, Afridi's coming up with the goods.
Again, just see that carry there from Rowland-Jones. Occasionally, when he gets it in the right spot, really takes off.
Yeah, I think we touched on it earlier, didn't we? If he could master that from the nursery end, Shahin Shah Afridi is going to be bowling from that pavilion end a fair bit, you'd imagine now. And Bamber, again, with his record at the pavilion end. I guess it'll be a toss-up then between Rowland-Jones and Bamber, whether on his first change from that end. But if he can get it on a spot from the nursery end, Rowland-Jones, there's no reason why he can't have just as good a time running up the hill here for all the reasons we touched on earlier. Just naturally getting that extra little bit of bounce. The batsmen know it's coming, but they play the length of the ball rather than the bounce that they know that Rowland-Jones always extracts. So from the nursery end, if he can get even just that little fraction more bounce than he usually gets, then it can be completely to his advantage.
full. Hit straight by Sam Evans, who still can't get away. Mid-on comes across. Shahin gets down well. So 19 deliveries without scoring Sam Evans. 16 for 2 off 6 overs. Don't forget, we want to hear from you guys. If you've got anything you want to talk about with regards to the game, then you can tweet us on Twitter at Middlesex_CCC. You can also copy myself at Matt K. Floyd and Kevin in as well. What's your Twitter handle, Kevin?
At Kevin Ham BBC, although a day off for them today.
Still a BBC man though, aren't you?
90% of the time.
Yeah, let us know if you've got any questions, any thoughts on the game. Try and answer a couple of those as we go on throughout the day. Again, there's that indecision as whether to leave or play, and that's going to be an issue for batsmen, for right-handed batsmen all season, you feel, with Shahin, Shah, Afridi. You can also get involved via the comments section on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, give us a shout out. Any questions you have? We've got our YouTube feed up and running, so we can answer your comments as soon as they come in. Really sense that Shahin, Shah, Afridi just started to zone in the over before last, the over before he got the 2 wickets. Just sussing out this Lord's pitch. He's not played a first-class game here before. He's not played a test match here. He's just played a couple of one-day games, including in the 2019 World Cup when he got a 6-foot. But it's a different kettle of fish with a red ball in hand. It might take him a while to adjust. Well, you'd have thought so, but it didn't take him long to get on the board, did it?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you mentioned the Loughborough link. He's a Lincolnshire lad, isn't he? Kimber, 25 years of age, 9th first-class match. 450s in 12 innings. But what a pairing this is to face. The test experience of the pair of these. The home advantage of Roland Jones and the home experience, as you mentioned, Afridi. I think his enthusiasm, just to be running down the slope from that pavilion end, he will be feeling that he wants to do something pretty special here today. So talking about it actually after the or during the Glamorgan game with somebody, and saying how Roland Jones had pretty comfortably out-bowled Afridi at Cardiff in that first innings, and then Afridi picks up Labuschagne and North East, as we were saying. The point with Afridi is he just has that X factor, doesn't he? I think the reply that was given back to me, I won't say who it was, but they said it's Shahin. It's as simple as that. It's what he does.
Well, that's not gone exactly where Louis Kimber wanted it. Quite square of the wicket, but he's beaten the man just behind square on the offside. And he's going to pick up 3. That's good running. It's long down there towards the grandstand. But his feet didn't really move there. Just threw his hands at that delivery.
I was looking straight to gully, as I'm sure you were as well, just to see where that was going to go. But he got enough on it, didn't he, to get some runs away. But Middlesex won't mind that. Afridi won't mind that. I think that was one of the reflections at Cardiff as well, that Richard Johnson in the pre-match video that he did for YouTube for this one was talking about Middlesex leaving the ball a little bit better than they did at Cardiff.
Sam Evans is finally away. Nice little fine tickle down the leg side. That's going to beat Sam Robson and go for 4. So his patience has worn off. 23 for 2. Sam Evans is finally away. Nice little fine tickle down the leg side. That's going to beat. Evans was there and ready to tuck that away.
Yeah, it'll feel better, won't it, for him? But on that first innings, I thought actually Middlesex, although they could have left it better, they did leave it better than Glamorgan. I thought that was the big difference. I thought Glamorgan did fish a little bit more outside that off. Up against the quality of attack that it was in that game as well. Van der Houten led the line really well. James Harris picked up all the wickets. Hogan. It was a serious matchup between the two sides in the bowling ranks down at Cardiff. And again, these are sides over the years, recent years anyway, Derbyshire as well, where there's been a big question mark, particularly over the bowling. Leicestershire here, I think, again with Chris Wright, you know what he's going to do. He's going to leave it on a spot. Here's that first change though. Tom Helm, as we predicted from the nursery end. What that means for Roland Jones though, whether he'll be switched after a short spell to the pavilion end, we shall see.
Well, Tom Helm was a revelation even in the first couple of games. 11 wickets at 13. Very tall man like Shahin, Shah and Afridi, probably similar height I would imagine. Gets a lot of bounce.
Yeah, I was surprised by Afridi's height actually. I passed him in the hotel down at Cardiff and didn't realise it was him. Kind of looked up and saw it was Afridi. Renovation, I think that's what they've had to do to Helm's back over the few years, isn't it? I think that's, but it has. It's been a horrible problem for him, back injuries. Every time he has come close to really pushing on, he's picked up an injury. So both he and Roland Jones, really, if they can stay fit this year.
He goes very full. That's a lovely shot from Louis Kimber. 2 down the ground. He's shown us already now. That one was a bit fuller though. Kept his shape nicely.
I think we see it a lot in the Championship nowadays.
He goes very full. That's a lovely shot from Louis Kimber. 2.
County level is just that little bit fuller than a test length. And for bowlers like Roland Jones and Helm, and you think back over the years here at Lords as well, Stephen Finn, they have struggled sometimes just to get that length right. At county level, where they are perhaps required just to go a fraction fuller because of the surfaces that they're playing on. I think Helm's a great example of that. If he can leave it on a one, just full of a length, again from his height at the nursery end with that little bit of a way shape that he gets as well naturally, and he'll get that with the slope here. Then he'll be almost unplayable. That's easier said than done because that's the great challenge, isn't it? And again, I say it at county level, the taller bowlers, particularly early season. I know that they, between them have talked about it a lot as well. The talk's been about the trajectory coming out from, Stephen Finn, 6'8". You go that little bit fuller, as is required at county level, particularly early season. All of a sudden, the trajectory, the feeling was, it comes onto the bat nicer for the drive. So, Helm similarly will face that challenge of, naturally for their height will be even back of a length. But on a day like today, early season at Lords, you do just need to be that fraction fuller.
That's short, lively. That's gone through to John Simpson. Half an appeal, but I think if anything, he might have just brushed a jumper or something like that. But what's been impressive about Helm is not just the wickets in the first 2 games, 11 at 13, and didn't have a great year last year, really. He was in and out of the side. He was expensive on occasion. But his economy rate's been very good in the first couple of games. 2.31. Compared to his career of 3.12. He's generally not been someone who can really keep the runs down, but much better of late.
That was something the old coach, Stuart Law, used to go too hard, wasn't it? The economy rate. End of the over, 27 for 2. The economy rate was something I think that they were asked to focus on last year, wasn't it? Get it down to 2.5. That was quite a debated topic, really, not just amongst the Middlesex bowlers, but you talk to other coaches, other bowlers, and just get the other bowling coaches, get their input. What do you feel? And so you can't really have an attack. This was the counter argument. You can't really have an attack that just go at 2.5 because everybody has a different role. So someone might be an enforcer in that trio or quartet of seamers that you have.
It's Claude Henderson on the right of shot there, Director of Cricket for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, and Alfonso Thomas talking to him, who's the bowling coach. 2 South Africans. There's a strong South African flavour, in fact, at Leicestershire at the moment. Colin Ackerman, the captain. The 2 overseas players, Buren Hendricks and Vian Mulder.
Afridi's 5th over, 2 for 17. Yeah, he had a pretty decent economy rate, didn't he, Alphonso Thomas? Really made a name for himself in 2020 as well, didn't he? Zipping through that white ball in 2020 cricket. A fine time of it for Somerset for many years. Quick single, taken just in front of Holden at point. But yeah, going back to the economy rates. Yeah, again, I've been spoken to Angus Fraser about it over the years, and he kind of touched on this a little bit. We're talking about the natural length of bowlers as well. That if you go that little bit fuller, you will go at a higher economy. Your average will be a little bit higher because you are bringing the drive more into play. You're bringing the bat more into play, which will bring runs into play more so. That's beautiful. Straight back down the ground for 4. Kimber moves to 15. Lovely shot. And there's that length that we've been talking about really for Afridi. Or for all of them really. But full up there onto the stumps as he has every right to be. Straight back down the ground for 4. Proceedings. That's there or thereabouts where he'll want to be, but that'll feel good for Kimber. Facing up to Afridi and Roland Jones, and now to Helm from the nursery end as well. Here at Lord's as well can be quite daunting.
Well, if the Middlesex bowlers didn't know before, they know now. That is one of Louis Kimber's strengths. Straight down the ground. You get too full, he will take advantage. Might just get them thinking slightly differently. Shahin Shah Afridi now coming around the wicket quite early on. He's obviously seen something. Change of field as well. It means that Stoneman's out from short leg. He drops out to regular square leg. 3 men on the leg side ring.
He did this at least for 1 ball at Glamorgan. I'm just trying to remember who it was. He came around the wicket, got driven straight back down the ground and went straight back to over the wicket. But yeah, Gully gone across to mid-wicket as he said as well, Holman. Yeah, there was one delivery in particular. I remember he just went from the Cathedral Road end around the wicket immediately. It may well have been to James Harris, actually, former Middlesex bowling all-rounder. Sticking with it here for a little longer, though.
Well, he got that slightly wrong, didn't he? I think he was trying to go for a Yorker, just didn't come out the hand right.
Well, this is the thing at Cardiff, where Roland Jones was bowling a wonderful line and length, a perfect metronome performance from Roland Jones at one end. And Afridi actually was, I wouldn't say spraying it, that's going far too far, but it wasn't as accurate. He was then changing, I mentioned that one particular delivery, there was other spells where he briefly came around the wicket as well. That's beautiful, absolutely beautiful from Afridi. Around the wicket, Kimber's gone for 15 bowls. Shahin Shah Afridi, all 3 wickets to fall here at Lord's this morning. And in his own home debut, well, he's making Lord's his own. That's beautiful, absolutely beautiful from Afridi.
That's why he came around the wicket. Absolutely perfect delivery through the gate over Louis Kimber, who had played really nicely down the ground up until that point. But that time, the angle, maybe a bit of seam movement as well, and the length was perfect. Couldn't drive that one. Wow, what a start this is by Shahin Shah Afridi. I think most Middlesex supporters were hoping that he'd come out and do something like this, but this perhaps even better than they had hoped for. Let's see if we've got much sea movement here. Yeah, I think we did.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful from Afridi.
The pitch as well. Got a number of cameras, angles we can show.
That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Afridi.
Front foot barely gets ahead of the popping crease. That's perhaps to do with the pace of Shahin Shah Afridi. Pushed him back with the bouncer as well, but maybe a bit too deep if you can criticise. Still a fantastic delivery. 32 for 3, Leicestershire. 9 overs gone. And the overseas, Vian Mulder, walks to the crease. a new signing who just played his first game in county cricket in the defeat against Derbyshire. He's having to bat number 5 today. Batted number 6 in that game, so big responsibility for him. Not a bad start. 64 runs in the game against Derbyshire in the innings defeat. He also bowled, didn't take any wickets, none for 77. Won't be on strike though. It's Sam Evans to Tom Helm.
A better length from Helm. I think if you can leave it there, then that's going to ask enough questions of Evans. Going back to Afridi in that wicket, that's almost exactly what the response was when I talked about Roland Jones bowled so early, persevered on that line and length. He was tormenting Labuschagne. Afridi picks up the wicket. And Labuschagne looked relatively unchallenged to Afridi to that point, but it's just that X factor. There's just something about Afridi. I think he's only 22. It's well bowled again. Evans on the back foot. A little bit of chat from Helm. But there's pretty much, they're the two spots that Helm just wants to stick to. The line's perfect. But that length, last ball bringing him forward, that one pushing him back. Just asking that question constantly of Evans. Are you coming forward? Are you going to rock back to it? Again, the slope here at Lord's, you think of the sideways movement, but it does have that effect on the bounce as well. Will this one just climb a little bit more from the nursery end? You always think of jagging back in from the pavilion end. When it does, it can often keep low. Happily in behind that one again, Evans.
Sam Evans now under a bit of pressure. Been in good nick this season. Over 200 runs, average over 40. Has to try and hold things together while wickets falling around him.
He's gone a little too straight again there, hasn't he, Helm? With each ball of the over, I think he's gone slightly straighter. Back foot the last three. Got him forward first ball of the over. The last three have all pushed him back. Looks quite happy. Rocking back as well, Evans. Got the height for it, hasn't he? Diminutive might be stretching slightly, but...
Who's taller, him or Shahin?
That's a good shout, actually.
I reckon Helm maybe might have just the edge.
And, just too straight again on that one. Evans able to tickle it away for 2. Mid-wicket going around. They have a couple happily. Bamber, the fielder, collecting. Yeah, what did you go for? You went for Helm, didn't you? Yeah, I think Helm as well. My instinct would certainly say that, but I do remember being slightly taken aback by Afridi's height at Cardiff when I walked past. I just kept on looking up until I eventually found his eyes. Yeah, it was, I hadn't realised it was him at all because of the height when I kind of saw him out of the corner of my eye coming towards me. Yeah, extremely tall. That's better from Helm. Brings him over. Brings him forward. Last ball of the over. Evans on 7. Mulder will have the strike. 34 for 3. What a start! What a start to this match. What a start for Middlesex. What a start for Afridi. What are you doing Sunday, Matt?
It's not count on chickens too early, I think. But yeah, it's one of those days where you do feel like there'll be something in it for the bowlers. Bit of cloud cover. They always say here at Lord's, you look up, you don't look down, as you know very well, Kevin. But I think the sun is going to pop out at some stage. It's not really low cloud, just a little bit grey and hazy around. But it's not exactly glum. It's fairly bright. Should be decent seeing conditions. That's what Vian Mulder will be hoping for as he gets set for his first delivery to the rampant Afridi, who's back to over the wicket. Short leg back in.
Right up there again. He gives it every chance, doesn't he, Afridi? Barely been a ball dropped short from him, I think, so far.
He's bowled the one bouncer, isn't he, which just pushed Kimber back a little bit. But generally, that is one of his real strengths. He's not afraid to go for runs. Today, he's going at what, around about 4 and over, just over. But he's picked up 3 wickets in 5.1 over, so that doesn't matter, really. Doesn't mind getting driven. He got driven by Kimber a couple of times, persisted with the full length, eventually got him when he came around the wicket. And there he goes full again. That's really, really good thinking. That one just pushed across to the right-hander. A lot of batsmen will play it that early in their innings. Their eyes will light up when they see how full the delivery is. And Vian Mulder now is going to have quite a few hopes resting on him in the Leicestershire dressing room. Overseas player, just playing his second game. He's got 5 first-class hundreds, averaging 32 in 49 games. Genuine all-rounder. He's come into the South African Test side and really balanced their team. Decent start to his Test career. 10 Test matches. Not great with the bat. 255 runs at 15, but he's been good with the ball. 18 wickets at 25. And he'll be expected to bowl a few overs over the next few days as well. But right now, they need his runs.
There's a short one, pulled away for 4. Mulder off the mark, 38, 4-3. You did wonder when the next short one was going to come, actually, from Afridi. As admirable as it is to keep putting it up there, bringing them forward. You don't want the batsman too happy on the front foot. Not that anyone's ever particularly happy facing Afridi, but well put away.
That absolutely rocketed to the fence. Crashed into the advertising hoardings before finally it could even move. Sam Robson just trotted along and picked it up. Great way to get off the mark. South African player, used to maybe bouncy pitches. He's from Johannesburg. We know how much the ball bounces there. Should be good off the back foot.
It's pitched outside leg. Just started to get excited there, Afridi, but settled down very quickly.
Yeah, don't mind him bowling the odd short ball, though. I think it is good to keep the batsman honest. Maybe didn't quite put enough into that previous one, didn't really get up. But the odd bouncer, just keep the batsman stuck in the crease and then persist with your full overall tactics. Get the odd one to swing back in.
Nicely bowled, so in the over. 38 for 3 after 11. Yeah, I think absolutely right. He talks about how deep Kimber was in his crease, which in hindsight perhaps something that he can look back on for that, but that's exactly what Afridi will want to do, is push them back in the crease if he can. 6 overs done from Afridi now, 3 for 26. Have a look around the field and see if Bamber's warming up yet, whether it be Roland Jones that comes straight back on at the pavilion end. Having bowled so well in Cardiff, you almost feel as they may have earned the right to get a quick go up at the pavilion ends. Here's Helm's third in the meantime. Good start again. That's where roughly he wants to leave it, Helm. Again, we talked about his height, so he'll extract that same bounce that Roland Jones does. It's not the same, he doesn't get the same kind of lifting ball that Roland Jones gets, bowling a heavy ball. Helm's that little bit quicker. They'll try and rush the batter a little bit more. It's a single for Evans, down to long leg. Evans has gone quietly about his business as well, hasn't he? He talks about Assad having that, what did he have, 12 off 11, I think, at one point when you highlighted it. Evans just quietly nudged and nurdled along. 30 deliveries faced for him now. He's done a good job just efficiently going about things out there. all sorts going at the other end, it can be easy to get wrapped up in it as well. Many questioning whether it was actually Helm's best performance, that Derbyshire match in a Middlesex shirt. In the first game of the season, it was actually a terrific spell at Worcestershire a few years back, where everybody sat up and took notice.
I do feel like today's attack is about as balanced as Middlesex can get, really. You've got the left arm quality and swing and pace of Afridi. You've got the consistency and bounce of Roland Jones, who hits the seam a lot. Helm, you've got same sort of thing, but a bit more pace, and hopefully someone who can break things open when things aren't happening on flatter pitches. And then you've got a bit of indecision there. Evans sent back. You've also got the classic Middlesex seamer over the last few years in Ethan Bamber, who could, of course, be substituted for Tim Murtagh. Very similar bowlers who are excellent whenever there's anything in the air, anything in the pitch. So good at keeping the batsman under pressure and getting the ball to move around just enough to pick up copious wickets. So it seems a nicely balanced attack, this one.
Well, you mentioned in our preview downstairs, Matt, absolutely right. Has Afridi lifted the others? It has to, really, doesn't it? Because if you look at Bamber, 23 years of age, more than 100 first-class wickets at 23. A stunning start to his first-class career, absolutely stunning. You know, the quartet out there, if you were to say Murtagh's available, who misses out? It probably is Bamber. So all of a sudden, you know, there is real competition. The other two names are Blake Cullen, express pace, and Martin Anderson, who's the all-rounder who's dropped out for this one. Yeah, and he is primarily a bowling all-rounder as well, Anderson. End of the over, 12 gone, 39 for 3.
The bowling stocks are definitely pretty strong at the moment, and that's really been the case for a number of years at Middlesex. Bowling has not been the issue. You think of
the Gus Fraser legacy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you think of over the years, Murtagh's always been there. Stephen Finn when he was an international player. James Harris, who's gone back to Glamorgan. Plus the likes of Bamber, who've come through. Roland Jones has been there for years. It's always been a good batch, really. It's the batting where the issues have lain, and the early signs are quite good on that front this season, that things are improving with the bat. As predicted, Roland Jones.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough call, this. I mean, poor Bamber's got to wait. Having been the opening bowler last year for Middlesex, ahead of Roland Jones. Just a little bit of width. First up from Roland Jones, and Evans happy just to lean into that one. Push the single wide of Bamber. Yeah, so it has to really, doesn't it, just going back to Afridi, it has to lift all the others, including Roland Jones, including Helm, because any time that Roland Jones is fit, he's straight into this side. I don't think there's any question about that. What he brings with the bat as well, but what he brings as a leadership figure on the field, in terms of both performance, experience, inspiration, as he has been. So a bit of width again. Simon Mulder trying to punch it away, but fielded by Bamber, and no run on this occasion. So yeah, someone like Helm, he'll know that for this season, having struggled sometimes for that selection in the championship side with Bamber, with Murtagh, Roland Jones and Afridi, he's going to have to be on top of his game. He's going to have to keep up the start that he's made to the season. That's the line, that's the length for Roland Jones. Just asking that question. You can bowl that little bit wider at the pavilion end because the batter's got to play for a slightly wider than usual corridor of uncertainty in case the off stump comes back into play with the slope. It'll be interesting to see how the competition plays out on someone like Bamber, who's a youngster and wouldn't have had this competition before. He's almost been alongside Mercer, the first name on the team sheet. They run again, thought of it, in between Afridi at mid-on, and Stoneman was the other, scrambling around in the onside.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make about Bamber, because he's been used to being the main man, or one of the main men in the side. He and Tim Murtagh last year were the first two names on the team list in terms of the seamers. But with Shahin here and other bowlers in form, it will be different this year. And he will have to adapt. He will have to learn to bowl from the nursery end. He bowled a little bit at the nursery end, I remember, last year, particularly later in an innings when Middlesex were finding it hard to break sides down and to take wickets once the ball had lost its shine. Remember, he picked up one or two from the nursery ground, but certainly his preference is to come in from the pavilion, as it is Roland Jones, and you can see why, because the batsman's inside and outside edge is really threatened from this end. If you're a right-arm seamer who can move the ball away, very hard to judge whether to leave, whether to play. 40 for 3 off 13. And I do think overall for Middlesex, this is probably the way that they want to do it. Helm coming in from the nursery end, and you can rotate Roland Jones and Shahin Shah Afridi from the other end with a bit of Bamber, but it also will require Bamber to bowl from the nursery.
Yeah, it's been so set for so many years, hasn't it? Murtagh, 40 years of age now, he's rarely been injured. This is only a second time, really, that I can remember him in his Middlesex, 13, 14 years now. It's the second time I can really remember him going down injured. Good start from Helm again, right where he wants to be. So it's been set in stone for so long that you get over after over, spell after spell from Murtagh at this end. They don't really have to think about it, but they do in this match, as you say, Middlesex. I'd like to see Afridi from this end, I have to say. I would like to. So often you see a left armour, a swing, left armour who relies more on swing than seam over the years, bowling from the pavilion end, and batters set up early against them. They know that ball's coming back in with the slope. The stock ball's a swinging delivery, so they are able to set up quite early, I think. Whereas at this end, you've got that swing bringing it back up the slope. You've got the slope itself, perhaps even taking it away then for the left-hander. I've really enjoyed watching left-handers operate here at the nursery end at Lord's, but they don't do it as often. They prefer to bowl with the slope rather than against it.
Edged. Oh. Just short. Just short of Peter Hanscom. We've seen that a couple of times so far today. We saw it with Hassan Azad before he eventually did nick off. Edged just short of slip. That was a genuine nick though, wasn't it? Evans groping forward. You thought that might have carried. It landed probably about a foot short in the end.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't noticed just yet early in this match. The ball hasn't been zipping past the edge just yet, has it?
But just going back to the point of Shahin Shah Afridi bowling from this end, the nursery end, I think he's the kind of left-arm seamer that it would suit, because he can actually not just push the ball across, but he can swing it away from the right-handed batsman. We saw the way that he got Sam Northeast out down in Cardiff. He was just dangling his bat outside the off-stump. The ball moved away from him and he edged it. It's kind of wicket he can take, not just about swinging it in.
It's pushing him back again on this one. One more to come at the over from Helm. Maybe he'll go slightly fuller again. Yeah, like I said, I'd like to see just one spell. We listened to that press conference yesterday with Afridi and Hanscom, and it was quite clear he wanted to. He'd get the end that he wanted, and naturally, most bowlers, if you're asked here at Lords, which end do you want, it'll be the pavilion end. Goes full, end of the over, but Evans equal to it, pushes away into the offside, 40 for 3. Evans has 9, holds a 4. Himself Kevin Hand alongside Matt Floyd here this morning for you for this Division 2 fixture. Middlesex looking to build on that win at Glamorgan last up, and Leicestershire looking for their first win of the season. Again, big credit has to go here, I think, to Evans alongside that man Mulder. 37 deliveries he's faced now. I think you take the runs column out of it for Evans at the moment. The most worrying column of all is that wickets column, 40 for 3.
That's where Roland Jones wants to be, right in that corridor. Make the batsman play. Fionn Mulder may well have not played at Lords before. It's never easy for a batsman the first time up. The slope can seem quite daunting when you go out there and you stand on the pitch. You notice it straight away. Can get in your head, but also it does make a difference sometimes. The ball does genuinely go down that slope regularly from the pavilion end. You see a lot of right-handed batsmen out LBW or bowled.
Yeah, and I think we go back to that subject we touched on about the length at county level for bowlers, where the big guys like Roland Jones and Helm, Finn over the years, they just want to bowl slightly a fraction short of a length. Actually, the pavilion end, even at county level, that's fine, because as you said, that ball will come back in, or incoming back in, it can keep a tad low as well. So it actually suits that slightly shorter length that Roland Jones wants to naturally hit from the pavilion end. Pretty much there. I think that ball that you mentioned first up, and that last one there, Matt, I think that's pretty much the area where he operates, isn't it? At his best, and the batters really have to ponder. Because again, that one played on the back foot. Almost think about leaving it, but with that slope, not only coming back in, but keeping, one goes down the slope, then you're in real trouble.
Now that one's gone up the slope just a little bit, just to make it more difficult. There are the kids. Kids' Day today. We've got quite a few school kids in, making a lot of noise. Always great to have them in. They really add to the atmosphere. Quite a few hundred in, I would say, at the moment.
Good few Middlesex tops on there as well, with the Nike tick. It's what county's got to do more of, isn't it? Fill up the grounds in April and May.
Start them early as well, that's what I reckon. Now, a bit of sort of short-arm jab there from Fionn Mulder. He wasn't quite sure whether to try and pull that, and then in the end he just pulled out the shot a little bit, really, and jabbed it to mid-on. Got to be careful, though. It's never easy for an overseas batsman, particularly one who's used to South African pitches, to come over and play in England in April, May, when the ball's doing a bit generally. I mean, Peter Hanscom found that, of course, last season coming from Australia. Found it also in the game against Glamorgan when he got a duck. Just wants to get Fionn Mulder coming forward rather than playing off that back foot, Toby Roland Jones. But it's a maiden for him. He's been very economical. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7 for him so far.
Yeah, fully agreeing with you about getting those kids in early. Middlesex this week opening the Wilf Slack Cricket Centre in Greenford, and all the state schools in the area will be benefiting from that link up. Church of England Trust involved as well in that one, but a 7-year project eventually opened, and great to have Wilf Slack's name on it as well. But yeah, all the state schools in the area will be benefiting from that, and I wasn't able to get there the other day, but I'm told the facilities are better than most private schools around, which is fantastic. Oh, that's close. Maybe
bit of an edge, maybe got outside the line. Helm doesn't look too disappointed with that. That ball certainly jagged in quite a long way to Sam Evans.
Yeah, my first thought was inside edge. But as you said, secondly as well, he got a good stride in, didn't he? And just outside the line, perhaps.
Swung in the air, actually, rather than jagged off the seam, I think, that from Tom Helm. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he does have the ability to make the odd one go. That'll get Sam Evans thinking. And again, he's honing in on that stump. Good stuff, this, from Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm over the last few deliveries. When you think about it, actually, over the 15.2 overs, been quite a high play percentage from the Leicestershire batsmen. They've been made to play by all of the bowlers. Haven't been able to just sit in there and leave too many consistently in and over. It's exactly what you want here at the home of cricket in April. Test out some techniques, get the batsmen coming forward. Just like that. Past the outside edge. That one going down the hill. Good stuff from Helm.
Yeah, something else we got to, wasn't it? There hasn't been that many plays and misses. The bat has been in play an awful lot, but the ball hasn't been zipping past the edge regularly as perhaps you'd expect early season. And this was very similar to the Derbyshire match first round. Again, the other end of the square is set up towards the grandstand, the higher end. This is the lower end. Can be a little bit slower, this end. And you perhaps expect a little bit more sideways movement. If the overheads are in play heavily as well, then you know, it is the slightly damper end, the lower end of the square. So whether it's movement off the surface, that kind of day, whether it's through the air as well, but a terrific track first game of the season against Derbyshire. And again, if both sides are at full complement with Sidebottom and Murtagh both limping out of that match, you know, bowler down both sides, you really fancy a result was there for one of the sides.
Bit shorter this time from Helm and negotiated safely by Evans. Yeah, that first game against Derbyshire, pretty high scoring actually for a first game of the season here at Lords. Middlesex made 401 in their first innings. Derbyshire bowled out for 304. Middlesex a quick fire, 258 for 5 declared. And then Derbyshire 255 for 5 in their second innings. So they batted 83 overs. Middlesex didn't really get close to bowling them out. Signs of a pretty decent batting pitch, that. End of the over from Helm. Another maiden, back-to-back maidens for Middlesex. 40 for 3 off 16. We also saw a bit of spin, didn't we, in that first game? The Derbyshire off-spinner Alex Thompson bowled quite a few overs, took 4 for in the first innings. Middlesex didn't play a frontline spinner, but Josh De Carey's played and ended up bowling, I think, about 32 overs in that game. So I would suggest we might see a bit of spin.
Well, poor old Josh De Carey's lost his place down at Glamorgan's Tillan Wallaluita, effectively, even though it was Robson's return. They decided, look, there was a lot of spin, and quite often at Glamorgan, spinners do come into play. They didn't at all. Wallaluita was a spectator for that game.
Clipped away by Vian Mulder, just for the single. Sam Robson? No, it's Ethan Bamber doing the fielding at fine leg. Oh, very full there, Rowland-Jones, almost Yorker length.
But yeah, De Carey, he was extremely unlucky to miss out at Glamorgan, and well, look, they won it in 2 days, didn't they? So he was unlucky to miss out on another opportunity with the bat, and unlucky to miss out here. They've gone with Holman, which I think for Holman, it's right that he gets an early season opportunity. It allows Bamber to come back in, and as tough as it is for Walla Luisa and Anderson.
That's a bit high, I think. Jagged down the hill. Hit above the knee roll, though. Roland Jones knows that. But that's what he's trying to do, really. He's work the batsman across the crease, trap them right in front. He has the ability to move the ball up the slope, down the slope.
Yeah, so much in play for Roland Jones, isn't it? LBW's tough from the pavilion end, isn't it? You've got to have a lot of things right, basically, don't you, because of that slope. You start straight and think that LBW's in play, but actually the slope's taking it down leg.
Thanks for some of your questions, both on Twitter and via the comment section on YouTube. Sam Joffre has asked, why is Toby Rowland-Jones no longer considered an option for England? I think a lot of Middlesex supporters would probably say the same thing. I mean, the easy answer to that, Kevin, is he's 34 years old. He's had a lot of injury issues. Really, really terrible luck with injuries over the years. That's an absolute peach. Rowland-Jones, short at this time, and that went a long way up the hill. But, I mean, even last year, he came back from having missed the entire 2020 with injury, came back last year, got a knee problem, had to have knee surgery, and then returned later in the season, came back with a fifer here at Lord's in the return game. So he's certainly been very unlucky with injuries, back, shoulder, knee. But in terms of the quality of what he's producing on the pitch, nothing wrong with that. And again, that's an absolute jaffer. Possibly the best ball he's bowled so far. Goes past the outside edge of Evans to finish off the over. Two superb overs from Toby Rowland-Jones. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. What would be your thoughts on why Rowland-Jones hasn't?
Well, first I'll just go back to those last couple of deliveries, Matt, because I think the two ends, coming from the nursery end and the pavilion end, perhaps are at play for Rowland-Jones, because that last over, that's what we saw at Cardiff. Just brilliant from him. Unplayable stuff. Both sides, both edges of the bat in play. So fabulous from him. And you mentioned last year that Surrey game here, 25 for 7 was that collapse on a third morning, I think it was.
Oh, that's, I think, struck him on the back pad. Yeah, it's just hit him on the hip as Vian Mulder points to that hip. But that's, again, an absolute jaffer of a delivery that seemed quite a long way and bounced.
Helm, likewise, he seems to be slipping into a groove here like Rowland-Jones just has. But yeah, it was 130 all out that morning. 25 for 7 was the collapse, and it was Rowland-Jones steaming in from the pavilion end that led that. And you looked at him at that point and thought, if he can stay fit all year, then there's a real option for England still, surely.
Edge, and this has gone straight into the breadbasket of Peter Hanscom, pouched safely. And Middlesex have another. Helm's on the board, 41 for 4.
Irresistible stuff. Absolutely irresistible from Tom Helm. He and Rowland-Jones have got a great little partnership going here, and the pressure's been building, and so it tells, but what a ball that is. Playing at it, could he have left alone? But there was pace, there was bounce, there was everything that Tom Helm would want, and everything that he's capable of delivering, and delivery has once a game. So another Middlesex bowler does finally get in on the wickets act, as Helm has his first to go with the 3 of Afridi so far. But goodness me, Middlesex really did just start to crank up the pressure there the last few overs from Helm and Rowland-Jones. And you have to feel for Leicestershire at the moment, because performance-wise, the exact comment that we were just talking about of Rowland-Jones, why isn't he still in that England side? And Helm, they say at the moment, should be the next in line for England, and that after Afridi opened the bowlings. You've got to feel for Leicestershire here. They are very, very much up against it, against a form attack at the moment. Banging form they are. And Ethan Bamber's to come on at some point as well. So it's a tough time. An hour and 15 minutes gone here at Lord's. Leicestershire put in. I'd imagine they'd have put Middlesex in as well. I don't think they'd have wanted to go out on the first morning and face this attack. But fabulous stuff from Helm.
Can they hear us over this? Can they hear us if we talk over it? Yeah, you can just see from that reverse angle there how much it bounced and how much Jan Mulder just jabbed his hands at that delivery at the last minute, really. It's a shot of a player that perhaps hasn't played in England too often. Wasn't sure whether to play or not. Maybe a position too high in the order at number 5, you would say. But Tom Helm at the moment really is a man in form for Middlesex. That's his 12th wicket of the season, just into the first innings of his 3rd game. And he'll be confident of getting more because you've got to strike while the iron's hot, while you're playing well. Tim Murtaugh's out injured. If Helm can keep this form up, it's not going to be easy for Middlesex's main man with the ball, who is Murtaugh, or has been Murtaugh over the last few years, to simply walk back into the side. 41 for 4. We've still got, 40 minutes to go in this lunch break.
Mercer would tell you if he was playing, it wouldn't have taken 9 overs from the nursery end to get a wicket. No, that was fantastic. Fantastic from him. I was just looking at the replay, angle back in, wasn't it? As you say, he kind of jabbed at it late. He just came back in off just that angle back into him, I think perhaps troubled him. Well, he should have been leaving it alone. I can't imagine from that length and from that line that it would have, unless the ball really misbehaved, ever brought in the top of off stump. So he'll look at that, and you look at the final position where he played the ball. I think he'll be massively disappointed that he's played at that one.
Harry Swindle's the new batsman. Wicket keeper today. He has been batting at number 7, but he's had to move up to number 6 because George Rhodes has been left out of the side, having been in poor form. So bit of an onus on Swindles, who's also not had a very good start either. 53 runs only, an average of 10 this season.
It's pretty good by most April standards. Not this year, though.
This year, a few more runs this year, Kevin. Had a few more. He's also an ex-Leicester Academy graduate, ex-England under-19. And last year was actually a bit of a breakout season for him in the county championship. He was the 2nd leading run scorer for Leicestershire. 693 runs at 43. Very respectable. And his first 2 first-class hundreds. But I can't imagine too often he would have come up against as high quality an attack as this in these kind of conditions. Angled in again by Helm, whose line has been pretty immaculate today. 5.5 overs, 1 for 7. He's dovetailed really nicely with Roland Jones at the other end. Shahin Afridi actually has been the most expensive of the bowlers, but as I mentioned before, you're not bothered about that when you're picking up 3 wickets in your first spell. The other 2, Helm and Roland Jones, are given very little away. He's away, Swindles. Off the mark to the final delivery of the over. 42 for 4 off 18.
Just frozen the dismissal on where he edged the ball, where he was when he edged the ball, Mulder. It's just, again, that's a ball that's angled back into him. It's come back in, and as you said, he jabbed at it late, didn't he? But the line, the length, he could have left it on either, line or length. So he's going to be really disappointed he's played at that one. However, it was, as you said, pacey. It had bounce. It had pretty much everything that Helm would have wanted, but being overly critical from the batter's perspective, the one that he perhaps could have left alone. But Middlesex had been building the pressure. Felt like they were encircling them. This man very much playing his part, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Waximi say on the YouTube comment, says, I need to stop watching because every time I do, Leicester lose a wicket. I kind of feel responsible as well, to be honest with you, because whenever I'm on lead commentary, it seems to happen. I think I've got all 4 so far, Kevin. Chip in, will you? Edged just short again. Soft hands, though, this time from Harry Swindles. He played that quite well. I think that's the third edge we've seen that comfortably hasn't carried.
Nearly a 5 for you in an hour and 20 minutes, Matt.
I'm better than Shahin, Shah, Afridi. Yeah, signs perhaps of a slightly too-paced pitch, but nothing major, you would say. But we have seen a few drop shorts. Not seen excessive seam movement, I would say. Not for the first morning of a game. We saw a lot more last year in games here.
It's incredibly similar, and again, I go back to the fact that this one's at the lower end of the square, the other one was at the top up towards the grandstand. It's incredibly similar to the Derbyshire match, and credit to the ground staff for that. I mean, in terms of being at two-paced, of the scoring shots we've seen so far, we have seen a few down the ground. It was Kimber in particular with one drive down the ground. I think Evans got one away also, which means they're obviously trusting even early on to go back down the ground with it.
That's gone through the gap of the 4 slips and gully. So Swindles picks up another 2, moves on to 3. I suppose if the ball drops short, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is a two-pace pitch. The odd delivery is allowed to be edged and drop short if the ball maybe doesn't come out of the bowler's hand as quickly, if the batsman plays with soft hands.
Yeah, I think that was something we were trying to work out in the Derbyshire match as well. Exactly, how's the pitch playing? Is it a good pitch? We were looking up here, Adam Collins and myself, thinking this is a cracking pitch because it's first round of the season. You don't know what the overheads are going to be like. If it's heavy overheads, you want the pitch to be giving the batters a chance.
That's a good single, good running. Went straight away and decisively there, Swindles. So he's looked lively in his 8 balls, moved on to 4.
So I think the batters will look at this service and think they've got more than a chance. It is one that you try and get in on. First things first, you've got to get past the opening spells of these bowlers. We're only into the 19th over. It feels like we've been going for half a day already, don't we? Leicestershire are 4 down, Middlesex are right on top here, but we're only into the 19th over, and I think that's what Leicestershire will be very much looking at. Look, you've got to take these guys deeper into their second and third spells. You've got to keep some wickets in hand. You've got to survive, and that perhaps is why I'm just being slightly overcritical on Mulder there. But I think from the batter's perspective, you can't have any complaints about this surface. It's almost exactly what you'd want at this time of year. Anything any quicker right now, and you'd be playing into the bowlers' hands, I think. If Middlesex were to ask her anything at this specific moment, they'd probably say, it'd be nice if it was a little bit more pacey. Then Helm and then Roland Jones really do come into it even more. But yeah, Leicestershire 4 down in the 19th over. I think it's a really good pitch for this time of year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, really. 45 for 4 off 19 overs. I obviously wasn't here for the first game here. You and Adam Collins were on commentary. But I must admit, I followed it quite a bit on the stream and was quite encouraged to see the scores as they were, to see the batsmen managing to get some runs. And that was across the board, really, in county cricket, not just here. Quite a few runs scored in that first week.
If you think about that second game last year, it wasn't the second game, was it? Actually, it was Hampshire. Second game was away to Hampshire. I think it was the 5th game or so. Hampshire came here to Lords.
Yeah, I remember it well. It was a very cloudy day that day. I think you're talking about in particular when you had 2 high-class international bowlers operating in tandem in Mohammed Abbas and Kyle Abbott. But the lights came on briefly as well, didn't they? I think in those kind of conditions, the overheads make a big difference, don't they?
They do, but I do remember the pitch itself coming in for an awful lot of criticism in that game. Pete Hanscom, he got Norton's 24 in that, and I remember a lot of criticism being thrown the way of the skipper. Maybe one more, 2 more to the left. So very, very close to the track that the Hampshire game was played on. But both pitches so far here at Lords this year have been belters. Carl McDermott has been in place for a few years now, hasn't he? Taken over from Mick Hunt, which takes a little bit of time as well. The groundsman himself will have to find his way in. I mean, Lords was coming in for an awful lot of criticism before.
Full. Driven nicely, really nicely by Harry Swindles. Big gap there between point and cover, and he found it.
Yeah, before Carl arrived, there was an awful lot of criticism of the square. Some saying that the square needs to be dug up, it needs to be changed. Others saying, well, you just need to change your groundsman. So I think he'll be delighted. I think Middlesex will be delighted with the first 2 tracks produced this year. A fraction on the slow side, certainly, the Derbyshire match. Looks as though this one possibly as well. But again, for the time of year, I think that allows the batters to have a little bit of trust.
This time playing away from his body off the back foot. No danger in the end for the batsman.
Mickey Arthur on the first evening of the Derbyshire game was saying his suspicion was it was going to quicken up a bit on day 2, as pitches often do. Bats play a little bit better for the batters on day 2. Didn't particularly quicken up at all across the 4 days. Played pretty consistently throughout, which would be my suspicion of how this one will play. It will play out the entire, well, however many days we have.
He went wide of the crease there, Helm, just varying it up. Sensible. Swindles equal to it with a thick inside edge. 49 for 4 off 20. Well, if the pitch is a similar pitch to that game here against Derbyshire, then this is an even better start by Middlesex. 49 for 4. At no stage really did it look like either Derbyshire or Middlesex were going to get bowled out cheaply in any of their innings here. So
the Afridi factor.
Absolutely, yeah, the Afridi factor, and also the confidence taken on from last week. You can see Helm and Roland Jones with their chests puffed out. Guys who already have 11 and 12 wickets respectively this season. That seemed again, but again, just a bit too much bounce for Roland Jones. That's that famous Roland Jones bounce you're talking about there. He is a tall man too. He's probably 6'2", round about that region, 6'3" maybe. Maybe 6'4".
Maybe I'm shrinking. He feels taller than that.
Well, that one certainly bounced a lot, going well over, maybe even going down the leg side.
What you just said is exactly what I was going to come to. Because if you look at that scoreboard now, Roland Jones none for 11 from 7, Helm 1 for 12 from 7.
Edge taken this time. Nice diving catch from John Simpson, and Sam Evans' long vigil is over. Roland Jones' patience pays off.
Brilliant, brilliant from Roland Jones again. These two are pattern at the moment, Helm and Roland Jones. And they have really got Leicestershire on the rack after that flying start from Afridi. The 2 big guns for Middlesex really coming into play now. They've squeezed and strangled Leicestershire here. And drawn into that one just outside off stump. Again, if we probably go back and freeze that one on the line that he's played on there, it's far too far away, even with the bowling from the pavilion ends. But Evans has been out there for 52 deliveries before playing at that one, which if he could go back, I think he'd be leaving alone. But that is the pavilion end. That is the slope at Lord's. It really creates that uncertainty for batters. And even for a man who's been out there for 90 minutes now, he's drawn into one a long way outside off. And you have to credit the bowlers. They have put a real foot down on Leicestershire here. The point I was going to make about those bowling figures is that if you were to show that card at the moment to a Middlesex follower regularly over recent years, they'd say, right, Roland Jones and Helm, they've been bowling too short. It's, you know, as it was, none for 11. 1 for 11 now, 7.2, 1 for 12 off 7. Looks pretty on the scoreboard. Have they just been bowling a pretty length, though? No, they haven't. They have been bowling a full, tight, consistent length, forcing the batters to play regularly. And they've been right up there with their line of length, and they're rewarded now for their patience and their consistency. And I think Richard Johnson right now will be a very, very happy man. The head coach, formerly bowling coach before he was loaned to Surrey for a bit. But he'll be delighted with what Helm and Roland Jones have produced to pick up these 2 wickets. Not just the 2 deliveries themselves, because again, both batters will probably be feeling, well, probably could have left those alone. But in general, the spells from these 2 at the moment, they've been tremendous.
4 slips in for the new batsman, Ben Mike, who's been brought into the side today. at the expense of George Rhodes. Ben Mike, an all-rounder. Aggressive batsman, actually. Hits the ball very hard. Plays all three formats. Definitely has the power to clear the ropes, which we've seen consistently in T20 from him. Now, what's Roland Jones got first up for the new man? Right on the money. And that was exactly what he was looking for, wasn't it? That delivery to Sam Evans. You felt that's where he wanted to be. The length was absolutely perfect. Just dragged Evans forward. It wasn't quite there to drive, but enough to get him out of his bunker, to get him forward, just groping at that delivery, and it did move up the hill. Really good bit of bowling. Toby Rowland-Jones, at the moment, you sense is not far off the top of his game. Oh, and again, has he nicked that one? Big appeal. Mike saying that's brushed his back leg. Did sound maybe that was the case. Just the back thigh pad, perhaps.
Yep, that's a Jaffa from Roland Jones. Back up the slope. This is his fifth over of this spell. He bowled 3 from the nursery, didn't he? And now in his 5th from the pavilion and 8th in the first hour and a half. So he won't be far from the end of the spell. It does mean that Bamber will be coming into play, you'd have thought.
And that one's gone a long way down the hill. Mike just gets his bat down in time. Thick inside edge, and he's away off the mark. Roland Jones knows how close that was to pinning another right-hander, LBW. This is a real masterclass of seam bowling from the pavilion end at the moment.
It is, and how long does Roland Jones go on for? Having had an 8th out of 21. Okay, it's only a 5th of this spell. But he wasn't off for long, was he? So would it be Afridi to come back on at the pavilion end now? Will Bamber be forced down to the nursery? Helm's bowled 7, so he'll be close to the end of his spell. But they've, at the end of their spells now, these two are right on the spot.
Oh, that's a no ball, so that's going to be bowled again. Roland Jones showing his footy skills there, kicks it away in disgust. I'm with you, actually. I reckon I'd be tempted to go Bamber from the pavilion end, because that's where he's so good, and just have a look at Shahin from the nursery and see what he can do.
I can't see any reason not to give it a try at this point. I think Bamber warrants a bowl. He's been so good. I remember Adam Collins in that first morning, that stat that he came up 110 wickets between he and Murtagh last year.
Over bowled by Roland Jones, a successful one. 52 for 5 off 21, Leicestershire.
110 wickets between Bamber and Murtagh, not Collins and Murtagh, I should add. But yeah, that first morning, that was certainly something. As here we go, there's the answer. It's going to be Bamber from the nursery end, so I'm not going to get my wish. Bamber's coming on to replace Helm. 1 for 12 from 7. I think both he and Roland Jones really grew into those spells, and I don't know if it was just Roland Jones, the change of ends, that just had to get him back into the groove. He'd started up from the nursery, then went to the pavilion the first couple of overs. He just needed to settle into it, it appeared. But settle into it he did. Helm just grew and grew through that spell. Got better and better. But now Bamber, what can he do from the nursery? Not his usual end. So what can he produce? So that answers the question that it will be Afridi back on from the pavilion end to replace Roland Jones at some point. And he's warming up down at long leg now, Afridi. So yeah, welcome to the middle, Ben Mike. He's an aggressive batter. Mike had a little cameo at Grace Road last year. Good start from Bamber, right up there. Mike happy to go through with the shot, pushes a single. Just wide of Sam Robson, out of the slips because of his injured finger at the start of the season. But Bamber, that's pretty much where he operates, isn't it? Just full of a length. Constantly bringing that off-stop into play. Slightly different conundrum for him, but it is his ability to leave the ball on the spot. Ever since his debut for Middlesex caught the eye, just constantly hitting the spot, ball after ball. Oh, and there he is again, wide on the spot. Inside edge onto the pads, rattling away for Swindles. And when he first broke through, it looked as though, wow, Middlesex have found the successor for Mercer from the nursery end. Similar build, similar height, and based on being a metronome, based on hitting the spot, ball after ball. I really think that Mercer didn't even transfer across the river till he was 27 from Surrey, and that was when his first-class career really got going for his 900.
Well, he is called Mini Mertz, isn't he, by some? He definitely is the guy they're looking to take over from Tim Merter. When he decides to hang up his spikes, he turns 41 in August. So it'll be interesting to see how he shapes up when he comes back from this injury. As you say, he hasn't been injured very often. He's rather like Jimmy Anderson, really. He's gone on for so long, and you just expect him to be there season in, season out. Bit of a surprise just to have him out, even for however long it'll be with this hamstring tear. That's bounced a bit, hasn't it, from Bamber? Not something you see too much from him. From his point of view, I think the strange thing is going to be operating without a brand new cherry in your hand, because he's been used to doing that for so long now, alongside Merter. I must say, I did think that Middlesex would give him the new ball, even though Roland Jones bowled so well with it last week, because I think Roland Jones is probably better coming in this situation. But it's hard, isn't it, when you've got someone who's bowled so well, got 8 wickets in a game, to then take the new ball back off him.
Yeah, you mentioned bowling with the new ball. There has been a little bit of chatter so far this season amongst the players about this batch of balls this season. Duke's ball as ever. Every year they say, you get the latest batch, and what's it going to produce? There is a feeling that this one is it's not as responsive as it ages. You have to strike early with it. It can get a little bit soft. And down at Cardiff, Middlesex hung in after they were 110 for 6. End of the over, 53 for 5 here, Leicestershire, but they were 110 for 6, Middlesex at Cardiff, and Roland Jones and Simpson really dug in for a while. Simpson in particular went on to a century in that match. Richard Johnson yesterday described it as the best innings he'd seen Simpson play, which was very much my feeling down at Cardiff. Now, you have to remember Simpson's innings against Somerset in the title-winning year. There's been some cracking performances, Lancashire as well, a couple of seasons ago. But, yeah, that was superb last week. And, it was a match-winning innings. He was unlucky not to get man of the match for that century, Simpson. But the point being, if you can get through the first couple of spells against this season's batch of Duke's balls, that it does get a little bit softer. There's a little bit chat about the seam. They're not quite happy with the seam as the ball ages this year. So here's Afridi back into the attack. 3 for 26, 6 overs to begin with. Here's the 7th, Mike facing. 2 slips a gully and a short leg. And Afridi about to set off.
I think it's really good thinking from Middlesex and from Peter Hanscom is go for the knockout blow here, because there's not much batting to come after this, really. After Ben Mike, you're firmly into the bowlers or bowlers who bat. You can get another 2, maybe even 3 before lunch. 3's maybe being a bit greedy, but if you can get 2, 7 down for 60 or 70, then that is close to being innings over, really. It's very hard to come back from that.
That's a lovely ball. Equally lovely leave from Ben Mike on that one.
It was confident, very confident leave, especially when you know the guy with the ball in his hand can swing the ball into you. Saw that with Shahin last week. We've seen that on numerous occasions from Shahin Shah Afridi. I wonder what he's thinking having seen that leave. Are we going to see the big hooping in swinger? Yeah, rare bad delivery. No damage, though. Apologies, by the way, for some of the audio on the replays. If you're watching, we're using a new system at the moment. We're just trying to figure it out. So just trying to get our audio sorted across the replays. But I hope you're enjoying the coverage nonetheless on this live enhanced stream. We'll try and get that sorted at some point today.
It's a nice ball, top of off. Couldn't leave that one. But played it nicely. Soft hands, didn't push hard at it. And Mike, I mentioned he can be an aggressive, counter-attacking batter, Mike. Trying to cast back to which innings. There was one of the games last year. He got a duck in the first innings of that game at Grace Road. As memory serves, it was at Grace Road, but maybe it was at MTS that he got those runs. In big win for Middlesex, really. Captain Mercer was on a roll at that point, wasn't he? Took over the captaincy from Pete Hanscom. I think he was isolating with COVID for the game. And he was pretty much done. Mercer captain through the rest of the season.
Dave B says on the YouTube comments, Afridi needs to drop one heavy bumper and then get back in on a length.
Driven away, only through mid-off and no run. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, that perhaps they're a little bit too happy on the front foot to Afridi, which again, from the pavilion ends, with that slope, you are not going to want to be trapped in the crease. You're going to want to be forward. Maybe that's just something that Middlesex can ponder on, but he's got 3 for 26 from 7. Shahin, Shah, Afridi. And this is so similar to his bowling performance down at Glamorgan as well. You know, it wasn't a metronome performance. It wasn't that perfect line and length. It was an aggressive attacking display from the bowler, and exactly what we've seen again here at Lord's. 53 for 5. Bamber's second over from the nursery end. Right on the spot again. Inside edge down to Afridi and single taken to long leg.
What's interesting in the 7 balls that we've seen Ethan Bamber bowl so far is that even though he's coming in from the unfamiliar nursery end, he's still been able to challenge the inside edge of the right-handed batsman, still getting that ball to nip, but this time up the hill. He's such a canny, clever bowler, isn't he? Just 23 years old still. 52 wickets at 20 last season. Right up there with the best in county cricket. Again, another thick inside edge, this time from Ben Mike. He seems to have hit the ground running here in this spell, Ethan Bamber. Long may it continue, particularly if he can do that from the end he doesn't really want to bowl from.
Well, if injuries are kind to Bamber, you wonder how many he'll end up with. Mercer 900, having only really got going at 27 in first-class cricket. But then they might not be playing 14 games a season for the next few seasons.
I'm sure we'll talk about that, won't we, at some stage?
Mercer played 16 for so many up to a couple of seasons ago, didn't he? 16 a season.
The PCA have made, if you don't know, have made a recommendation to Andrew Strauss and those leading the review of English cricket that they'd be happy to play somewhere in the region of 10 first-class games rather than 14 first-class matches.
I think, oh, he's gone! The appeal went up early. I wonder, was there a little bit of bat involved, but Bamber seemed convinced, so did Middlesex, and so did the umpire. No hesitation at all. Swindles has gone for 9, and Bamber in amongst the wickets in his second over from the nursery end. 55 for 6 now, Leicestershire.
Well, if he hasn't edged that, I don't think you can have much of an argument, really. That was pretty straight. Really good spell by Bamber so far. That's what he was threatening, really. He's been honing in on that middle and off stump of the right-hander. That's exactly how he got a few of his wickets last year. That's a good bit of bowling. He just dragged him across. I don't think there was an inside edge there. Harry Swindles just walked off, seemed to accept the decision, and now Leicestershire are in deep, deep trouble here. 55 for 6. They're in danger of getting rock and rolled for 70, 80 here if they can't get something going, and that could be terminal for this game. I don't think this pitch is a 55 for 6 pitch at the moment. Hard to tell, of course, until you've seen both sides batting on it. But as you saw in the first game here between Middlesex and Derbyshire, if you get in, you can get runs here at Lord's early season.
I think the bowling's just been relentless. That was the way I described it at Cardiff. From both sets of bowling attacks, relentless. But Middlesex in the match at Glamorgan. We talked about the X factor of Afridi, but just an all-star attack really of Helm, Roland Jones, Afridi, and then backed up by Anderson. Now to say that those three are backed up by Bamber in this match, and he comes in, picks up a wicket in his second over. Anderson did it in his first over down at Cardiff. You know, he played his part. They have been utterly relentless, Middlesex, this morning. They have asked question after question of this Leicestershire top order. Again, I can't really see you could have had a much better pitch for this time of year. I don't think this is about the pitch. I think this is about the bowlers. I think they have been tremendous this morning. A crucial toss to win, just to build this pressure. I think there may have been one or two Leicestershire batters who were hoping that coin had come down the right way. Let them get into this match somehow with the ball first. But they have come out against a Middlesex side that are right on top of their game at the moment, especially with the ball. Ed Barnes off the mark, first ball. Pushes just wide of mid-off. And 56 for 6. Mentioned that Mike can be aggressive. I don't think 10 minutes before lunch would be the time to start opening up. It's just got to be survival. It's just got to be get in. Get in at lunch. 6 down is a wretched score for the visitors. But it could still be worse in the next 10 minutes. Going back up the slope again from Bamber into the over. 56 for 6. Swindles LBW to Bamber for 9.
Bit of doom and gloom from some of the Leicestershire fans on the YouTube comments. Reza Majorali saying the Foxes are on the rack. Dave B saying the wheels are coming off. Quite a funny response from Matt live to Rome. Our wheels are never on, he says. Definitely today does feel like the wheels have never been on in this case. But I agree with you, Kevin. The bowling has been absolutely spot on. Middlesex seamers right near the top of their game this morning. They've given nothing away. It's been a really nice, balanced attack from all 4 seamers. They've all now taken a wicket. 1 each for Roland Jones, Helm and Bamber. 3 for Afridi, who continues now.
Actually feels like he's almost hitting a better line of length in this second spell of Afridi. He's been right there on the top of off the majority of this spell. Dragged one down the leg side, didn't he? That's fine. But second spell. Indeed, second over of the second spell. And they've been there or thereabouts, haven't they? It was that wonderful leave by Mike in the last over. Barnes facing him for the first time now. Oh, yes, no, there could be a chance here. No, Holden couldn't get it at the second attempt. Stopped it with the first. They thought about the single. As he went to grab at it once more on the ground, Holden, he just couldn't get hold of it. Barnes was halfway up the track and would have been a long way short if Holden had been able to pick that up cleanly.
I think he was almost 3/4 of the way down the pitch, actually, really. Almost ran 2 there, Ed Barnes. Ethan Bamber with his adoring fans.
He's a great guy, Ethan Bamber, isn't he? Really one of the nice guys. Baby-faced assassin was the nickname I'd given him.
He's the
Mini
politest
Merseyside.
cricket player you will ever meet, Ethan Bamber. He really is. He says sorry about 3 times in every sentence to you. What a nice guy.
That one goes down to Bamber. I'll take a single. Barnes swatting away at it, really. That ball came sharply in towards him. Yeah, that's why you can't call him Mini Mertz. Bamber's a nice guy. Harsh is the word from the back of the box, but fair.
Very nice, Tim Murty's just maybe a little bit grumpy, that's all. Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch them bowling in tandem, that's for sure, last year when they were on.
Around the wicket. Still for Afridi. Yeah, I think, that was something else I was going to touch on about this morning, and you were talking about the pitch, the performance. Roland Jones and Helm bowling so well. Bamber started up beautifully here, but just before Roland Jones got in on the wickets with the 5th to fall, yeah, Middlesex had done an awful lot right, but it was Afridi that had all the wickets, and that was a big difference from last year. He's complementing what is already a very, very good attack. Bowled again, well played. They'll be in pure defensive-minded set now. Leicestershire through to lunch.
Mex14 has said, I wonder if the kids actually know who Ethan Bamber is. Of course they do. They've got his poster on their bedrooms. Ethan Bamber, he's the stud of Middlesex, isn't he? Or poster boy rather than stud.
You've been censored from the back of the box now. That was going to get away fine. And Bamber. The poster boy not able to cut that one off. He did well to get close to it, actually. Ground was ever running out on him in a tight leg side here. Down to the Edrich stand. So first boundary for a while, I'd suggest, as well. I have to look up how long it's been now. 61 for 6, end of the 25th.
Just helped it around, didn't he, Ben Mike? I think he wanted to hit that squarer, but in the end it worked out perfectly for him, going finer of fine leg. And Ethan Bamber, such a nice guy, he even replaced his divot straight away. That'll please Carl McDermott. Head groundsman here.
11th over, Shahin, Shah, Afridi to Mulder, 4 runs is the last one I can find. Now into the 26th. That's well bowled, well played. I thought he was going to get himself in trouble there, Barnes, but for a moment I thought he was going to play around that one. Actually, you can see as he replays it now. Now Robson's the latest one to pick himself up. Check the ground, but you could see Barnes was actually, as he replayed that shot, was thinking about his bottom hand more. He had to resist it coming into play. Kept that bat face open. Probably get one more in after this before lunch. Was playing a little wide at that one.
I'm cool with that, mate.
It's going down from Bamber, angling it up the slope. With the slope, got a chance that it might straighten, but it looked as though it held its line, was going down. Sun breaking through for the first time really this morning. It's been a consistent cloud cover. Light and high cloud, but consistent over the capital. Not been a heavy morning at all. Threat of rain on Sunday, the 4th day of this game. Might affect the golf plans more, though, if the game continues at this place. 61 for 6. 2 to come of this, and should be time for another Afridi over before lunch. He's only bowled 8 so far this morning, Afridi, so he's still going to be pretty fresh to start up again after lunch, isn't he? It'll only be 3 by the end of this spell. Inside edge again. Inside and outside edge have been in play all morning long for Middlesex, even though it isn't a big swinging, seaming morning for Middlesex. Again, their consistency has just meant that any little bit of movement that there is, any angle that they're creating, and the wonderful knowledge and use of the slope here at Lord's as well has created havoc for this Leicestershire top order. Once come of this over, a little chat. I think that may have been a delaying tactic before lunch between Mike and Barnes, but should be plenty of time to get one more in after this.
Good finish as well by Bamber. Bit of carry there. He really has looked like he's continued the sharpness of last year. 62 for 6 off 26 now. Can we squeeze one more in? Middlesex running around to try and make sure we do. It's got a lot brighter actually now. It's quite a nice day here at the home of cricket in northwest London. Still quite cloudy, but it's certainly brightened up. There's a bit of sun just poking through the clouds. You wouldn't say it's absolutely perfect bowling conditions, but Middlesex have nailed it. 6 wickets in 26 overs. You can't ask for much more than that, really. Although I'm sure they'd love to have one more here. Can Shahin deliver?
It's a little bit of width driven at by Barnes, not resisting. Again, around the wicket from the pavilion end. Just that'll be in the batter's mind, won't it? Looking to bring it back in with the slope from that angle, left arm around. Keep challenging that off stump every ball of this over. Happily on the front foot at the moment, though, to Afridi, aren't they? Deep square is set back. Is that run saving, or because they might drop one in still? The last one was down to long leg and Bamber when Afridi chopped one in short. It was hooked away, but Luke Holman at deep backward square leg, as well as the long leg Bamber, and there's Mark Stoneman at short leg with Max Holden chattering away in the distance at point.
He might have rolled his fingers across that one or something. Just came out the hands slightly differently. Bit of a variation. He does play a lot of white ball cricket as well. Shahin, Shah, Afridi in the top 10 international bowlers in all 3 formats. So he certainly has variations if he wants to use them. I think Max Holden enjoyed it. Got a big smile on his face. Really is quite bright now. 3 balls left. Can Middlesex take one more with them to lunch?
Oh, can they? Can they? No, they can't. Not on this occasion. Afridi around the wicket, perhaps a little high. The angle is a tough one for LBW as well. Left arm around to the right hander with the slope. Ball's got to straighten a lot.
I think we'll find here height was the big issue. He's a tall man, Shahin Shah Afridi, 6'6". Yeah, just over the knee roll. It was marginal. I mean, it came back a long way, didn't it? May also have been going down leg side, and the height, I would say, is marginal. So you'd say good decision by the umpire.
If you're a batter, you'd feel rough giving out on that one, wouldn't you? Oh, goes the other way with a bit of width. And, well, Barnes has played with a few of them now, hasn't he, outside off, when you just thought he'd be leaving well alone. Mike's coming down to have a chat with him with 1 ball left to the over.
The way that came out of his hand, I was tempted to suggest that was a slower ball, but then it actually carried through very, very nicely to John Simpson. So maybe it wasn't, but certainly came out of the hand differently, like it did 2 or 3 balls ago in this over. Not a bad tactic, that, to lower order batsmen, I think. Just push it out there wide.
Last ball of the morning. And a run for Leicestershire to end the session. 63 for 6. Barnes moves to 4. Mike has 7. Middlesex's session quite comfortably. Middlesex's morning since winning that toss at 10:30. 3 for Afridi. The first 3 to go. 3 for 32 from his 9. Brilliant performance by him. And as Mike makes his way off, how he approaches the afternoon session. Someone who can score quickly, can try and get after an attack. He and Barnes have it all to do for the visitors here at Lord's. 4 down, you'd pretty much perhaps have said Leicestershire, all right, can go wrong in the morning, but 6 down. It's going to be pretty tough to come back from that one in this innings.
Yeah, 4 Middlesex seamers used, and all 4 of them have chipped in. Shahin, Shah, Afridi did the early damage, was absolutely sensational in that opening burst when he picked up 3 wickets, including the big one of Colin Ackerman for a first ball duck. And while at the other end, 3 English seamers have complemented him really nicely. They've been the most economical and kept the runs down. Roland Jones, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Tom Helm, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Ethan Bamber, 3 overs, 1 for 5 to go with Afridi's 3 for 32. But you'd say that's just about the perfect first session for Peter Hanscom and his men. Exactly what they wanted when they won the toss and decided to bowl. The pitch has moved a little bit, but you wouldn't say that it's been excessive movement like we've seen last year. I think Middlesex can really enjoy their lunch right now, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't think any problems with the pitch at all. I think that's just class bowling. A quartet that Middlesex had to ponder hard to get together for this match. How do they get them together? How do they get Bamber back into this side? Anderson having to make way. Holman coming in for Tilan Wallaluita. He may play the Wallaluita role for this match, i.e. he doesn't get a bowl. If it continues at this rate, it's hard for him to get in, isn't it? Ethan Bamber's only had 3 overs this morning, and, you know, the pick of the bowler, the most consistent bowler for Middlesex for many years now, with Mercer, of course, but, you know, his average has been phenomenal. So the perfect morning for Middlesex. And I think obviously they'll just be very keen after lunch to make sure there's no escape for Leicestershire in this innings. Because with Mike there, there's very much the possibility, the chance just to get a cameo going, which at least gets something of a score on the board for Leicestershire, which at the moment they just don't have.
And Ed Barnes can hold a bat as well. He's got a few handy runs for Leicestershire so far this season. They're going to need a few more though, aren't they? Because from this position, they are really up against it. It is lunchtime here on day 1 at Lord's, this County Championship Division 2 game between Middlesex and Leicestershire. Middlesex very much in the driving seat. We're going to take a break and we'll be back just before the start of the second session, which begins at 1:40.
Well, Bud, give me a thumbs up, so I've got 3.
Nice one, mate. Yeah, I'm going to join you.
Well done, fellas. We've got a few little niggly V-mix issues we've got right now.
What is it? The audio on the
channels.
Yeah. When we're okay.
So you're coming out the right earphone, Andy's coming out the left. I thought it would be the output. So mono line out or stereo phones out.
Yeah.
But that's not made a jack shit of difference. I think it will be the settings on.
No, mate, I'm using the wide camera on the gantry. It was more if you wanted to.
I think it will be the settings on VMix.
People around,
Okay.
etc.
Would be my thought.
No, I personally don't want you. I think I would want to.
Well, I can ask about that with Lodex. They do use VMix at Sky.
Okay. So yes,
So you'd be a director that would need to speak to about that.
I mean, it could be our. I mean, we've got left and right input here. But the great thing with this is when it was going into PCS Pro, we also had the effects mic in there, and we were coming out through XLR, and it basically mixed all 3.
Yeah.
So we had our feed.
Yeah.
This VMix seems to only have 2 inputs.
Right.
So an A and a B. So A and a B. And there's a setting on VMix which allows you to blend A and B, which is what we tried to do. But doesn't seem to have worked. So we've had to put the effects mic into one of the cameras because there's not a 3rd input on VMix, which is why you can't get.
That's why we can't hear the effects. Yeah.
Which is annoying.
Yeah. It's not the end of the world. I mean, but yeah.
So we just need to try and figure out. So open up your audio. I think if you go to settings here.
I'll take a piss as well, guys. I'll be back in a sec.
Right, go over to effects, mate. Go go over to, I think it's channel mixer. Right, so at the moment, so you've got a left and a right. I'm
What's
going
this option here? Headphones.
I tried to click that earlier and you didn't. Hello. Hello. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick click.
That's still on the right hand side. I mean,
So you've got audio coming through from both, but that's just interfere. That's just static, I think. So what's that? What's this here? Go hover over that for a sec. Go over to the headphones again. Does it say anything on that? Click that again. And click it again. So that drops that down to there. But does that change any of these levels? Doesn't seem to, does it?
that's the headphones 53. Dropping down, goes down to 67.
So that's volume. So they're fine. Channel matrix. Let's just try and look. Oh, hello. Right, hang on. Oh, yes. So channel 1 is left, channel 2 is right. So move, click that, see what happens there. And click that,
You click all of them.
do that, see what happens. And go close. Just see what happens there. Oh, I think that might be it.
Done it.
Right, hang on. Keep an eye. Oh, let me try the other one.
Oh yeah.
Right, okay, sit tight. Because I want to have a look here. Where was that? Where the fuck was that? That was in here.
Settings.
Channel matrix.
Yeah.
So we've got 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so have a look here. So that's that's all its lettings. So we've got mic line 1 and 2, mic line 3 and 4 though. So I actually think
Yeah.
you can mix those.
If you get.
So we could have Harry coming out of there.
Yeah. I think so too.
I'm absolutely certain you can. Because
It is working at the moment, is it? With the camera.
yeah, they just can't hear it.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
So I mean, there are 4. It's recognised that there are 4 audio channel mic
Yeah.
lines in.
Yeah.
So I think it allows you to set them both up, and
Yeah.
you'd be able to mix. I think if you then went back into that thing, it would give you 3 and 4
Yeah.
as well, and you could mix 3 in. But I don't think we should fuck about with it.
Not today. Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, let's have a little play. Oh, hello.
No.
That was adding another one.
That was adding another one. So if you scroll down.
Should already be there.
presumably we're
I need
still
a wee.
capturing. Go on.
And drink.
More soup is coming apparently.
Sweet.
So I'll let me know when there's a bowl out of the
These are too big to recycle. Oh mate, I'll tell you what you got to do as well. Our recycle bin will be full.
Yeah, you got it.
Is it?
Recycle bin, top corner.
Yeah, because that literally, that won't, all that stuff will just go into the recycle bin, so we must remember.
So Pete,
Shine.
Pete just got Afridi.
What?
Just permanently to leave.
I'm slightly worried as to what the hell was so big there though. So will it just keep adding to that?
Yeah, I think so. Well, actually, no, it'll probably start a new one because I stopped recording.
Yeah.
That'll be morning replays, and there'll be another 5. Yeah. As the following jumped because of the shirt.
We haven't got Ollie, let's get that done. No, go for your piss
Yeah.
and let's get that video in Teams.
Yeah.
It's in Teams.
Have we had many retweets?
We've had a few. Yeah, we've let's see how it's performed. We've had 245 retweets, 390 likes, up to 330 likes. People aren't,
No, about 100.
yes, people aren't following them.
Well, they might already be. So 100. Yeah, I mean, it will just grow and grow and grow. The more people that retweet it, we just need to ram the arse out of it on the stream. We haven't got it on the stream yet. And we've got fuckloads of people watching.
What I might do this afternoon is if it gets a bit quieter, I might ask Nick to push it. He's been on 26.
Yeah, yeah. No, absolutely right.
Just nudge him and say that.
Right, bud. Good. Doing okay? Yeah, a few niggles. Yeah, a few niggles, just stuff we need to get used to. Really. I mean, the audio we've got our heads around now. The audio was coming out of left and right channels. So if you're sat listening to it in a...
Mono, you get nothing will work.
No, if you sit and listen to it without headphones on, Kevin Ham was coming at your left ear and Matt Wood was coming at your right ear. So we basically mixed the channel up.
Okay. Well, that could work though. If your voice comes through, it doesn't really sound bad. If you're listening mono, split, half the conversation.
So that's sorted now, which is good. Couple of other little niggles. You had one session with it. Really, really nice one. Shahin's there with you. We played it from further back. We played it from behind. Sort of that, and go like this. We get the start. We played it slow motion. We go back. Oh, nice. All right. Play that all right. Play it. Look good. The problem is you don't get preview. Replays. So the one Ollie was playing before we were really there must be a way to preview a replay before you play it. I'm sure there is, but
Well, it'll roll 3 or 4 seconds and then do it.
yeah, I mean,
Good.
yeah. That's right. Where's the replays one? Oh, you've got one as well. Where's the replays one? No, it's not there. Hang on, just spin it.
Right.
Right. So, here's the replays down. We obviously can't play anything because we're still live.
Yes.
While Shahin said down, there's no way to preview it. Hiya, Steph. this is the replay. So that's cam 1. So that's replay. Oh no, it's replay from the same one. Or was it this one?
So maybe onto camera.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's your camera here, Dan.
I think it's going to be a combination of things. I think
Then go to cam 2, which is running towards you. That's it.
so.
So
I
you've
think
got a preview up here if you've
Yeah.
got time to do it. Have you got time to do that?
full.
I haven't had one of them yet. I've had a few biscuits though.
Yeah, I've just had my first packet of biscuits today.
Dangerous.
Exactly, take time. But yeah, the hot water's there. Help yourself.
Thanks, mate.
Connor
Chaps,
introduced me
both
to
coming
these.
out of both ears.
Brilliant.
So
How about the
little-
replays?
The replays.
Oh, the audio. Oh, no,
That's
that's sorted
fixed.
earlier.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So
This,
we-
this isn't going to be fixed though, is it? This
That
match.
that won't be fixed this game.
That's why.
Because
That's actually the least
we're
important.
literally not putting any audio through here from the effects mic.
Yeah.
So we need to get you an output from here.
Yeah.
And I'm-
Is there one at the moment?
Yeah, the only output is going into what you're getting here.
Yeah.
It's embedded audio on the fibre going out through the SDI.
Yep.
So we need to somehow separate the audio, and I'm
Yeah,
going
no
to do that.
So remind T's when there's 32 overs left.
Yeah.
32. So 64.
And change of innings will convert that obviously.
Okay.
Right, ready?
Do we have a we don't have a scorecard here that we can play in, do we?
Yeah, we can do
Can
that.
we chuck in a bat bowl?
3, 2, 1.
Yep. Welcome back to Lords, the home of cricket. Middlesex taking on Leicestershire on day one of this County Championship Division 2 match, and it's the home side who are very much on top. They put Leicestershire into bat and have reduced them to 63 for 6 at lunch on day one. Shahin Shah Afridi, absolutely sensational in his first spell, picked up 3 early wickets, those of Hassan Azad, Colin Ackerman and Louis Kimber. Wickets also for Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm and Ethan Bamber. Afridi 3 for 32, Rowland-Jones 1 for 14, Helm 1 for 12, Bamber 1 for 5, having bowled just 3 overs. And Leicestershire now very much up against it. As we start the second session, it's going to be Tom Helm to start off, bowling to Ed Barnes, who comes straight back with a nice straight bat. Dead bat's that first Tom Helm delivery, who bowled really well in the first session of the day. Perhaps a bit unlucky to pick up just the 1 wicket, but he's been in excellent form this season. Middlesex's joint leading wicket taker as it stands, alongside Toby Rowland-Jones this year. Small sample size, just the 3rd game. And he's coming in from the nursery end. Nice and full there. Barnes drives. A bit of hesitation, but they come through for a single. Barnes moves on to 5. Score moves on to 64 for 6. Matt Kabir-Floyd with you alongside Kevin Hand. And Middlesex will look to wrap this up as quickly as possible, Kevin.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've gone to Helm, not Rowland-Jones at the nursery, and I think probably the right call. Rowland-Jones bowled really well from the pavilion end, and I thought Helm, the two of them got a real groove going together towards the end of their spells. 3D, I'm sure, from the pavilion ends, only having bowled 3 in that second spell that he had just before lunch.
Big expansive drive from Ben Mike. Looked good, held the pose, but made no connection. He's a very attacking player. Knows he's made a bit of a mistake there. Eyes lit up. But that's the way he plays. Could be in for an entertaining few minutes here. Ed Barnes has also got a good record with the bat. A decent record with the bat, I should say. The average is 27, couple of 50s. And Mike, very much a player who can strike a long ball, plays a lot of white ball cricket. As ever, keep your comments coming in. You can tweet us at Middlesex_CCC if you've got anything you want to get off your chest, or any questions you want to ask myself or Kevin, anything at all. Keep it clean and we might respond. And you can also use the YouTube comments as well if you're watching on YouTube. Just type in a message there. We'll see if we can get through a few of them throughout the session.
Naught, 10 and 7. Mike got against Middlesex last year. And he said that, he had a great little knock against him last year. Maybe it was 3 years ago now. These seasons do blur sometimes.
It was a really good 10, wasn't it? Really good 10.
He got 1-4 away at MTS.
First over bowled in the afternoon session. 64 for 6 off 28. Who will Middlesex turn to from the pavilion end then? Looks like it's going to be the star man, Shahin Shah Afridi. What a start to his home Middlesex career here at Lords. Already played the one game in Cardiff against Glamorgan, where he played a big part. Picked up 4 wickets in the match, including Marnus Labuschagne twice. But it's a different kettle of fish bowling here at Lords, and he took no time at all to get into his stride.
Yeah, I thought he was more consistent in his second spell. The wickets came in the first for Afridi. But, well, that star appeal that he's got, it's been irresistible for Leicestershire in their top order.
Question from Roma. Who took the last wickets? Well, I can tell you, Roma. It was Sam Evans, who was caught behind off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones, and then Ethan Bamber trapped Harry Swindles in front for LBW. Glad to be of service.
Yeah, those two came into play nicely, didn't they, Bamber? Rowland-Jones, Helm. The last 3 wickets to go after the first 3 for Afridi.
Big appeal. Is that going down leg? That's what the umpire thinks. Walks away very quickly. Shahin Shah, I think, is in agreement.
He'll do well around the wicket with the slope, only to pick up an LB. Not the worst, actually, but perhaps a little fuller than I first thought.
Well, I was giving it out from up here, and that's probably why I'm not a professional umpire. No one else really out on the pitch seemed to think that was out. That swung a long way, quite late as well. You can see what he was trying to do there. Vicious in-swinging Yorker, but just got his line wrong. Very difficult for John Simpson. That had no real chance. I think that's gone down as byes as well.
Yeah, it did hoop, didn't it? Down the leg side from Afridi. Won't mind seeing that. I wonder, is he overcomplicating things a little bit coming around the wicket here to Barnes? You know, with all due respect to Barnes, he's number 8 bat for Leicestershire. And actually, would you prefer have Afridi left arm around to your left arm over?
This time he tries to hang one outside the off stump, which is a legitimate tactic as well. But I agree. I think going over the wicket should work. It has worked for him. But then again, we thought the same when he came around the wicket to Louis Kimber and cleaned him up within a few balls.
Yeah, he did indeed. I just think for the lower order bat, I can understand against the top order going after a different angle, trying to work with that slope. Of course, he's learning his trade here at Lords, isn't he, with a red ball.
Full again, and this time Barnes can free his hands. That's a nice cover drive out to the long boundary out there. Barnes is first. He moves on to 9.
Yeah, it's just that line of sight for a batter, isn't it? A right-hander having a Afridi left arm round. You get a really good look at him. The angles are pretty relatively straightforward. But again, he might just want to target the stumps more. But I feel if he was left arm over targeting the stumps, it would create a bigger problem for the Leicestershire number 8.
Oh, I tell you what. Just stuck in the crease there. That's a good length. Managed to get the bat down in time, though. 72 for 6 off 29 overs. Thanks for some of your comments and questions, either on Twitter or in the comments section of the YouTube channel. Barney Smith asks, much of a crowd? Yeah, not too bad, Barney. I mean, I think we probably got, what do you reckon, Kevin? Over 1,000, a couple of thousand?
Yeah, usually Lords hides them quite well. Somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000, I'd say. Lords hasn't it because it's such a big ground. It does have the ability to hide the numbers. I
think we'll have a few more actually, because we did have probably close to 1,000 kids down to our left, down just in the lower mound stand a bit earlier, but they have moved on. I think they might be changing schools over or something like that. So once those kids come back in, that numbers will
I think
will
2,000
rise
in total
again.
they're going to have in kids today, aren't they? 2,000 in
Okay.
total. So as you say, maybe 1,000 in the morning, 1,000 in the afternoon.
So in that case, we could be getting up to somewhere around about 3,000 plus once we get the 2,000 kids back in. Clipped nicely by Ben Mike, just for one, straight to Shahin Shah Afridi at fine leg. There's a few members in. There's a smattering in the pavilion. Some dotted around the Warner stand and Allen stand as well. Middlesex members allowed to go and sit there.
The Middlesex
home
room in the
games?
Allen stand, yeah, exactly. I mean, the Middlesex room there behind the glass, which we'll get a shot of after this delivery. Behind the glass in the pavilion, behind the glass in the Allen room, it really does get a lot in there.
Short, nicely pulled away by Ed Barnes, who looks in the mood. Picked up on that length very quickly, and that's gone quite a long way in front of square two. Round about a mid-wicket line.
Yeah, at lower order they will go after a few deliveries a bit more. That was set up, didn't it? A little bit. There's some of the members on the top tier.
Can we get a wider shot of the whole pavilion?
Coming to you now, Dave. Dan, can you go wider for me, please, for the whole pavilion? I'll cut you off this delivery live on you now. Still with you, Dave.
Oh, that has gone a long way. Good response by Tom Helm. That was almost a leg break at about 85 mile an hour to the right-handed Barnes. That's the pavilion right now, so you can see there's a few members dotted around. Mixture of MCC and Middlesex members in there. There'll be a few more inside as well. Quite a cold day today, so not the perfect day for watching cricket. It's probably around about 13, 14 degrees right now. Again, similar spot. That's a really good length that from Tom Helm, because it's very hard for the batsman to get forward there. Going back is risky because it's not that short, that delivery. That's his length from his height. Just get one to jag away like the previous delivery and he's in business.
As I say, the thing about Lords, it does hide people well. The Middlesex room, just wondering somewhere between, let's say, 100 and 200 to be in there.
Edge, pouch, smart catch by Luke Holman at third slip. Got down nicely there. That's a good bit of bowling from Tom Helm. Just as I was saying, that's the length that he wants to be at. Found the line as well. It's all the sevens. Leicestershire 77 for 7.
Yeah, it's. I think you said it could happen quickly. These last 4 wickets. Well, there's one of them after lunch, and with each one that goes, then perhaps that speeds up the way that Mike will go about it as well. Good ball from Helm once again. Just targeting that off stump. He's been there or thereabouts from the start of this spell once more, and there he is. Just pushing it up there towards that off stump. And Barnes back and across, nicking through. Good, smart, sharp catch. Low down from Holman. He's halfway forward to it, wasn't he? Didn't really get anywhere with it, Barnes, but tough to face Tom Helm when he's bowling as well as this. There's a lot of people here today inside Lords in the media centre for the Rob Key press conference this morning. And, well, all of the top scribes from the country here at Lords, they'll have been pretty impressed by the quartet of bowlers that have been on display. Not so much so by the Leicestershire batting, but boy oh boy have they been up against it. Middlesex's 4-seam attack have been on top form. And 77 for 7 is hard on Leicestershire. Very hard indeed. Can they scramble something with the lower order? Chris Wright will follow the new man, Parkinson. Right at 10, a decent bat, as Middlesex fans will know, but plenty to think about for Paul Nixon and co. Up on the balcony. We saw him this morning, didn't we? Doing one of his final games actually at Grace Road, when he came up on 5 Live with us at the time. We were doing a quarter-final of the 2020 Cup. He'd been carried off the field by the Leicestershire fans in that T20 quarter-final.
He's Mr. Leicestershire, isn't he? Won't be pleased to see this, though. Ben Mike facing up to Shahin Shah Afridi. Beats the outside edge. Again, gets the nod of approval from Ben Mike. He tells the new batsman, Callum Parkinson. That one seamed away. Callum Parkinson, the new bat. Twin brother of Matt Parkinson. Looks exactly the same, except he bowls left arm spin as opposed to leg spin. Was very impressive last year for Leicestershire. 50 county championship wickets at 29. Not renowned for his batting. That's down leg from Shahin and picked up for Ben Mike. So Parkinson will have to face the music now. If Shahin Shah Afridi, career stats, 966 runs at 17 with 1 first class 50.
Got 4 for 35 from his 20 overs at MTS. Middlesex are all out for 196, which just opened up the chance of Leicestershire victory at MTS last year. Middlesex winning by 121 runs in the end.
Again, he's really keen to come around to the lower order batsman and angle in, swing the ball in, try and really attack those stumps. He's such a bowler with variety, isn't he? He's got different ways to attack you, different lengths that he can bowl, different ways he can swing the delivery. Just got everything, really.
I think that ball before, as you said, that left the batter, that's the one, isn't it? Left arm around the wicket. If you can keep it there and get them to leave the right-hander, they've got a real problem.
Big appeal. I think he might have just gone outside the line. Callum Parkinson, possibly an issue with height as well.
Yeah, I think he had a couple of things against it, that one. Afridi was convinced, wasn't he? Enthusiastic, full of energy. Might have gone upstairs with that one, but again, for an on-field umpire with no reviews, there are a couple of areas of doubts.
Almost a celebra appeal, wasn't that, from Shahin? He was almost standing on the batsman's toes while he was appealing. A solid block from Parkinson.
Yeah, that ball that went away, that you mentioned from Afridi, left arm around to a right-hander, going back up the slope. I mean, if he's able to do that, then fine. Left arm around the wicket. It's just how consistently is he able to do that, because the majority will angle back into Parkinson to try and get on that front foot defence, which just feels for Afridi that actually he's taking for himself a couple of opportunities out by being around the wicket.
Well, it goes with the bouncer. I think that's not a bad ploy, really. Keep the tail enders stuck in their crease. 78 for 7 off 31. Shahin will be eyeing up a 5-fer. Needs 2 more out of the final 3 to get his first 5-wicket haul for Middlesex. Has got a 5-wicket haul on this ground before. 6 wickets, in fact, against Bangladesh in the 2019 World Cup. But that will require the other bowlers to leave him those wickets too. Tom Helm is looking pretty tasty at the moment. Definitely the best rhythm that I've seen him for some time this season. Nice looking on drive, that from Ben Mike, straight to the fielder though. So how does Ben Mike play this now? Because he is the kind of guy that can score a quick fire 40-50, would be invaluable to Leicestershire, that right now.
I think if he comes together with Wright, then perhaps he's got the right to open up. But with Parkinson there, perhaps still just play for a bit of time here. It's only the 32nd over of the innings. Again, there is this suspicion that this ball goes soft quite quickly this year, the Duke's ball.
That's a good delivery going down the hill.
The biggest problem for Mike and Leicestershire is that you get past an opening pair for Middlesex and all of a sudden the pair that are replacing them are just as good. You know, the records and reputations, shall we say, of this Middlesex quartet, the records of Roland Jones and Ethan Bamber, the world-class reputation of Afridi, and the reputation of Helm. His first-class record doesn't back it up, but the reputation's huge, and rightly so.
Oh, right, hits right up on the stickers, that, doesn't it? That's the bounce that Helm can sometimes get. Not an easy batsman to get on the front foot to and drive.
So it's difficult to call how you play it here. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I think, is the situation. You've just got to hope, haven't you? Try and do as much right as he can. But he'll be resisting an inner temptation, which would be a more natural want for him to get on with it.
He got squared up there. Luckily for Mike, the ball stayed along the ground, went straight to Mark Stoneman, who's just behind square on a sort of gully line, deep gully on the offside.
So yeah, Mike 9 from 28. Bowled a really good spell at Grace Road last year. Will be useful here at Lords for Leicestershire, I'm sure, with the ball.
Oh, that's a good leave from Ben Mike. Possibly could have left it on length too, but that seemed in a long way. Thanks for your questions very much on Twitter. Mark Smith has asked, good pitch for a bowl as Leicester are struggling. I would say yes, Mark, but I've seen better pitches for the bowlers in the last couple of seasons here at Middlesex. There is obviously a bit in it. There's a bit of sea movement, as you'd expect in April, but I don't think it's done anything too dramatic. I think it's just been really, really good bowling, good use of any helpful conditions that are out there. Again, lots of eve movement and bounce from Helm, this time into Mike to end the over. Maiden for Helm, 78 for 7.
Yeah, and for Leicester as well, you know, I don't think there's many Division 2 batting lineups this year, indeed Division 1 batting lineups that would fancy facing this onslaught from Middlesex. Just looking quickly at the scores around Division 2, Derbyshire 102 for 1. Masood 56, Godalming 15, Guest 28. Godalming the man to go, so Masood's still going. Got some suggestion on for 1,000 before the end of April, never mind May.
Well, he's over 700 now, I think, or nearing 700. I believe he's got another couple of games after this one, so could easily be the first person to get to 1,000 before the end of May since Graham Hick in 1988, I think, or 89. Nick Compton almost did it, didn't he?
Just about to say he was denied by the rain at New Road, wasn't he, for Somerset that year? You looked at there was the picture of him on the paper the next morning, looking up at the skies, pouring with rain as it was, peering out from the balcony. When he was, well, he's but a few runs away, wasn't he, that morning? But rained off.
Yeah, he ended up getting there 1st or 2nd of June, I think, in the end. That's the closest anyone has come since Graham Hick in the late 1980s. So if Shan Masood can do it, it would be a momentous achievement in the county game. Might look for 2 here. Comfortable 2 for Ben Mike. Nice shape there, just punched it down the ground. Didn't try to overhit. He's into double figures.
I think the pace of that one there again, Afridi from the pavilion end, just tells you, again, if it was on the side of a quicker or a slower track, it's certainly on the slightly slower side, this surface. But again, from the batting perspective, any quicker than it is at the moment, that would only play into the hands of the bowlers.
and react. Just tee up and then react.
So how do you think that these tracks for early season are perfect here at Lords? You really wouldn't want to give it too much more for the bowlers. Batters can't particularly complain at what they're playing on. It's what they're playing against that's been the problem so far. That's what Mike has somehow got to try and resist and counter here.
Expansive drive from Ben Mike. He's connected with that one too. It's a long way out there, but that ball is going to go all the way. So is this the start of some kind of a Leicester counter-attack?
I was about to say, he's done the resisting. There's the counter from Mike. Again, good look at it from around the wicket from Afridi. It's that little bit of length from width for him to play with. Quite a half volley, was it? So fair play to him. But again, left arm around, so it just gives him something to look at. But he'll have to be wary of that ball coming sharply back in with the slope.
That's what Shahin is aiming for. He's thinking about that Louis Kimber dismissal from around the wicket in the first session where he bowled him through the gate. Got that one absolutely spot on in terms of length and movement.
Very nearly there, wasn't there? Coming back down, there's a little bit of room between the bat and the pad. Might just has to be wary here. He can't get carried away against somebody like Afridi.
Oh, another expansive drive. I think Ben Mike is starting to think that now's his chance to put a bit of pressure back on the Middlesex seamers, try and get a few runs out of the tail that he's batting with. 85 for 7 off 33 overs.
Yeah, probably fancy that he has got more of a chance taking on Afridi left arm around than he has, for example, Helm from the nursery end, taking the ball away from him with the slope. You'll fancy if he sees that little bit of width outside off, then there's something for him to go out with some degree of confidence, just wary of the one dipping back in. But Roland Jones and Bamber will be not long for a return. Helm bowled 7 on the bounce, I think, from the nursery end before lunch.
Oh, that's nicely tucked away by Callum Parkinson. He's off the mark. And more importantly, he's off strike. Get the more experienced batsman on, who looks like he's ready to just go up a gear, maybe.
It'd be interesting to see now, won't it, actually, Helm to Mike. If Helm is just sticking to that top of off stump and not engaging Mike, then whether Ben Mike tries to hit him off his line, we'll see.
Oh, he certainly is feeling it, Mr. Mike. That was a good length delivery, really, and he just flashed at it through the hands. Not there to drive at all, but he found somewhere near the middle of the bat, and crucially, he found the gap.
Wonder, was Helm interested? He put it out there. It's far from a half volley, was it? Wide from Helm. Was it to be a tempter, one that Mike did happily go after? Just any bit of width, perhaps, then is what Mike's decided. If he sees width, it goes.
Yeah, he definitely played that on width rather than on length. Edge that time and gone. Comfortable catch, a second for Luke Holman. So Ben Mike, just when he looked like he was starting to launch some kind of a counter, he's dismissed. Middlesex rampant, 90 for 8.
Well bowled, Tom Helm. Angled it back in on this one. It wasn't quite as wide that from Helm. And Mike perhaps feeling that it was. Just see where Helm's release was on the crease of that one. It felt like he really managed to angle that one a little bit better back up the slope to him. It wasn't there for him to go after that shot. And yeah, as you can see on the replay, just the outside off. He's played at it and he pays the price. 8 down. And now all of a sudden we were talking about how will Mike play it. Well, what will Parkinson do? With Wright coming to join him in the middle.
Yeah, that ball wasn't there to drive, was it? It was a good length. A bowler like Tom Helm generates a lot of bounce. Very difficult to get over the top of that. But really good bowling by Tom Helm, who has emerged in this afternoon session, really is clearly the pick of the other bowlers other than Shahin, Shah, Afridi. He's continued where he left off in Cardiff and here in the first game against Derbyshire. He is having a really good start to his season. He's picked up 3 wickets now to take his season total to 14. Fantastic average as well. His average was 13 coming into the game. And he's already picked up 3 for, what is it so far? 23. So that average might be dipping somewhere below 10 or around about 10 at the moment.
Chris Wright first wandered down those steps for Middlesex back in 2004. Had a few years of Middlesex. Highly regarded. Moved on to Essex, then to Warwickshire. A few mates in the Essex dressing room, I think, trying to convince him to head across. A few friends from his Cambridge days.
So Helm is on for a 5 for here as well. He's got 3 now. He and Shahin, if one of them can get the final 2 wickets, will pick up a 5-wicket haul. Good start. Immediately makes the tall frame of Chris Wright come forward and play. He's just come back into the side. Crucial really for Leicestershire. 36 years old, but he's really carried the seam bowling attack over the last few years since he arrived in 2018 from Warwickshire. 62 county championship wickets in the 2012 Warwickshire Championship side, title winning side. He pulled up injured in the first innings while bowling against Durham in the second match of the season. Didn't play in the last game, but he's back now. That is a big boost for them. First job, get some runs, try and get them up to 3 figures. Successful over for Tom Helm. 90 for 8 off 34 overs.
Here's Afridi then. 3 for 43. It's a race to 5 between he and Helm. Race towards the end of this spell. What have we had? 33 minutes since lunch. Continuing around the wicket. Afridi. I always want to go out and take 10 wickets, he says. He won't get it in this innings. Will he get it in the match? Can pick up a couple more here. Roland Jones got 8 for down at Glamorgan, where he picked up 9 for a couple of years ago. That was on a run, I think, across 3 matches, where he managed to pick up, I think it was 29 wickets in 3 games. Back-to-back 10-fers and then a 9 for at Glamorgan, if memory serves. Went a long way across to that one, Parkinson. It's a single down to fine leg. Wright's first look at Afridi. Yeah, Wright was always highly regarded as a young batter in his time with Middlesex. 87 is first class best. And he's one of those that haven't played as long as he had. It's almost a surprise that he hasn't got a century yet. But as he turned 37 in July, 1350s. Probably a far better batter than his average of 18 tells. Going down from Afridi. Didn't get a long way across it all to that one. Right, you can see a fair old bit of middling off. Again, with that slope, it's got to be perfect. Even for a right arm over from the pavilion end, there's a lot that needs to go your way. It's good in LBW because of the slope.
And I think Chris Wright showed a lot of his stumps there as well. There's a bit of a movement towards square leg, which doesn't help if you're the bowler and you're trying to get an LBW from around the wicket.
Suggesting he's a bit of a tough in his elder age, Chris Wright.
Not at all, no. Just move towards square leg.
It's an interesting little trigger he's got there, all right. As he picks up a single wide of Roland Jones to get off the mark. Back foot goes back and away rather than back and across, doesn't it? Luke Holman and signing the signatures down below. They're two pretty decent signatures to have of Bamber and Holman. Big futures ahead. Leg spinner who picked up 10 for at Hove last year, where Middlesex go next. There's the one coming down the slope again from Afridi, but starting well wide for Parkinson to leave alone.
Jag back a long way, that one. I do agree with you though, Kevin, in terms of him coming around the wicket, Afridi. It has worked already once today, getting Kimber out, and he's troubled the batsman when he's come around. But as you can see there, just 2 slips in and a gully, just cuts his options off a little bit on that front.
Was worked away. Get a couple here wide of mid-on. Might even think about a third as the slide goes in from Roland Jones, and back they come for 3. Parkinson moves to 5. Yeah, it feels as though there's an awful lot of energy from Afridi, but he's taking out a lot of wicket-taking options. He's minimising the number of angles that he can use. It feels like it almost has to be a perfect ball, as it was to Kimber, coming back through the gate. 95 for 8.
And just to let you know, we've got a bit of a competition for you during this game. Here's Middlesex's star left-arm overseas seamer to tell you more. So to get involved in that competition and to win a signed Shahin Shah Afridi Middlesex shirt, all you need to do is follow at Middlesex_CCC on Twitter, retweet that message from Shahin Shah Afridi, and you'll be in with a chance to win that signed shirt of this star Pakistani left arm seam bowler. So follow at Middlesex_CCC, retweet that message, that video message of Shahin Shah Afridi, and you'll be in the pot, in with a chance of winning that shirt at the end of this match. Not a bad prize for not too much effort.
Well, you do think the time that he's got here at Middlesex Afridi that you'd imagine there'll be a few that'll come in just to see him play. So it's Bamber. Down the track comes Parkinson. That's the one thing, I'll come back to it in a moment, that's the one thing Leicestershire will have to think. At some point they'll have to target a bowler. Whether Bamber from the nursery end will be the one. Just to try and find some runs from somewhere rather than this go. I mean, when it gets to the last 2, all of a sudden it's over in 2 deliveries. You think you've got to try and scramble some runs. We talked about the Ben Mike approach. You can see that he was being more adventurous with his shots. That was the most adventurous in terms of charging down the track from Parkinson that we've seen so far. Waits on it this time and clips him away. A couple of runs here. Martin Anderson on as a sub. Looks like Tom Helm's just gone off after his spell. So nothing too much to worry about. And a couple more to the total, 97 for 8. But yeah, Afridi, you'd have thought that that'll put a few bums on seats this summer for Middlesex. Wanted to come and see some serious talent on display. Lovely shot. We go down the slope, and Max Holden can give up. Once it's away and down the slope, it's hard to catch it. Down below Old Father Time towards the Tavern and the Mounds. And that's the 100 up for Leicestershire in their first innings, 101 for 8. 214 balls, 163 minutes. A tough innings so far for the visitors, haven't been put in.
That was a high-quality shot from Callum Parkinson, like a top-order batsman. Just leant into that cover drive, didn't try to overhit. Really beautiful.
Push back. Yeah, if he comes in ahead of right, then he must know one end of the bat from the other, Parkinson. Again, right's got the ability. So Parkinson. I think Wright will probably be asked to block now, won't he? Block for Parkinson. Let Parkinson take some educated risks with the bat. Backing across to that one, working into the onside. You can see that he's thinking about angles out there at the moment, whether he was just thinking about an angle to find the single to keep the strike. It's the end of the over, 36 gone. Leicestershire 101 for 8.
I wouldn't be surprised if Parkinson tries to target Bamber here. Bamber, the bowler with the least pace of the four-prong seam attack. Maybe try to get down the track as we saw him do the first delivery of that over. Very hard to do something similar to the likes of Roland Jones, Shahin, Shah, Afridi, Tom Helm with their extra bounce. Speaking of Toby Roland Jones, even he is back into the attack from his favoured pavilion end. Was very good in the first session of play, picking up 1 wicket, that of Sam Evans, ending his long resistance. 9 of 51 he made. Got him out from this end as well. Caught at first slip.
It's the pads, but falling away harmlessly into the onside. A little bit of a yelp, but nothing too much. So really put the pressure on the umpire. Yeah, Roland Jones will he'll be tough to get after as well. It will be a slightly straighter line that he'll be bowling at this stage though, which might open up the onside. 6-3 field at the moment for Middlesex. One came back in, but starting very wide. Really dragged that one down, Roland Jones, and that's beautifully timed. Up the slope it goes. A big old boundary. It's not quite going to have the legs in the end. They've run 3. Off the old legs of Chris Wright. They run 2 in the end. No, it was Wright who hit it. 3 it was.
It's quite a long way out there. I think we might see an all-run 4 at some point in this game. Certainly if you hit the corner, if you hit it more through cover rather than a wider cover like that delivery, you might be able to run 4. Sam Robson doing the fielding, just warming up his legs for his inevitable batting stint coming up shortly.
Drops third back. Anderson, who was in the gully, sub on for Helm. He's gone back down to third. Expecting through a few bats thrown at the ball here from Parkinson, perhaps. 3 slips in place, waiting for a mistake. Third, point, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square now on long leg. That's 6-3 field. So again, I mentioned if Roland Jones does go a little bit straighter, he might go the other way here and just try and hang it a little bit more outside off. Doubt there'll be too much up towards the toes of Parkinson either. I think they'll pretty much like Mike was dismissed by Helm, they'll look for that little bit of width outside off, but on a decent length. That's why third, looking for one flying in the air. Protection down there, but can also be a catching position. The deep square back as well. So I think, like I say, it'll be fraction more on the shorter side from Roland Jones now. There you go. Just gets one to rise on him. Parkinson in behind it. On to cover the over. That was a lovely ball from Roland Jones. He'll have enjoyed that. Up on the splice, played by Parkinson.
Vicious bounce, really, from Toby Roland Jones there. That was nasty. I think it hit Parkinson somewhere around the bicep or shoulder. Just ballooned away.
I was waiting for that to be the bluff so that my commentary had finished saying he won't be much up around the toes here, and he bowls in with a Yorker next ball. This goes fuller last ball, right in behind it, Parkinson though. And 104 for 8. I don't know much of a look at the scores around the country. I haven't had a chance really to take our eyes off this one, which probably worth doing. We'll do it again at the end of the innings, but as mentioned, there wouldn't be many batting lineups in Division 2 that will fancy facing this lot. Decent Glamorgan line up with Leicestershire and North East, unable to resist the Middlesex attack. Derbyshire 116 for 2 against Glamorgan, and Masood's gone for 60. Caught and bowled by Hogan, who actually had a tougher time. Nisa was part of that attack last week as well. I didn't even mention him. Van der Houten the pick of them. Harris with the wickets as well, but that's a pretty decent attack, isn't it? Nisa, Hogan, Harrison, Van der Houten.
Big news coming from the game between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire as well.
One going down leg. Just rattled, rolled up the pad really.
So Nottinghamshire are the overwhelming favourites amongst most bookies to go back up into Division 1. They've got Worcestershire 144 for 9 at Trent Bridge. Stuart Broad playing his first game of the season. He's got 1 wicket, but he's been quite expensive. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40, going almost 6 and over. Dane Patterson at the other end, 14.2 overs, 6 maidens, 8 for 51. Staggering figures from the South African overseas of Nottinghamshire. They've got a pretty handy bowling attack as well. Luke Fletcher, Stuart Broad, Dane Patterson, Lyndon James.
It's Nottinghamshire who pitch up here in a few weeks at Lords, and that's going to be a tasty encounter, I think, already. That'll be one that will have a lot of eyes from Division 2. The Middlesex having this good start. Couldn't quite guarantee in the new era for Middlesex how it would begin. A few changes. Chris Wright with the old Jack Russell drawing of the curtain there, putting the bat across, having followed it a fair way to begin with.
And then the other game in Division 2 is between Durham and Sussex. 2 winless sides so far alongside Leicestershire. Durham 119 for 6, having won the toss and batted first. At Hove, 3 wickets for Tom Clark. Alex Lee's out for 11 in that game, playing his second game for Durham. Got a big 100 in his first game, 180 odd I think, not out. Middlesex go to Hove next week.
No Stephen Finn in that game today?
No, not playing today. Young Sussex team played in the first game, Steve, but hasn't been seen since. Very young Sussex team. Middlesex will fancy their chances, I think.
Oh, that one goes through. Simpson low to his left. Seemed to get up as it came back up the slope, that one.
Couple of decent overseas players, though, Sussex this year. Yeah. Cheshire Pujara and Mohammed Rizwan.
If you're going to put the kids in as Sussex have, then you've got to get good overseas, haven't you? Middlesex did that in 2011 with Chris Rogers. Brought in that grizzly old player to get them through. And hello to you, Buck, if you tuned in. Usually keeps an eye out on these 2 of his former counties, of course. 104 for 8. Score at the end of the 38th, 1 for 11 from 5. Yeah, I think Sussex doing absolutely. They've been in for a little bit of criticism, haven't they? There's been this debatable focus on white ball cricket for Sussex. Debatable in that, has anything actually been said on the record that they're going to focus on white ball cricket? But they've thrown the youngsters in for the championship. Brought in Stephen Finn and, as you say, a couple of good overseas as well. That's what you've got to do. You've got to balance it the other way as well. Then if you're bringing youngsters in, you've got to make sure you've got some good overseas to help. I think having gone back to 2 overseas, as the championship has now, also is a huge advantage for the counties and for the youngsters to develop their game. Quick single, taken just fine and mid-on.
Let's have a look at the Division 1 scores as well. 10 teams in Division 1, remember, just 8 in Division 2. All the sides in action today. So we start at Chelmsford in Division 1. Northamptonshire taking on Essex. Northamptonshire put into bat, and they are 107 for 2. Will Young, their New Zealand opening batsman, 55 not out. The Essex team doesn't have Dan Lawrence in it. He's out, injured. Might be a doubt for the first test of the season.
Will be runs fine of Gully. Holman had come up from 3rd for Chris Wright, and he edges it down that vacant region for 4, doubling his tally.
Runs just coming a bit more freely now since these two have come together. Chris Wright just playing away from his body there, but he found the gap. Bit of width from Roland Jones, and he threw his hands at it, took his chances, got his reward. 109 for 8 now. Any runs from here on in, a bonus really for Leicestershire.
That's nicely played. Ha! Whipped away by Wright down to long leg for a single. A little bit finer than he'd liked. That short boundary down there. If you'd got it in front of the fielder, you'd have had every chance for another boundary. Holman heading back down to 3rd now. Haven't been up for Wright, for Parkinson will be back. Looks like they're going to chop back Holden from point to a deep cover as well.
Surrey taking on Gloucestershire in Division 1 in Bristol. Surrey put into bat. They're 97 for 3 as it stands. Ollie Pope, 42 not out. Recovered from 37 for 3. Rory Burns, Ryan Patel and Hashim Amla, the 3 out. Sam Curran also playing in that game. And Colin de Grandhomme is their new overseas signing to replace the Kemar Roach, injured Kemar Roach. Ahmed Amir playing for Gloucestershire as overseas player. 10 overs, none for 21 so far.
Bowled again from Roland Jones. Nothing there for Parkinson to play with at all.
Two sides who've started really well in Division 1, Hampshire and Lancashire, meeting at the Aegeus Bowl today. Lancashire have won both their games. Hampshire, I think, have won 2 out of 3. And Hampshire 109 for 5.
A recovery.
Recovery, exactly, from 40 for 5. Jimmy Anderson, 2 for 21. Back in the wickets. Will he be back in the test side now that Rob Key is the new director of cricket and Ben Stokes the new captain?
Didn't quite get up. Played in the back foot by Parkinson. Low on the bat. End of the over. 110 for 8. I don't think any of that press conference was embargoed, was it? Because we've obviously heard. I'm sure you did, like me, go down and ask. What did he say then? I think it's all freely reportable, that press conference.
Yeah. What have you heard?
Broad and Anderson. The door's wide open to both. That neither of them are out of the reckoning, and if they're bowling and they're the best bowlers, then they'll play.
It doesn't surprise me at all. I know Rob Key pretty well, having worked with him at Sky Sports for many years, and I know he's a big Anderson and Broad fan, as are a lot of people, and thought he would have that attitude to bring them back. Not surprised either that Ben Stokes is the new captain. I know that he's a huge fan of Stokes. Interesting to see what they'll do with Ben Stokes' workload, because that would be my big worry, is taking on the Test captaincy and playing 3 formats. Very difficult to do in this day and age. Joe Root didn't do it, of course. He captained the Test side but didn't play white ball cricket eventually, or played in the 50 over side but not on the T20 side as well.
He's gone. Bamber has his second. Leicestershire lose their 9th. And Wright completely misses one right up there on off stump from Bamber. Wright's gone for 9, the former Middlesex man. And Bamber, 4th bowler used. He now has 2 wickets. Middlesex very nearly through here. Leicestershire 110 for 9.
Well, it may have been the number 10, Chris Wright, but this was an absolute seed of a delivery. Pitched and went away down the hill. There you go. What a ball that is. I suspect that might have got better batsmen out than Chris Wright. Wright didn't really move his feet, but still, Ethan Bamber will be very happy with that dismissal.
As they were behind the stumps. He was playing down middle as that's at the top of off. As you say, it moved away down the slope. And the perfect ball from Ethan Bamber. Again, that's one of the reasons, really, that he was seen as the long-term replacement for Mercer. It looked as though he's the perfect man from the nursery, and with that accuracy that he has, used the slope to his advantage. This will be a beautiful angle of it from watching behind right. Lovely ball. And final reward for Bamber. We said what effect will it have on him, that challenge, and he's been pretty faultless since he's played his part as the 4th bowler used by Middlesex. Out comes Hendricks, the last for Leicestershire. Out comes the sun as well. Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman won't mind that, starting on a sunny afternoon.
Yep, don't want to tempt fate, but things are falling into place at the moment for Middlesex. Just need to finish this job, which won't be as simple as it seems on paper. Bjorn Hendricks actually played a gem of an innings in their first game against Worcestershire for Leicestershire, because he and Hassan Azad batted an astonishing 25.4 overs at the end of the match. 9 down they were to save the game for Leicestershire. They drew that match. Bjorn Hendricks really played his part. Need more of the same, I think, today. 25 overs together would be a huge help.
Good ball, first up from Bamber, and equal to it, Hendricks. He pushes up to mid-off. Left-hander. Not many lefties in this Leicestershire lineup, was there? The number 1 and the number 11. Bamber's figures look good. 2 for 11 from 5.3.
I think actually it's one of the hidden pluses, really, of this performance by the Middlesex bowlers, ones that you don't really see on the scorecard, is the fact that Ethan Bamber has been operating from an end that traditionally he has not liked bowling from in the nursery end, and an end that he's going to have to get used to bowling from, with Shahin, Shah, Afridi wanting to bowl from the pavilion, and he's just picked up where he left off. He's looked as dangerous today as he has done last season from the pavilion end. And if he can continue that way, that's going to be fantastic news for Middlesex, because they can then rotate their bowlers a little bit more. They don't have to be totally beholden to whichever bowler wants to bowl from whichever end. They can move things around.
Yeah, what he does, Bamber, it shouldn't trouble him too much, pavilion or nursery, should it? And it's, you know, it's great for him that he's done so well from the pavilion end. But just looking to leave it on a spot as he does. It's just a single, edgily down to third. It means Hendricks will keep the strike. 111 for 9. Nelson on the board. And Roland Jones hoping that he can get 2 wickets now. 3 for Helm. 3 for Afridi. 2 for Bamber now. With Wright bowled for 9 with a beaut of a delivery from him. Can Roland Jones finish it off for Middlesex? I think that was the thing really at lunch, wasn't it? Brilliant morning, just don't let Leicestershire recover in the afternoon, and I think it's fair to say they've done as good a job as you'd hope. But still time for a wag of the tail. One final flourish. But this will be an interesting pairing though, Roland Jones to Hendricks.
Callum Parkinson's clearly got a lot of faith in Bjorn Hendricks. Took the single without any hesitation. I know he's a number 9 himself, but he's shaped up pretty nicely for his 24 balls.
I see him behind that one. Will he be able to resist that short boundary that he's looking at? The left-hander, ball angling across him. He's looking across towards that tavern stand. Sat in there last year as we were watching the Middlesex games, that being the temporary media centre, the tavern stand. I remember that wonderful cover drive by another lower order, number 11 I think he was that day as well, Tilam Wallaluita. Flourishing Lara-esque cover drive from the left-hander it was. Out next ball. Put right up there, given a chance by Roland Jones. So there's a little bit of shape on that one, all right, from Middlesex quick, but just eased away into the onside. Yeah, it was as good a shot as you could imagine, that cover drive from Wallaluisa. Absolutely gorgeous.
I think he's got a bit of promise actually as a batsman. Wallaluita, he's got a good technique, he hits the ball well. It's a hard too. I think Stuart Law thought he could develop his batting while he was here, turn him into a bit of a lower order hitter. Maybe not someone who's going to stick around and block it for too long. Nice little clip off his legs by Bjorn Hendricks for 2, so he moves on to 3. I'll tell you what though, I don't miss those days down in the tavern stand, temporary media centre as you called it there, commentary box. Pretty cold, wasn't it, when you opened the... Stephen Fletcher just looked at me quizzically and saying, what do you mean? It was lovely. It was a nice view, it was nice to be down there, but it was very cold when you opened up the windows.
It's a lot nicer up here, isn't it?
It is. It's nice and warm up here. You're in your t-shirt now, aren't you? You can derobe.
Little inside edge on that. Nobody wants that with the commentators cam in play, Floydie.
Better put your jacket back on then, mate.
Yeah, it's the next stand to be developed, isn't it? The tavern stand here at Lord's. A 1960s build. An era that sends the shivers up and down the spines of architects up and down the country, the 1960s. Tavern's not that bad.
So on the right of your screen there, towards the end there, the last 3 boxes there, where the Hobgoblin logo is, that's generally where we were commentating from last season, round about there.
There were a few hobgoblins sat inside those boxes last year.
Tell you what, it was cold when they opened the windows. Early January, I said there. Early April. It felt like January. Me and Adam Collins had to get our beanies on quite a few times. But it was different. It was nice to be in a different place. You weren't directly behind the bowler's arm, but you got a different view of proceedings. Because you had the windows open, you could hear all the noise from the ground. You could even hear the odd nick if they were playing on a pitch like today's pitch over on that side towards the mound stand. Nice to get different views, isn't it, when you work at a ground rather than always being in the same place.
You could watch the Compton stand being demolished from over there. Were you here one of the days when all the plumes of smoke and dust were coming up as they demolished the Compton stand?
I don't think so, actually. Must have been my day off. Bouncer from Ethan Bamber. Don't say that too often, do you?
Yeah, he's a bustly bowler, isn't he? Barrel-chested Bamber. Yeah, he's well-built young 23-year-olds. Bulked up a fair old bit. And yeah, a busy bowler, all right. But again, it's just that accuracy from him, which is so unerringly good.
He's drawing the batsman out there, looking to get one to run down the hill. You said before, actually, I think you said that Ethan Bamber and Tim Murtagh were of similar builds, similar statures. I think Bamber's stockier, though, isn't he, really? I mean, you look at him
around
there.
the shoulders.
Yeah, he's quite a muscular guy, really. He likes to wear a tight top. He's got a big chest area. He's not as tall as Tim Murtagh either.
Yeah, but he was the young up-and-coming whippersnapper once upon a time, wasn't he?
Yeah, 28 years ago. He's actually the same age as me, Tim Murtagh. Played against him in Colts cricket years ago when he was at Surrey. I was playing for Middlesex Colts, under 14s or something.
Inside edge on that one. Sloman collects. Go on, how did it go? Carving way through the
Can't
covers
really
a few
remember
times.
though, but he wasn't quick. I remember that. I remember that
Didn't go well then.
keeper used to stand up, used to open the bowling. He didn't give you anything to hit from memory.
Keeper used to stand up to Mertz in Colts.
Yeah, we're talking, I think, under 13s or something like that, under 14s.
Just
He obviously got quicker. Just a bit. Edged just short once again of Peter Hanscom, who just nonchalantly takes that on the half volley. I think that's the third that's gone to him on the half volley. He took one catch very low, one high to dismiss Vian Mulder. But it's been a good day for him so far, the Middlesex skipper, hasn't it? Everything's worked for him. Bowlers are right on the money. Hasn't needed to even go to Luke Holman. Could be the third innings in a row where the spinner doesn't get a bowl for Middlesex. But high on his wish list, certainly the skipper, will be runs today.
It actually wouldn't be the worst shout in the world now to throw the ball to Holman from the nursery end. Looking to hit against the spin to the big boundary. For the right-handed, Parkinson, the left-handed Hendricks, perhaps. He'd be hitting with the spin to the shorter boundary, wouldn't he? But
I think that's the issue, isn't it? With left-right combo, it's then hard to bring him on because one of them's going to have a shorter boundary to aim for. I think I'd stick with the seamers for a little bit. Around the wicket, just gets a bit of swing into Buren Hendricks.
Yes, I suppose bowling from the pavilion end, then if Parkinson was to target the shorter boundary, he'd be hitting against the spin, wouldn't he? So I suppose could be that thought, but it's just the thought, isn't it, against a tail-ender, that eventually one of them goes up in the air against the spinner. But Roland Jones will be thinking of a second wicket after his 8th down at Cardiff. He'll be wanting one more in this innings if he can. The wickets have been generally well spread throughout the few games Middlesex have had so far.
Nice straight bat from Callum Parkinson. He's actually shaped up really well with the bat in this innings. He's got a simple technique, stays very still at the crease. There's one very nice, sumptuous cover drive through the offside for 4, and he hasn't looked in too much trouble, to be honest. Might be an argument even for trying to farm the strike, although Buren Hendricks also has looked fairly solid in defence and has shown he can bat in that Worcestershire game. Oh, and I almost put the mockers on Parkinson there. Just didn't move his feet, thick inside edge, and he takes the single, gets off strike. I suppose at this stage, 115 for 9, you just got to take any run available to you.
Oh, just noticed the over 8's -2 as well. Something else that sends a shudder down the spine. Over 8 -2. Sent Middlesex down in 2017. The points deduction for their -2 over 8. I think we got distracted, didn't we, from the scores elsewhere when was it the wicket of right, perhaps? Hampshire, you've got to fire as Hampshire, didn't you? 40 for 5, recovering now to 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nick Gubbins has 53, the one that got away, or one of those that got away. Higgins and Gubbins, I think, are the two that are lamented for slipping through the fingers of Middlesex. Gubbins together with Organ at the moment. Organ on 37 from 40 for 5 to 1, 2, 3 for 5. Gubbins and Organ. Sounds like a old street trading. street. Imagine it in Victoria in Dickens times. In the old street market.
Somerset have not started well this season, particularly with the bat. They've been really struggling, lost every game so far. Looking slightly better at Taunton today. Put into bat by Warwickshire, the champions, and they're 162 for 1. Matt Renshaw, 92 not out. The very talented Tom Lammonby, 56. Important runs for him because he's not been in great form. Tom Abel, the skipper, got 100 last week. He's 10 not out. So they're going well today. Kent against Yorkshire at Headingley, another game in Division 1 that we haven't spoken about. Kent put into bat by Yorkshire, 153 for 4.
Yeah, Cox the last to go for 68. Bell Drummond not out on 71. They were 20 for 3, weren't they? Having lost Compton, Crawley and Leaning pretty quickly. Decent batting lineup. Kent who won Division 3 last year, of course, with that victory against Middlesex in the last round down at Canterbury. In good order at the moment, Kent.
What does Zach Crawley get? 4. LBW Harris Ralph, the Pakistani overseas. Another Pakistani overseas fast bowler.
It's wonderful to see at the moment, isn't it, the overseas talent? Vast majority being from Pakistan, it feels like. What's the debate out in the middle? Something that they found. Roland Jones is passing it around to the umpire now, whatever it is. Umpire will stick it in his pocket, whatever they found.
Bjorn Hendricks throws his hands at a bit of width. And he's been sent back. Chance of a run out. But it's been missed. Ethan Bamber trying to hit the stumps, having gathered wide of them, a couple of yards wide of them. I think it would have been close this had he connected. Bjorn Hendricks got the dive in. That would have been a way to finish the innings. Might have summed up the day really for Leicestershire so far. A comical run out to finish things off.
I thought they were going to get up and go for another one after the spill from Bamber. He didn't spill it quite as far away from himself as I first thought.
Very solid from Callum Parkinson. Let's have a look at that replay then of the run out chance. Let's have a look. Bamber, oh yeah, I mean you can just see Bjorn Hendricks diving into frame. I think he might have been home. You could see there he was almost past Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, there was a smile on Bamber's face afterwards when he was talking to Roland Jones. Probably the relief of Roland Jones saying, yeah, I think he was in. Just drifted a little bit here for Middlesex, isn't it? Again, that ball 40 to 50 overs old. Like I say, the little chat that's just going around at the moment amongst the bowlers is that it ages quite quickly, and once it's gone, this ball. There's no second win, there's no second life for it. I think when Middlesex do come out to bat, that's something that will be high on their mind. Leave as many as possible. Again, Richard Johnson talking about that yesterday in the pre-match interview. That if there was one thing he'd like to have seen, it was leaving the ball a bit better at Glamorgan. As I said to you this morning, I felt Middlesex left it better than Glamorgan did, but that'll be something, you know, get deep into the first innings, get deep into the spells of the bowlers. It's around about now, if you're 5 wickets down at this point, you're still in a bit of trouble, but at least you've got a chance of racking something up as the bowlers just tire a little. And certainly this batch of balls that they're talking about this year, the Duke's balls, just not quite being as some of the bowlers would have liked. So often you talk about a ball that sometimes comes to life at about 40 overs. In days gone by, you know, when the shine comes off one side, all of a sudden you just, you know, might have had nothing from it for 30 overs or so, and then it just starts to come to life a bit. But that's not happening with this batch this year, apparently.
Big appeal. Got a big stride in there, Callum Parkinson, but did he jam down on that with his bat as well? I would suggest the line wasn't too far off.
Felt like it came back a fair bit as well, that one. That's been something else that's been talked about as well, that sometimes there's a little bit of swing that just comes back into it much later in the day with this older ball. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, maybe he squeezed it between bat and pad. If he didn't, it looked pretty close, that. Big stride in, but it hit him low. Ethan Bamber's not a tall bowler. He's not going to generally get loads of carry and take the ball over the top of the stumps, as opposed to this man, Roland Jones.
There's so many factors to take into account, isn't there, with you know, a batch of balls like this. It's what's underfoot, what's overhead. So, you know, when you're weighing up what this batch of balls is like, because there was another little whisper that actually far later in the piece, all of a sudden it started swinging, and you know, you thought it had been dead for quite a while, and then they were just finding a little bit of swing from this current batch. So we'll see. This innings is well, Middlesex will hope not long for the world.
Flashes. Bjorn Hendricks' eyes lit up there with a bit of width from Roland Jones, who's coming around the wicket, but he's got to remember he's still got the slope to take it away from the left-hander.
So yeah, that's what Middlesex will hope. They'll be saying, look, let's make sure that you keep those wickets in hand early. Mark Stoneman, he's so good at it, at that vigil for a duck last year. What was it, near 40 ball duck or so? Because this is the stage now when Leicestershire really would have been liking to start to think really about scoring runs, starting to have wickets in hand, start to take advantage of tiring bowlers and an older ball, but far from it. It's a smash and grab at the end if they can manage it, although these two haven't gone far. 14 from 33 Parkinson, 5 from 22 Hendricks. Yeah, my mind's still just turning to Holman here a bit, see if they sky one.
A decent looking check cover drive from Hendricks. He gets another single, moves on to 6, gets Parkinson back on. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's getting towards possibly Luke Holman time. You've just got to be careful with the short boundary. You definitely don't want to have the left-handed Hendricks hitting to that short boundary, so you probably then need to bowl him from the nursery ground. Sorry, from the pavilion end rather. Means that the right-handed Parkinson will have the shorter hit, but will have to hit against the spin, if there is much spin out there. But quite often, spinner can get the wicket for you at the end of an innings. Going to be a couple more, I think, here for Parkinson. Yep. Comfortable. So he's now just 3 runs off the top score in the innings. The number 9, Callum Parkinson. Ben Mike at the moment, the top scorer with just 19.
The other man to think about at this point, of course, Shahin Shah Afridi. Bit of pace against the number 11 when he gets the chance to have a look at him. Roland Jones, 13 overs now, 1 for 30. They want one over bowl Roland Jones after his heroics last week. All done across 2 days. But nonetheless, no point bowling him into the ground this early in the season and at this stage of this innings, really. Bamber will be happy to keep going, having not played last week. Was it 3 he bowled before lunch, so this is 6th over of this spell now. Of course, tea, a long way off still, 40 minutes away. Will be extended by half an hour if they don't take this wicket to 10 past 4, because it is the 9th wicket, or the final wicket pairing. Equally, if this wicket doesn't fall in the next 10 minutes, then it'll be an early tea. So Robson and Stoneman will be able to go and put their feet up for 20 minutes.
Width, timed nicely that time by Buren Hendricks. Very easy on the eye, cover drive, right to the long part of the boundary. Can they get 4? No, they just jog through for 3.
You'll get it before the game's out, Floydie. I reckon Holden and... who am I going to go for? Holden and Simpson. Good call from the back of the box.
Everyone loves an all-run 4, come on.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, T, 340 or 32 overs remaining in the day, whichever comes first. But the fall of the wicket, if it's close to T and the 9th wicket's gone, then T's delayed by half an hour. Or indeed, if the wicket falls within sight of T, as it was at Glamorgan last week, T's brought forward. There was a few raised eyebrows in surprise when everybody walked off for tea at 10 past 3 last week. Long old evening session.
Clipped away from fairly straight. And again, it's going to be 2. So useful runs here at the back end. This partnership worth 17. Which doesn't sound like much, but it's one of the better partnerships that Leicestershire have had today. Best partnership so far has been only 22 for the 7th wicket, would you believe?
It's not a nuisance yet, this partnership, but it will just becoming a little bit of a frustration.
Yeah, Swindles and Mike. Sorry, not Swindles and Mike. Barnes and Mike with that partnership of 22, so these two just 5 runs away from equaling that. Has gone a bit flat for Middlesex.
Yeah, so
you'd have to say. You can't complain really when the opposition are 127 for 9, but does feel like...
don't want it to go on too much longer from Pete Hanscom's point of view. In fact, he's waving now down to long leg. Is that Tom Helm down there? Helm was the other one who...
I think it might be Holman, actually. Well run, Callum Parkinson. Means that Hendricks only has 1 ball to survive, and it could be leg spin next up.
Yeah, the two of them are going, Helm and Holman by the looks of it. Helm, such a fantastic white ball bowler. So bowling to a lower order like this, they're looking to play a shot or two. That slow ball Yorker of his is a beaut, isn't it? End of the over, 128 for 9. And as Hanscom pulled the plug now on Roland Jones? I think not just yet. Holman, no, he's calling him in, he's saying go on, get going. So Holman had gone all the way around the boundary rope. I think he was thinking that Roland Jones had one more, and then they'd send him across. I think this is a good move, and they have gone to the pavilion end for Holman as well, which means if Parkinson, the right-hander, wants to hit to the short boundary, he's got to hit against the spin. And Hendricks, the left-hander, will again, he'll be hitting to the bigger boundary if he hits across the line, even though he'll be hitting with the spin.
I think that makes sense, to be honest. Give yourself the best chance of getting a catch in the deep. It's a big, big hit out there for the left-hander if he wants to try and take it on. I wouldn't be doing it. It's a huge hit, in fact, out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary for Buren Hendricks.
It's Holman, AFC Wimbledon fan. He and his dad Pete.
Is he?
Afternoon, Pete, if you tuned in. Big old weekend coming up. They've only got to turn around a 7-goal disadvantage in League One if they're to avoid relegation this weekend. They were down there the other week.
Drags that one down a little bit, which enables Parkinson to take one, get off strike. He's a North Middlesex boy, isn't he, Luke Holman? One of the production line, along with Ethan Bamber and Cracknell, Joe Cracknell. Max Harris, is he from North Middlesex? That's correct. Probably the best club around at the moment in the Middlesex League in terms of producing youth. Got a very good club first 11. A lot of them have played regularly for the club before coming up into the Middlesex setup. Well fielded by Peter Hampskin, who's been pretty faultless at first slip all day. Holman, of course, had a massive breakthrough last year with his first 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket at Hove against Sussex in just his 4th first-class game. Big, big moment for him. That's good. Nice flight. Good length as well.
He lands them well from the off, doesn't he, Holman? For a leg spinner and for a young leg spinner as well. And that 10, of course, was when Middlesex racked up their highest their highest first-class score. That innings at Hove with that record opening wicket stand between Robson and Stoneman.
And even picking up a wicket here would be pretty big for him. Malalawita didn't get a bowl in the entire game last week. If Holman can come on and just take his small opportunity that he's got here and finish this innings off, it'll be a small feather in his cap and in the eyes of Richard Johnson. In his preview of the game, in his interview with Steve Fletcher, head of communications / chief reporter for Middlesex, it was interesting to see what Richard Johnson had to say, and he said, you know, if a player comes in, for example, Luke Holman comes in and does well, then it's up to Tillan to then displace him. He wants to see players coming in and taking their chances, have real competition for places. So you get a chance, you're the man in possession, better make sure you take it. Edged! Oh, great attempt by Peter Hanscom, but he couldn't quite reel it in. I said he'd almost had a faultless... Well, I said he had a faultless day so far. It's not anymore. That was a sharp chance. He went with one hand to his left. Would have been a really good catch. But it looked like he'd almost reeled it in. I think it was close to the middle of the hand. He then juggled it, tried to get it on the second attempt. Couldn't quite do it. Let's have a look.
would have been a great catch, wouldn't it? It went a long way for a slip fielder to spin. That ball's moving fast and over not a great deal of distance either. 22 runs the partnership for the final wicket. Still one more from Bamber. Helm was warming up.
Bit of frustration even. Created a word there. Bit of frustration for Middlesex. Nothing too galling at the moment, but they won't want to see Leicestershire getting up to 150 plus. They'll feel they've been in control of this all the way through. Just need to see this job through. Make sure this doesn't get too out of hand. Still something in the pitch for the bowlers, even with the ball being a bit soft. They've just got to get the right bowlers on. Take any half chances that come along their way, like the one in the previous over. It was tough. But it did look like at one point he might just get it on the rebound. Oh, he goes short again, Ethan Bamber. Single for Hendricks.
He's a cracking fielder as well, Hanscom. Catch he took at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire last year. Really, really stunning catch. Probably catch of the season. Certainly the catch of the season that I saw last year. I think the camera just about caught it up. Amazing effort. Horizontal to the ground. Fully outstretched in the covers. I think it was either a very wide mid-off or a straight extra cover.
And there's the bouncer again. But just mixing things up shows you that Middlesex are having to think a bit harder in terms of getting this final wicket. It's not been as simple as the earlier wickets that they've taken, and maybe they shouldn't be surprised. Hendricks lasted over 25 overs against Worcestershire. He's got a good technique. Parkinson has looked very solid.
I don't know if it goes back a little bit to what we were saying about this batch of balls this year. You think of that Simpson and Roland Jones partnership. Just trying to think, what was it, 110 for 6 when they came together. So the ball, let's say at that point, was circa 30, 35 overs old when they came together, and they really dug in for a while, the pair of them, before opening up as the partnership went on. Helm playing his part as well. And a bit of Afridi and Wallace to top it up at the end. Not quite enough to get that fourth batting point, which was a frustration last week. Hanscom highlighted that at the end. End of the over here, 133 for 9. You mentioned about the battle for Division 1 promotion. Saying Notts one of the heavy favourites to go back up. Of course, it could be a 3-division setup next year. 3 divisions, 6 in each, 10 championship games. I don't know if it could be voted through that quickly, the change, but certainly the way it's been reported is that it seems as though it's a possibility. So the winners, or the, what would it be, the top half of Division 2 end up in a Division 2 next year.
Holman continues. Well, if you believe what's been written in the papers, then Rob Key, the new director of cricket, of men's cricket for England, is pro.
He said it in his column, didn't he?
He did. Standard column. He said it a while ago. Yeah, correct. And he's pro 3 groups of 6.
I remember when I first started covering Middlesex back in 2005. Back then there was 250 over competitions, a 2020 and the championship, and the players were exhausted with 4 competitions. It's nicely stopped by Stoneman in the covers, and I remember copping a few pelters when I said on commentary that year that I think they should reduce to 10 championship games a year, 3 divisions of 6. But they had 4 competitions for the counties back then, and 2 50-over competitions.
So you're basically in the Rob Key camp.
I was back then. Now it's 2 20-over competitions, or 100 and a 20-20. Like I say, I think now probably you need 14 games a season. We've had a brilliant April so far, but so often you lose a couple of games to weather. You lose a couple of games to bad pitches, be them absolute featherbeds or dogs of pitches.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's gone straight on, gone past the outside edge. Good over from Holman, actually. He's
well,
found a bit of rhythm. Yeah, he's getting some really nice drift, as you saw there, away from the left-hander into the right-hander, and that one skidded on too. So slips really in play with the left-hander.
And a lot of the cricket back in 2005 was played in the middle of the summer, so it didn't seem as big an issue back then to say, all right, yeah. But also it was my first year covering it. You know, I was kind of looking at how exhausted the players were. The 50-over competitions really, actually back then were dragging, and the answer probably was dump one of the 50-over competitions and just play the 3 formats. So we've got 4 formats now. They're here to stay. But whether, I speak to a couple of batters, whether they feel even with a 14-game season, first-class season, do they have enough across a 6-month English summer? Is it enough practice? Here's Helm replacing Bamber.
Well, I think the fundamental problem is you've got 4 formats. It's very hard to have 4 competitions and have enough of all 4 of them. That's the simple question.
I remember when the 100 came round, Owen Morgan, I think, quite publicly said, didn't he, that there's not enough room for 2 short format competitions.
And I think he's right. I think he's absolutely spot on. That's the crux of the matter.
That PCA survey, though, had said that they want the Blast and the 100 to be centre stage.
Yeah.
The players.
And I don't know how that's possible. That's the state of affairs.
There's only one loser there, isn't there?
Absolutely. I think the best you're going to get is how it is now, with the Blast used essentially as a feeder competition that goes into the 100. It still gets people coming to watch. It still gets decent viewing figures on Sky.
Is that the new suit sponsor that's just disappeared through the door of the balcony there? It's a sharp suit, even if it wasn't.
And if it is, can they come over here, please, and pass on a couple of freebies? Yeah, thanks very much.
Charles Chewett, just in case anybody didn't know, the new suit sponsor.
So going back to what you mentioned there, Kevin, the principles that the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, has come up with that it wants to be taken into account when Andrew Strauss and the rest that are doing this county review come together. They've said that their main principles are an 18 county structure should be maintained. I think a lot of people will agree with that, and I think that's here to stay. I'd be surprised if the review comes back and recommends that there's a move away from 18 counties. Well timed by Buren Hendricks, but well stopped at mid-off. The point that you just made, that the 100 should be central to the future of the domestic structure, but that the T20 Blast should remain an elite competition. So it's very hard to see how those two can run concurrently. I think that's a difficult pair of wishes to run simultaneously. Also, that the quality and intensity of cricket should be as high as possible. Fair enough. I think everyone would agree with that. So that's 4 points. Flashes hard and edges. Or does he? No.
Celebra appeal from Helm.
John Simpson can't believe it. Neither can Peter Hanscom. Neither can I, to be honest.
Helm looked late. He looked late on joining in to me. Let's have a look and see just how late he was on joining in on the appeal. He looked as though he was a passenger on that appeal to me, the bowler in the background there.
Yeah, everyone behind the stumps, though, was very convinced.
If there was a noise, it couldn't have hit much else, could it? Oh, Simpson. No, Simpson died down very quick. Oh, was he? Oh, no, actually, he was turning to run to the pavilion thinking he had him.
Simpson was the most convinced, yeah. He was on his way back. He was doing the Stuart Broad. He was on his way back to the pavilion.
Either that or hand that man an Oscar. That was brilliant from Simpson. Doesn't mean we get another over of Holman, though, which I'm looking forward to. He's bowled well so far. And his 2 overs. Can he be the man to wrap this up? I mean, that all 5 Middlesex bowlers used have been in amongst the wickets. Should have had one already, a drop. Very difficult chance, though. Let's slip for Pete Hanscom. Hendricks, the man put down. He's on 12 now. Parkinson on strike.
So, better get through these final 2 points or principles that the PCA have come up with before this innings ends, if it ends soon. The 5th principle, that a greater proportion of the county championship should be staged in the summer months, which is already happening a little bit this year. 5 games to be played in June, July, I think, as opposed to 3 last year.
Yeah, which is, and before that 2. 2 matches dropped in the middle of 2020 season. It was silly season, really. Batters just weren't prepared for it at all. Their minds were in not even white ball mode, T20 mode. It was a long way from transferring the skills back to first class cricket. So 5 matches sits a lot better this year in the middle of the summer.
So that point you would say has already been made to a certain degree. And then the final principle, that the country's best white ball cricketers should play domestic 50-over cricket. Well, the only way that that's going to happen is if the Royal London Cup gets moved from where it is at the moment. Tossed up by Holman. Matthew Parkinson takes a single. These two have now put on 25, so that's the highest partnership of the innings so far. Final partnership between Callum Parkinson and Buren Hendricks. So the only way you can get the country's best white ball cricketers playing a domestic 50-over tournament is you've got to play it when they're available, which isn't during the 100 or during the test matches.
Yeah, I think one of the things to pick up on end of the over, 135 for 9. There seemed to be an understanding from the PCA, which is a big change, that the players accept there might have to be more of a transfer between formats. So I think mixing up T20 and Championship is something that they understand a lot more. Has to happen. Now, that was the big change. When it all went to blocks originally, it was at the want of the PCA that T20 and Championship were completely separated and played in blocks. But it seems to be, as part of that, a statement that they understand now they're going to have to be diluted together. Championship and T20, which I don't think is going to be ideal either for, well, it's most especially for the Championship, but equally the T20 as well. Be interesting to see how T20 specialists work. Now, Shahin, Shah, Afridi from the nursery end for the first time, as we've been asking for all day. 3 for 48. I think this feels the right move. The quickest bowler and the spinner. Put the pair of them on and see if they can blast this away. 25-run partnership between Parkinson and Hendricks. So it's a little more than a frustration now. Ooh. That one comes back up the slope with pace and bounce from Afridi.
Also very interesting to see how he goes from this nursery end. Get the ball to go down the slope away from the right-hander, brings the slips more into play for him. And he can push the ball across like that.
One's clipped away for a single. That first ball told me everything I needed to know about Afridi from the nursery end, coming back up the slope like that. I think there's just huge doubt in the batter's mind. That ball's really... I mean, we saw him get one to go away up the slope from the pavilion end, but bring it back up the slope like that, left armour, then you get one to go across. I just think you've got so much more in your armoury. This could be fun now. Afridi to Hendricks, left arm over to the left-hander. Going to bring long leg around to a... I thought he was going to go deep backward square. Just brought him a little bit straighter there. 6-3 field it remains. Short leg crouch down as well. Pacey from Afridi. Actually, nice seeing him from this end. It feels like you get a little bit more of the pace. Watching him sending it up the hill from down below us. Sharp couple of deliveries for his 14th over. But yeah, final thought on that, as I say, mixing up the formats. I know that didn't work very well before. Friday night T20, Saturday, Sunday start championship. Coming back down the slope, just watchfully played by Hendricks. There was a famous, infamous match here, where on Friday night, Middlesex were away at Kent in a T20. It was the first floodlit game at Canterbury. So started at 7, finishing around 10. Players back on the bus at 11 or so, home for whatever time. Championship match started here that Saturday morning. 27 wickets fell that day. Short and pulled away. Hendricks moves to 16, 140 for 9. That was a good shot by Hendricks, taking on the pace man.
Right up to the Charles Tyrrett sign. Just had a delivery from them actually for some nice new threads, which we'll be putting on later on. But that was a short arm jab, wasn't it, from Buren Hendricks? No flourish. Found good contact somewhere near the middle of the bat. And they're up to 140 now. 30 partnership rather.
That's around about where Afridi wants to leave it. 140 for 9 then. Yeah, that so Friday night at Canterbury against Kent, starting up here, and I think they were given an hour extra, so I think it was a 12 o'clock start that day. 27 wickets fell. Did I tell you who the opponents were here that Saturday at Lord's? Kent. 27 wickets. Yeah, it was alarm up and down the country as 27 wickets fell in the day at Lord's. There was at one point where that game could have finished that day, when one of the innings was going at such a pace, the third innings of the match. But into the second day it went.
My kind of game.
As I said, what are you doing Sunday, Floydie? Single taken by Parkinson. Will give Hendricks the strike again to the spinner. There was at one point in this innings actually where I was thinking about asking, what are you doing on Saturday?
I mean, I do love cricket, but I love seeing wickets as well. I've got no problem if this game wants to go 2.5 days. Absolutely none. Get the game moving on. Something in it for the batsmen and bowlers, as long as it's not too one-sided. Nothing wrong with that. We'd rather watch that than 500 plays 600 plays 300 for 3.
Nothing doing on that one.
Lost something. Do you unplug something?
We're thinking that was just the pad through to Hanscom on that previous ball. They were asking, was it bat pad through? Oh, goes for the sweep on that one. I think he met that on the full as well. We'll look again on the replay, but they're going to take a couple here out to Robbie White, coming around to deep backward square leg. 143 for 9. And real frustration here for Middlesex. 33 runs, the final wicket stand.
He had to reach for this one, got it on the full, and that's why it went behind square. Shorter boundary, would have gone for 4.
There's the first heave-ho, gets it away wide of mid-on, and gets it away for 4 up to the Warner. Hendrick moves to 22, 147 for 9. And a real nuisance now, this final partnership for Leicestershire. It's just given a little bit of respectability to Leicestershire as well, which for the match and for Leicestershire is great as well. They'll think at least they've got something to play with now. They'll do well to have any sort of first innings advantage by the time it's done. But they'll at least think, look, get out there and bowl well and restrict whatever first innings advantage Middlesex have. Make sure that when they do come to bat last in this game, Middlesex, that they're chasing and chasing hard for whatever is set. So it's done a fine job. It's taken it away from, at one point, what was going to be a disastrously low score this first innings.
The Middlesex have just got to remember they're still very much in the driving seat here. This is fine. If it gets up to 150, 160, they're still well on top. They don't want it getting up to around the 200 mark, which if they're not careful, it could do. Runs could start coming a bit easier. You've got the leg spinner bowling to the left-hander, which if he gets it wrong, as you saw in the previous over, he can be a bit expensive. That's the danger. They're going to hope that Shahin can just finish things off for them now. He's definitely getting a bit of tail away from the right-hander into the left-hander. And he's got the slope as well. Will he try and get one to go up the slope, though?
Sharp from Afridi. Parkinson happily underneath it. On that schedule as well, I guess if it goes down to a 10-game season, basically you're taking out the first 2 rounds of April and the last 2 rounds of September. So it's still going to be pretty congested in the middle. I don't think if they were to reduce to 10 games, then I think certainly that's what... Well, let's put it this way. I don't think spectators would be pretty happy if the last 2 weeks of September and the first 2 weeks of April are still there, because they're the coldest ones and not the best spectating for those who attend the conditions. But that doesn't particularly ease the congestion in the middle of the summer. Now, I guess that's where the PCA are going, with an understanding that the T20 perhaps will have to be spread throughout the championship season then. So whether that does mean Friday night T20 games and Sunday starts maybe in the championship.
Which means you get one less weekend day for a county championship game, which affects attendances, of course. But yeah, I don't think it's a huge deal, because at most grounds you're not getting huge crowds anyway. So while you do get a bit of an uptick on a weekend, I think you'd rather make sure that you have a Friday night for a T20 when you can get a big crowd in. And that's not just here at Lord's, that's at Grace Road, I'm sure, as well, at other smaller grounds. Got to maximise that T20 audience.
Single last ball of the over. Parkinson on to 25, 148 for 9. Yeah, and I assume the 100 stays in August, which means so does the One Day Cup. I think there was a desire for more 50 over cricket, wasn't there, as part of that review. So whereas they'll lose, what, 16 days from the championship, it goes from 14 to 10. Currently 8 days of One Day Cup cricket. Maybe they'll extend that by a few games, if it is 3 divisions of 6 in that as well. whichever way they managed to divide it up. Holman's 5th over. Was it 2 conferences of 9 at the moment in the One Day Cup, isn't it? So 8 games, 4 home, 4 away. I suppose wanting the increase in 50 over cricket as the players requested, then you could just make that home and away. The One Day Cup and take it up to 16 games. Oh, that's a good leave. Nathan Souder, I think, turns the googly biggest of the Middlesex wrist spinners. But Holman possesses a pretty decent googly. Turns the leg break more.
Had a bit of a bowl for the second team against Somerset a couple of days ago. Had a good game with the bat. 72 and 35 not out, but no wickets against Somerset 2s. Be interesting to see how his game develops, whether he becomes more of a batting all-rounder or his bowling really comes on and kicks on after that 10 for at Hove. Definitely got promise in both, and also in both red ball and white ball. He made his name really in white ball cricket, that's where he made his breakthrough, but certainly do think he's got a lot to offer in red ball cricket as well, Luke Holman.
End of the over, 148 for 9. Just coming up for 22-4. Still 41 overs left in the day, so we're 9 overs slow on the... or I guess when this over's ticked over, we're 8 overs slow on the day. Over 8's only -1 though, with Holman into the attack now, so he's managed to bring down the over 8. But tea will be delayed by 30 minutes as Leicestershire are 9 wickets down. So tea now will be 4-10 or the fall of this wicket. Oh, just had a little dabble at that one, Hendricks. Nearly answered all our questions there about tea. It will be tea when this wicket falls. The umpires had a look at the ball. Bends in his back, still Afridi. That thumped through into the gloves of Simpson. 56th over with this ball. It's an interesting one actually, because I've seen the ball changed a couple of times this season. So it's a new batch of balls this year. But when they have the ball changed, they're surely still using last year's batch. So if they have just had the ball changed Middlesex, then it's last year's batch. So it's not this softer, newer ball. Oh, wow, that's gone straight through him. Afridi was about to go up with the appeal. Simpson diving to his right. And Simpson will be happy to see that a leg by is signalled. But in which case you say, great stop, Simpson.
Leg by, interesting call there. So just flick the back hip or something like that. We can see here. Definitely Shahin was going to go up. I think John Simpson will be a little bit disappointed with that. Difficult, of course, but he's Very agile behind the stumps. Don't think he moved his feet quite as quickly as he could have done.
When they were testing that ball a moment ago, they did have a second ball in hand, which I assume that was the replacement ball then that was thrown back to Afridi.
You're very much enjoying this new batch of balls, Chat, aren't you?
Very much so. Well, I just think the pace he's generating here, that's why I'm wondering if it's a change. Because why would they have had two different balls out there at that point, the umpire? He did have two in his hand.
Could it not have been from the current batch, like a ball that's been used in the nets or something like that?
Quite possibly. Have you seen the suitcase that they've got this year for the change of balls?
Well, now we're getting really deep into
Absolutely. It looks like some sort of official secret act's being run out to the middle. When they come out with the suitcase now to have the...
Is it like the budget box? Like
it is.
Big red box.
Possibly more James Bond than Chancellor of the Exchequer. It looks like it'd survive a nuclear explosion. Ooh, swings hard at that one again. Width. And he went after it. Parkinson. Boy, it seems a long while ago when we were talking about how would Ben Mike approach it, and any bit of width he saw he go after it. These two have been together for 39 runs now for the final wicket. And I wouldn't say it's changed the complexion of this innings at all, but it's just given something Leicestershire to walk off with when they eventually do. 56 bowled, 40 remain on day one.
Yeah, Buren Hendricks, part of a last wicket partnership against Worcestershire to save the game with Hassan Azad. And that was worth 25.4 overs. Well, these two have now been together for almost 17 overs. So while he hasn't had a big impact with the ball, he's certainly made an impact with the bat at number 11. He looks, to be fair, he's got a pretty good technique for a number 11. Very solid, very nice defence. Languid style, he can play off his legs like that. Looks a good driver of the ball. Definitely seen worse number 11s.
Chopped the mid-off and mid-on back a little, haven't they? They haven't gone all the way back. We just see that one shot opening up over a wideish mid-on. Nice leave again. My apologies, I've scrubbed back on the stream to have a look at the... it's like a pair of handcuffs that they put the ball through, isn't it? There isn't a second ball inside, it is still that older ball.
Can we stop talking about the batch of balls now? Is that it? Okay.
For now. Till they ask for another replacement.
I think long on, or the guy who's halfway back, the deep mid on, could be in business here to Buren Hendricks.
Oh, he's gone. Bowled him, and well, he was looking at that deep mid on. He was looking down the ground, but he's gone right over the top of it. Hendricks has gone for 22, 149 all out. Holman completes the set. All five Middlesex bowlers used today, picking up a wicket. Well deserved as well for Holman. Sharp chance to Hanscom put down earlier off Hendricks, but this time he strikes. And a very, very good 22 from Hendricks. A fine 39-run partnership for the last innings. Just given some respectability to this score, but he's played right over the top of that one. 149 all out, and that will be tea on day one here at Lords with 38 overs still to be bowled after tea, and something for Robson and Stoneman after the interval to really get going at. But well, as I say, a little bit of respectability for Leicestershire at the end there, but Middlesex won the toss this morning. 149 all out. Will you be happy with that? Yes, we will.
Absolutely. Middlesex would have bitten your hand off for that at the start of the day, even though they won the toss. Bowled really well for the vast majority of that innings. Buren Hendricks, as you say, they played over the top of that, didn't he? It was very full delivery. I think his eyes lit up when he saw the ball go above the eye line, and just got it wrong. The first mistake he'd really made, he batted really, really well to get Leicestershire up to some sort of a total, but it's still, you would think, way under par. We'll have to wait and see as to how Middlesex, of course, bat on it. But as far as the bowling was concerned, it's gone about as well as it could have gone, really. Shahin, Shah, Afridi, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 54. Roland Jones, 1 for 30. Helm, 3 for 23 off 12. Bamber, 2 for 23 off 10. They were both excellent and economical. And well done, Luke Holman, as well, for sticking at it and picking up a wicket at the end. That's important for him. He obviously would have felt he wasn't going to get a bowl at all just a few overs ago. Then he's called upon and he gets the last wicket. So Middlesex really in a fantastic position here. They've just got to go out there and show that this pitch is maybe not the minefield that it's looked at times when Leicestershire have been batting. 3 for Afridi, as I said, 3 for Helm, couple for Bamber, and 1 each for Roland Jones and Holman. They've all contributed, and that will be tea now. It'll be Mark Stoneman and Sam Robson to open the batting for Middlesex, and that'll be in just under 20 minutes' time. We will see you then.
Man, great job. Bloody hell, that was getting long.
It was getting annoying, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Fucking hate it last
But
week.
also for the commentary, because it wasn't a fun last week.
No, it wasn't. It
The
was
strike rates were only 36.
It was a bit. It was like pulling teeth, mate.
Yeah, it was.
But that's when you can start talking about other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the perfect time to just go off
No.
and talk about structures
I
and
think that was,
balls and all that bollocks.
I think absolutely. It would have been odd not to have a chat about that today if we hadn't.
Yeah,
so
no,
it was
totally.
the perfect time to do it.
Yeah, we have to, and probably we need to chat a bit about England as well. Really, probably.
Yeah.
Ben Stokes,
Yeah.
Rawdon Anderson. Oh, that was good. I enjoyed that. Middlesex to get 350.
Yeah.
Or even,
Yep.
or even 320.
Yeah.
Robbo and Stoneman get that alone.
It's basically a repeat of Wimbledon.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I don't want to tempt fate, but I don't think Middlesex is going to struggle on that pitch. I think they'll get 300 plus.
It's just whether they can keep that
Yeah.
basically and leave the right ball. Don't get tempted by it.
Do me a favour?
Yeah.
Do the tea break.
Yeah. Should we play the ad in? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cracking chat from you and T throughout that session.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Every word.
Playing out.
Hi, I am Shahin. I just arrived at Lord's Cricket Ground to win my shirt, sign one, to our competition.
Your scores for Untitled Chapter. The match referee Leicestershire
to Lords, the evening session of the first day, Division 2 of the County Championship. Middlesex taking on Leicestershire. I'm pretty happy with the day since winning the toss at 10:30 this morning. Visitors all out for 149. Could have been a lot worse for them, 110 when they lost their 9th wicket. But a last wicket pairing, well, it took to the last wicket pairing for two batters to reach 20. 25 for Parkinson, not out, coming in at number 9. Hendricks 22. Other than that, only Mike at 7 reaching 19, as close as anybody else got to 20. But 3 wickets for Shahin, Shah, Afridi, 3 for Tom Helm, a couple for Bamber and Luke Holman with the last to go after Roland Jones had got in amongst the acts, which seems a long old while ago now, just before lunch. But yeah, 49 for 5, 90 for 8, 110 for 9, 149 for 10. There's a little bit of a recovery for Leicester. It gives them something to play with in this innings. I think that's at least 100 light batting first. But a good start with the ball, and who knows, Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman. Picture there. And Middlesex will be very much hoping for a very different start to that which Leicestershire had. They were 12 for 2, 32 for 3, and in deep, deep trouble. Kevin Hand and Matt Floyd with your commentary for this one, and Chris Wright with the ball.
Chris Wright back from injury, very important man for Leicestershire. Immediately gets a bit of shape. I was going to say shape, then I said swing, and then I said swing.
Swing sounds good too.
Yeah, so a bit of that. Sun's out now. Still a bit of cloud around. Didn't see a whole load of swing in the air from the Middlesex bowlers. They did hit the seam a lot though. Let's see what Leicestershire have got in terms of early movement. Is this pitch a 149 all-out pitch? We'll find out over the next few hours and days. Again, a bit of shape.
Sun's out as well, isn't it? I think Middlesex lamented that a few times last year, didn't they? The first half of the summer, they said they just seemed to find themselves batting under the lights every time they went out to bat. It just seemed to fall against them time and time again. Conditions, but they've had, they look set to have the best of it. So it's be a fair first 3 days of this game. The 4th day might be troubled by showers. Should it get that far, this innings may well decide that.
It's been a good start by Wright. Right on the money. Sam Robson playing just his 2nd innings of the season. Missed the first game with an injured thumb. That's probably why he's not fielding in the slips as well. Fielded at fine leg at times today. Normally slots in as one of the grabbers, but clearly wants to protect that thumb. Made 21 off just 29 balls against Glamorgan. His 1 innings so far. Was Middlesex's standout batsman last year. The only batsman to go past 1,000 first-class runs. 1,047 he made at a very good average of 40. 300s he scored, and they were all big hundreds too, including his first, well, his highest score, 253 against Sussex. When he got in, he went big, including in the first innings of the season here at Lords last year against Somerset. A lot of people think he should still be in the conversation for England as an opening batsman.
Richard Johnson in the pre-season at Merchant Taylor School, he spoke to me after the match. They played Surrey and he said, look, England looking for openers. Well, Middlesex have got 2 in Robson and Stoneman. Quality players. They shared the partnership, that 250 you mentioned. That was the record opening stand for Middlesex, the highest first-class score by Middlesex down at Hove last year. Robson's looked the part for a few years now.
He's edged that, or did that carry? I think it might have just carried to 3rd slip. who is Louis Kimber, diving to his right. Not an easy one. Had to get his fingers underneath it. We'll have a look at the replay. It might have just been a nasty Yorker, one of those that hits the ground and gets to you at the same time. I think it might have just carried, you know. I think it's gone through the fingers. Not an easy one, but that might prove an important moment.
Yeah, often when you look at slip fielder rolling away to go for the catch, you think, would a fourth slip have had a chance going to their left? But I don't think so. I think it was pretty much to his right boot, wasn't it, that he had to try and get the hands down and underneath it. As you said, it almost yorked. Third slip.
Here's Buren Hendricks, one of two South African overseas bowlers for Leicestershire. Hasn't had the best of starts with the ball. His first experience of county cricket. Just 3 wickets at an average of 97 so far. But he has contributed with the bat a couple of times from number 11, including today. Clearly a quality operator, though. He got 6 wickets on his Test debut against England in 2020 in Johannesburg and has not played since. Although he has played 8 ODIs and 19 T20 internationals.
Two overseas left-armers starting up from the pavilion end for their respective teams today. Can he have the impact that Afridi had? 12 for 2 it was, taking 2 and 2. Afridi earlier. And they'll hope for a similar start, Hicks. What they won't want is Robson and Stoneman to get off to a flyer. If these two do, it really lays a foundation for what's looking like a stronger Middlesex batting lineup of late.
Sam Robson's going to have his second run, tucks that away to fine leg.
And you know, opposition do their homework. They know a bit of a spotlight on Pete Hanscom as well. Duck down at Glamorgan, had a tough time of it with the bat last year. They'd love to get him out there early against that new ball early in this innings. Put some pressure on. Middlesex missing their regular number 3, Stephen Eskenazi, who, like Sam Robson, with a break. It was a catch taken in the match against Derbyshire. Broke a finger. And out for a couple more weeks still.
Stoneman's first delivery then. Almost away straight away, just guiding that down to gully. He's been aggressive in all 3 of his innings so far. Got 150 in the last game against Glamorgan, 53. Couple of attacking cameos against Derbyshire as well. Overall, he's got 99 runs this season in 3 innings. Cuts hard at that one, but straight to the man at point. That's a strong area for Mark Stoneman. Good off his legs, good through the offside. He's the kind of opener who rarely lets things get on top of him. He keeps the scoreboard ticking along. And he leaves well too. Decent first over from Buren Hendricks. Middlesex 2 for none off 2. They've got all the time in the world to bat here, Middlesex, under no pressure at all to score quickly. These two will hope to blunt that new ball as quickly as possible. Having said that, they're not openers who generally like to hang around. They do get on with it quite quickly. They score fairly freely. Sam Robson at times, when he's looked in good nick, has really outscored his teammates. I remember that first game I mentioned last season against Somerset when he made over 150 out of just over 300. Scored very quickly that day here at Lord's in arguably tougher conditions. Swing straight onto the middle of Robson's bat, who times that beautifully, but straight to the man at cover. He's got fond memories of playing against Leicestershire as well. I mentioned his 3 big innings last year. Double century against Sussex, 165 against Somerset, and 154 against Leicestershire. That was the game at Merchant Taylor's that Middlesex won. Leicestershire beat them at Grace Road. Very full, too full. And again he picks out the man at short cover, who's Ben Mike, getting peppered.
That'll feel like a miss for Robson, that one, man. It was right up there. But watchful at the start, wary, rightly so. Middlesex know the value of a good opening stand here to begin.
Yeah, he gets a long way across, doesn't he, Sam Robson? That is the danger for him. He often bats on off stump, or middle and off, gets across his stumps. He is susceptible to getting out LBW, to the one that comes in.
Yeah, that was 2014 was that last test, wasn't it, for Sam Robson? And even before he made his test debut, there was a big suspicion about his judgment on off stump.
See again, a long way across there. This time he clips away to the leg side. Picks up another single.
So let's have a look, see where that back foot of Robson is. Again, there's a lot of chat about batters batting off stump in recent years. Compton, who we mentioned earlier, he was the first that I saw do it. Front and back foot were both on off stump. No trigger movement, he was perfectly still the whole time until that ball was released. Sam Robson had gone a long way across. I don't know if he's still that far across. Let's have a look. Next time he's on strike. I think that was very much in response to that suspicion of his judgment on off stump, that he almost followed that Compton stance, that Compton theory that if you're batting on off and your head's on off, then you know anything outside the line of your eye, you don't have to worry about anything inside the line of your eye, you have to get bat on.
You don't want to get Mike Atherton and Nasser Hussain started on that
Indeed.
subject. We'll be here all day. They don't understand why batsmen bat on off stump at the moment. Oh, that's a peach. Bit of bounce and carry as well from Chris Wright, who angles across the left-handed Stoneman, goes up the hill. Good end to the over. 3 without loss of 3. Don't forget, we want to hear from you guys. Do send us any comments or questions you might have. You can get onto Twitter and tweet at Middlesex_CCC. Copy in myself, Matt K. Floyd, and
Kevin Ham BBC, don't forget your hashtag on Middlesex. Nobody put it better, I don't think, than Nasser on that subject, and he said it's as though current batters are telling everybody that's gone before them in the last 200 years you didn't know what you were doing.
bit of swing, and I think he's got a bit on that, Sam Robson. No, given us buys. Must have swung after it went past the pad.
Yeah, it tells you how much it swung, all right. Like you, I thought he got a little nick on it.
Yeah, big swing. That's a nightmare for a keeper, that. Big swing after it went past the batsman there. Yeah, no chance. Poor old Harry Swindles. Remember, you can also comment in the comments section if you're watching on YouTube. Any questions you've got, anything you want to say? Tell us where you're watching from. Where in the world are you watching from on the YouTube comments? Oh, that's a good leave.
This will be a real test of Robson, as you mentioned, that LBW candidate. Left arm over to the right-hander. We'll test that theory, which he was using certainly for a couple of years, going across to off with his back foot. Slightly more open stance for the left-hander, but that back foot is a long way across, isn't it? Not quite on off for the left-hander. But such a strong opening pair, and in fact, you know, the point was made at Glamorgan last week that Middlesex have the strongest opening pair with both bat and ball across the championship. Roland Jones and Afridi with the ball, and Robson and Stoneman with the bat. Go a long way to find a better opening pair with both bat and ball anywhere in the country, really.
Yeah, these two are definitely vitally important in terms of the batting lineup. You can get one of them early. It's a big bonus for you as a fielding side. So we've got a few watching in India, as usual. Vidyaskar is one of the many. Mex 14 is in Uxbridge. Good place to play Uxbridge. Nice flat track. Benjamin Hammonds in Welling. Gurpreet Singh Folkestone in Kent. Andrew S. from sunny Devon. Where in Devon, Andrew? Love Devon. Martin Crawley is working in inverted commas in Redhill. Oh, has he got a little inside edge there? Big appeal! No, says David Milnes. Did that swing again after it went past the batsman? I suspect so.
Yep. A lot of swing on that. The disappointment, the incredulity of Leicestershire. Not too great. Went straight through him. All went up early, but nobody was massively disappointed with the not out. Here's a better look, perhaps.
He's getting a lot of swing, isn't he, after going past the bat? That was a brilliant delivery, really. Perfect, almost. So, HK Guna, watching in Hong Kong. Hello. Jeff Davies is in a very cold Rutland. Reggie Morley is in Tottenham. John O'Halen, hello from Sydney. Very comforting late night viewing down under with a glass of red wine. Sounds lovely. Harry Green is in Amsterdam. Amsterdam is one of the great European cities, isn't it?
What are you thinking, a glass of wine in Sydney or a...
Something else in Amsterdam? Yeah. Quite a nice choice, really, isn't it?
Don't put words into my mouth.
Well, Jam 1876 is in Jamaica. I can think of lots of good stuff to do in there. John's watching in Carlisle. Not so keen on Carlisle, but, you know, nice part of the world. Iftam Shah watching from Kashmir. Not been to Kashmir. I'd love to go. There was a Kashmiri Premier League, actually, that went on last year, I think, and I was close to getting a job on that. Would have loved to have gone and done that. Just proved to be a bit logistically difficult. Adil Nisar watching from Karachi. I have been to Karachi. Would love to go to Pakistan again. Haven't been since 2001 or something. Got a real heartbeat, Karachi. A buzzing city.
How did you not get on the Adam Collins tour to Pakistan recently?
I didn't get the call up. I put my hand up. But
yeah, I'm hoping you've...
No, I'll have to keep working on him. Maybe next time. Adam Batty is watching in the Falkland Islands. Jack Taylor is in Tokyo. Good bowling this by Chris Wright. You can see what he's trying to do. Clearly trying to go across Mark Stoneman. And my buddy, Des O'Leary, he's watching from Cork in Ireland. Hello, Des. You going to play regularly this year? Avnish Koda watching in Nairobi, Kenya. All over the world. Great to hear people tuning in to the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream from all over the world. Bit of swing again for Chris Wright. Stoneman going across his stumps. Fairly straight, that one, but he tucks it away and he's off the mark.
As a fellow Irishman, it wouldn't be stereotypical of me to say he's had a pint of Guinness in hand already. Over in the Emerald Isle. It's not too early, is it? 20 past 4. It's a sunny afternoon over there as well.
It's definitely not too early in Ireland, I think. Not too early if you're at Lord's either. Pretty nice out there now. Oh, that's a big appeal. I think he's jammed that down with the bat. And I think Chris Wright knows that, because if he hadn't, that would have been fairly adjacent. This is Sam Robson's problem. Doesn't have many chinks in the armour, but one is. Can sometimes get a long way across his stumps just like that. Bat saved him.
The head looks a long way across there, didn't it, from Robson? Tough one. This is swinging back up the slope. He'll be thinking of that ball going away from him. Challenging that outside edge as well. Right, a master.
Again, he's still getting a bit of shape away. This time he forced Robson to play away from his body. 5 gone, 8 without loss. Ollie West, morning from Bogota, Colombia.
Oh yeah, that's a regular over the years. From Bogota. What I really want is an email once again from the base camp in Antarctica, from a scientist who was studying chinstrap penguins and was tuned in at base camp in Antarctica. That was a beaut, that was.
I wonder what the reception's like down there. I presume it's all right. Hopefully there wasn't too much buffering.
Yeah.
No, honestly, it is great to hear so many people tuning in from some weird and wonderful places. Makes us all very jealous. 3 slips in a gully for Björn Hendricks. Just needs to kickstart his Leicestershire career. Just 3 wickets at an average of over 90. Goes full to Stoneman.
Robson's dominated the strike here, hasn't he? He's faced 21. That's only the 10th ball for Stoneman. He'll be keen on some runs at Lord's. Racked up the runs away from HQ last year. But had a sticky start at home. .12 and 34 he got against Derbyshire.
Yeah, that 34 came off just 49 balls. He also got 53 off just 79 balls in the 1 innings against Glamorgan.
Crucial, that. Really crucial. When you consider that 53, Middlesex were 110 for 6. 90 odd for 5 when Simpson came out to the middle and Stoneman was gone.
And he's getting them quickly as well. Good strike rate, that. Well run, good single. They've got a good understanding, this pair now, having batted together at the back end of last season.
Got a pair in the match against Derbyshire here at the start of last September after his move from Surrey. 3rd ball duck in the 1st innings and a first baller in the 2nd dig.
First bouncer we've seen. comes from Buren Hendricks. Hello to Michael, watching in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. I'm sure the weather's rubbish there this time of year.
So where Georgie Best finished up, wasn't it? Fort Lauderdale. So that his final. I think that was his final club.
I think if I was a professional football player of some repute, I'd probably finish up somewhere like Fort Lauderdale, somewhere like that. Maybe into Miami with Bex.
They're trying to break cricket still in America, aren't they? Or trying to break America with cricket still, aren't they? Maybe one day as a couple of washed up commentators so we can finish up in Fort Lauderdale.
I'm with you. I'm with you. 100%. I tell you what, there's some good players actually out in America at the moment. I think Corey Anderson, the ex-New Zealand player, is living out there now. Liam Plunkett has moved out there because he's got an American wife. Xavier Marshall plays for the USA national side, the ex-West Indian player. There's one or two others as well that I can't think of right now. One off the over, 9 without loss off 6. Ian Holland, the Hampshire opening batsman and at times opening bowler, is an American international.
Yeah, decent. Hollands went well against Middlesex last year. There's a huge expat playing community in America, isn't there? Which is where they feel there could be a demand for cricket, even if it can't break the American diehards of baseball and American football, ice hockey, basketball, but the expat community out there would lap it up.
Justin Evans, just around the corner in W9. I'm a local boy as well, Justin. I'm NW10, not too far. W9, very nice. Sort of Notting Hill, really. Lots of stuff to do around there. Portobello Road. It's been a solid start by this pair, Stoneman and Robson. Just slowly trying to take the sting out of the attack. They've got good defensive techniques, which is why they've lasted so long in the game. Vastly experienced. They've both actually got the same number of first-class hundreds. 26 they've scored.
Stoneman would have played a fair part of that at Chesterley Street as well.
Oh, he's flashed hard at that. Eyes lit up, got the width. That is a Stoneman shot. The cut just didn't connect.
Mind you, Robson and Sale played a fair part of that at Lords, and Lords, of course, has had a fair bit of attention. That stat that went out at the start of the season, lowest scoring average Lords for batters. I'm trying to think of who was bottom of the pile. Possibly Chesterley Street. But Lords was second bottom of the pile in terms of aggregate runs, or average runs. Let's go back to Stoneman for a brief moment. Ducks in a pair in the first appearance against Derbyshire here. He ended up with 3 ducks in his first 4 innings at Lords. Third innings was an LBW to Leach, gone for 12 against Worcestershire. And then in the second innings, a 36-ball duck. A valuable one, they really dug in to try and see off Leach, Morris and co.
Again, just a bit of shape just into the left-hander.
We got 174 when Robson racked up that 253 down at Sussex. 376 that opening stand before Middlesex went on to 676 for 5 declared. Everybody thought it was a road, a terrible track, and then up stepped Luke Holden with a temper. Then he managed a 50 and a century in the second innings at Canterbury in that last game last year. But even with Stoneman's runs, Middlesex lost that one by 2 wickets to Kent, who took Division 3 last year. So yeah, he's gone pretty well away from Lords. And again this year a 50 at Cardiff. I'm sure he'll be desperate to put that one to bed and get a 50 to his name here.
He definitely made a difference last season, didn't he? Middlesex needed a bit of extra experience at the top of the order. Stoneman brought it to them in his 4 matches, 354 runs at an average of 50. Just took the pressure off Robson a little bit. Up until that point, you felt there was a lot on Robson's shoulders. If he got out early, you feared where the runs would come from.
Yeah, I think since Gubbins, not only since Gubbins left, but since Gubbins dropped to 3 before he left Middlesex, I think Robson's really perhaps felt the pressure of that opening berth for Middlesex.
And he's come across that one, Sam Robson. A little bit ugly that. Squirted out towards point.
A lot's been made that perhaps Stoneman is exactly what Robson needed, just to kick his game on again. If it did kick it on again, there's still time for Robson for England. Up at the top of the run scoring charts for the last 4 years now in the County Championship, but only gets a slight murmur every now and again for England.
Nicely done. Both of these openers good off their legs. They will pick you off if you get a bit too straight. Hendricks has found a bit of swing, but generally it's been after the ball's gone past the bat. We'll just try and find a bit of earlier swing if he can. Make a huge difference.
Again, there haven't been too many plays and misses from the Middlesex opening pair, right? Only 7.5 overs in. That was one of the big things of note in that Leicestershire innings. Really bowling out the stumps, the 2 sides. But there weren't that many flying past the edge of the bat. When you consider a side shot out for 149, it could have been much worse. This is a watchful start from these two, though, and again, what Richard Johnson called for: leave as many as you possibly can.
Just clouded over a bit more in the last few minutes. There you go. Sun was poking through a bit earlier. Just got a little bit greyer. Not a huge amount. Oh, late decision to play that, but well run. It's another well taken single. 11 without loss off 8 overs.
Late decisions play, almost just as late a decision to run. I thought there might have been a scramble for a moment, but they were okay. I think Stoneman was certainly alert. He needed to be quick. Yeah, 11 without loss. Good start for Middlesex. The important column is that wickets column. How many times last season? 2, 3, 4 overs in. Middlesex were already at least 2 down. Right, none for 3 off his 4. None for 4 off 4 for Hendricks. A couple of maidens for them. They've done everything right so far, Leicestershire, and I think both sets of bowlers, of what we've seen so far, Middlesex didn't get much wrong with the ball today. Good recovery by Leicestershire at the end, and of course the opposition are allowed to play well. Play well they did. Middlesex openers playing well at the moment after 8 overs of their first dig. Here's Wright's 5th. That's nicely played. Down the slope it goes. The angle will just allow mid-on a chance to catch that one up, and catch it up he does. 2 taken. And Stoneman moves on to 5. It's tucked away into the onside. Now the kids are gone after the school day, of course. I'm just looking around the ground. You kind of take it in a little bit more, the attendance. It does look a pretty decent one. The Mound and the Tavern and the Allen and the Warner Open. The Pavilion at a third populated, maybe. Lift on that from Wright. Stoneman going after it, looking for the cut. Goes through to the gloves of Swindles.
It's definitely a lot quieter. You know, the school kids out. Now, they do add a really good atmosphere. A nice general hum going around the ground when the kids are in.
So important. Great opportunity with the vast sands sitting empty to get the schools in. Punched away. Just a couple for Stoneman. Not going fully through with the shot. Playing well within themselves at the moment, this pair. He is a batter that can score quickly, Stoneman, as we've been pointing out. I think they're aware, much like at Cardiff. Get off to a good start in this innings, build a big first innings score, and well, they could be thinking about batting once in this game. A lot of that will depend on one of these two, you'd fancy. Slight change up to the order with Eskenazi absent.
Well, the slight difference is that there seems to be a bit more of an aura of confidence about the whole Middlesex batting lineup at the start of this season. There was always a question mark last year. As I said at the top of the show, the score so far from Middlesex: 401, 251 for 5 and 336. So twice they've got 336 or more. They only did that 3 times in 14 matches last season. So that's already a huge improvement on 2021. That's another good quick single. It's been a feature of the first 8.5 overs of these two. I wonder how much of that you can put down to Mark Ramprakash and his influence. He's been brought in as batting coach, batting consultant for this season. Vastly experienced player, run scorer, and now a coach as well. He was England batting coach for a long time. I know that the England players really enjoyed his work when he was the batting coach. He's got a nice way about him. Ben Stokes in particular did a lot of work with him. Just wonder if that's helped the Middlesex batsmen a little bit.
That's a great ball. Robson squared up by it as he goes back and across, following that ball outside off. Lovely way to end the over from Wright.
Almost put the mockers on him there.
Yeah, and you know, Leicestershire are bowling well here. Let's make no mistake about it. They'll have wanted to come out and made as big an impact as Afridi and Middlesex did, and be right at their hosts. Put them under the same pressure that they themselves came under earlier in the day, and I don't think Hendricks and Wright have done much wrong. I think the lines and lengths have been good. But Stoneman and Robson, the gauntlet's been laid down to them, the challenge has been laid down to this pair to, you know, really make themselves a formidable opening partnership. That'll be 4. Stoneman's first boundary away in front of point. And that was put away well, wasn't it? Patient start. And always reward batters, especially at this stage of the season, but lovely shot that off the back foot.
That's one of his strong areas, isn't it? Mark Stoneman, he's really good at that back foot punch, square of the wicket. Doesn't go with a big flourish. He just checks his back foot drive, back foot punch, whatever you'd like to call it. Very effective at playing that.
Oh, even better. Straight down the grounds, straight of Mike at mid-off. Hendricks has to turn and watch as that ball heads back up to the pavilion. Cracking shot by Stoneman.
Was virtually the same shot, but just off the front foot. He's such a punchy player, isn't he? Hits the ball very hard, but with minimal flourish, minimal effort. Look at that. Just a classic check, straight drive. He really is very strong through the offside, front or back foot.
Good response. Bowled Hendricks. Came back at Stoneman well there.
I think he went a bit wider of the crease there. Just drew Stoneman out a little bit. Clever bowling. Stoneman didn't need to play at that really. He's got very good judgment normally. I think it was the angle that drew him out there.
They've had perfect preparation for Hendricks, haven't they? And that they've been facing Afridi in the nets. Listening to Hanscom talking about it yesterday in the press conference. Now, I think this will be the first all run for. It's not quite in the corner. They'll certainly turn for three. There might be half a thought of the fourth. Oh, there's a tumble and it will be. Kept him, and there we go. All run for Stoneman. Moves him to 20, 28 without loss. Didn't have to wait too long.
I'm so happy. Good bit of fielding, wasn't it? The only reason they were able to get the all run four in was because it was all the way out to that long boundary, and I didn't quite see who it was, but it was a great chase and flip back. And it's been an expensive over. 12 off the first four balls. It's been a bit of all sorts, really. Full, short, both sides of the wicket. And again, pulled away vociferously by Mark Stoneman. He's showing us his full repertoire here, isn't he? Back foot punch through the offside, straight drive off the front foot, clip through the leg side, and now a hard pull.
Reaping the reward, isn't he? That patient approach at the beginning. Hendricks come back in between those quartet of fours with that one fine delivery to test Stoneman. How can he end the over? 16 off this over so far. Nicely played. Right in behind it. Confidently, solidly, calmly. And good over for Mark Stoneman, a good over for Middlesex. They'll just put the wind up a little bit. Leicestershire. They'll know that if Stoneman gets in and Robson gets in, then this will be a real challenge for them, defending a low total. 32 without loss. That's already a big chunk out of Leicestershire's 149. Ed Barnes coming on to replace Wright. None for 8 from 5 for him. Enjoyed watching Barnes bowl last year.
Yeah, that over has just changed the whole complexion of this partnership, really. Initially, we were seeing them soak up a bit of pressure and happy to take the singles, and now all of a sudden they're scoring at 3 and over. And Leicestershire under a bit more pressure, aren't they, to watch the run rate as well as get wickets.
He went and played 2020 for Yorkshire last year, didn't he, Stoneman, before the move to Middlesex? That check drive that you mentioned back down the ground, there was almost a little bit of the Paul Sterling about that. Checking his drives straight down the ground, or checking his drives a punch through point off the front foot.
Slightly different frames. Paul Sterling and Mark Stoneman.
I saw him the other day. He's looking fit, I can tell you.
Is he?
He is. He's lost a few pounds. He's in good shape, he said. And raring to go. Busy year ahead for him and for Ireland.
He's one of the hardest hitters of a cricket ball in world cricket, Paul Sterling. Really, I love watching him bat. Really exciting player, really punchy. Super talented, got a great eye. Barnes' first delivery. Barnes is actually the leading wicket taker for Leicestershire so far this season by 6 wickets. He's got 12 at 30. Next best would be 6. Part of that, of course, is because Chris Wright has only played a game and a bit. Barnes has played all 3. First class career, 15 games, 33 wickets at 36. He's got his maiden fifer in the last game against Derbyshire, 5 for 101.
He's away by Robson. Played away for himself a little bit there. Drop short, not the place to bowl to Sam Robson really. Going off on those hard fast tracks down in Sydney. Anything square of the wicket either side. He'll lap up Robson over the top of that one, times it nicely. Out to the grandstand, the big boundary. Just a long chase to pick the ball up for long leg.
Just sat up that one, didn't it? Wasn't enough pace there. Robson very happy to accept that. Got his leg up, Sir Vivian Richards style. Not really one of his favoured shots, but if you bowl it there, he will hit you there. So both openers now starting to improve their scoring rate.
It's better from Barnes. As Middlesex showed, this is a track you've got to leave it on the top of off stump. Ball after ball, over after over. So even mentioning not much beating the bat today, not regularly beating the bat, ball after ball. The pace isn't quite there for the bowlers really to go after the batters, which is again a good thing at this time of year. And goodness me, if Middlesex had a pacey track to play with today, I don't think there'd have been any recovery for the lower order. Now, throw to the non-strikers end, they're there. Robson just went with the swing on that one, didn't he? Just offering the bat. Getting right behind it, easing a single away into the covers. But yeah, Middlesex, they were relentless. Up to lunch. Perhaps just let it slip a little bit against that last wicket pair. But again, their strike rate was 36 for the pair of them, and usually when you talk about a final wicket recovery like that, only 2 batters to reach the 20s. You're usually thinking of quite a high strike rate. Ball being hit around a bit, it wasn't. Just a strike rate of 36 each, which tells you they were made to bat properly, and bat properly they did. Floodlights coming on. 11 overs bowled, 37 without loss. Just coming up to 5 o'clock. Don't think light is going to be a massive problem today, but we do have a lot of overs still to bowl. We're only just as such into the evening session, aren't we, with the number of overs left in the day. 28 still to go. So just maybe the time of year will play its part with over 8's a little slow. Luke Holman, I think, had managed to get that over 8 back to -1 for Middlesex before the end of the innings. I don't think he quite got it to 0, but something they can make up. All those wickets falling today not helping the over 8's. So 37 without loss, and Lacey's bowling change. Mulder's in. And Hendrick's done for now.
Mulder got his first taste of county cricket in the previous match for Leicestershire against Derbyshire. None for 77 his match figures. But he's been excellent in Test cricket. 10 Test matches. He's got 18 wickets at 25. I mean, they'll be hoping that the likes of him and Hendricks can take the load off Chris Wright, bowled quite a few overs this season. Very interested to see what he can do.
Right up there and at the stumps first up. Robson manages to pick out mid-wicket and Barnes. Thinking of that first over. At the hard lesson with the one he dropped short to Robson. Has the right, I guess, early in this spell. Let's test out this pitch, see what he gets out of it. Wasn't much put in short from Middlesex, only the occasional one. Banged in, most of it right up there and off stump. No ball, and pulled away for 4 by Robson. He's into double figures. Middlesex have been propelled forward here.
Pretty much a carbon copy of his previous 4 in the previous over. Leg up. This time he's a bit early on the shot, I think, actually. He had to reach for it almost. Surprised by the lack of pace. This time over to the shorter boundary. So it skipped over the rope and into the seats. If that had happened last year, they'd have had to go and sanitise the ball after that.
Yeah. Good response. Played by Robson. I think already, in the 12th over of this innings, we can perhaps talk with a little bit more authority about the pitch now. You wait until both sides have batted. Usually you say batted all the way through, don't you? But I think in these early stages there's enough to suggest that Middlesex bowled incredibly well on a pitch that, again, like the Derbyshire match, is slightly on the slow side. No bad thing for this time of year. Here Stoneman and Robson have made a very solid start. And again, that's not where you bowl to Robson. Long leg's got a chase. He'll pick it up, and they've got 2. So strong off the body. Sam Robson, that clip, square of the wicket off the hips. Big scoring area for him if the bowlers stray. Brilliant timing. Yeah, I think, particularly the opening pair, Hendricks and Wright, they did an awful lot right, not much wrong. But this pitch is there for both the batters and the bowlers, and this pair have stood up really well so far. Bit of pressure on the change pair of Mulder and Barnes. Just that one boundary in Barnes' first over, but yeah, they've got 2 set openers. They'll be feeling pretty happy with life. Number of balls they both face, more so the balls faced than the runs they got on the board. Stoneman 33 faced, Robson 38.
I think that's a valid point about the change bowlers and what could be the difference in this match as well. The big question for Leicestershire is, can the other bowlers back up the likes of Chris Wright, who has been a stellar performer for them for a while now. 49 wickets last year at 22. The left-arm spinner Callum Parkinson picked up 50 wickets last year as well. So those 2 were by far and away their leading lights. They're going to need the likes of Hendricks and Vian Mulder, Barnes to chip in as well. Bit of an inside edge. Another no ball from Vian Mulder. Hasn't quite got his rhythm so far in his first over. Ben Mike as well as the other bowler who can bowl seam. So I'm not talking about just today, I'm talking about all season. You need to find some bowlers who can take the pressure, some seam bowlers who can take the pressure off Chris Wright. Middlesex clearly will have that this season because they're not going to be totally reliant on Shahin Shah Afridi. It's going to be fantastic to have him here as the leading bowler, but you've got Murtagh when he's fit, you've got Roland Jones, you've got Tom Helm, you've got Ethan Bamber. Plenty of options, you would think, seam-wise. Can Leicestershire have the same sort of support for their leading light, Chris Wright even?
47 without loss. Yeah, you have to wonder, actually, Blake Cullen as well. The Middlesex actually sending him out on loan in this, April and May. Given that Mercer's out injured at the moment, and Cullen still can't get in the side. Anderson would have played, I think, was the next bowler in line, or dropped from that Glamorgan match. So with Cullen sat on the sidelines, you have to wonder whether April or May sending him away somewhere would have been worth doing. The Murtagh injury's almost fallen kindly, hasn't it, for a selection process here? If you think he was available for this match, then again Bamber's on the sidelines.
All of a sudden the scoring rate's almost 4 and over now. Just shows you how quickly things can change.
Watchfully done by Stoneman, not go fully through with it, just getting his eye in against Barnes. Yeah, that over that went for 16, and with those no balls, what does last over, or opening over going for 10, that'll be a worry. This is a big old evening session. It's the kind of one that a partnership can really get their teeth into. Again, didn't go fully through with it. Bat face just closing in his hand. Mark Sloan wasn't able to show the full blade to the ball. Replays a much straighter drive down the ground.
So this is going to be Leicestershire's opportunity, really, with the lights on now. A bit of clouds still around. See if things change up a little bit. Generally, when the lights are on here, it is a different story.
Now, that one's away. Lovely shot. Full face of the bat with that. And that's another boundary for Stoneman. Hendricks, giving chase. And 4 more. That brings up the 50 for the opening pair. Middlesex 51 without loss inside 13 overs. And that after an extremely watchful start. 77 deliveries, 55 minutes, 28 Stoneman. And Robson 15.
What a classic cover drive that was. Straight out of the middle of the bat. When he's on form, Mark Stoneman, he is good to watch. Hits the ball so hard with minimal effort. And he looks like he's been on a mission from the first ball this season. Hit that for 4 through the leg side. He's very good at doing that too, isn't he? Can just tuck you away on the legs. He knows his game inside out now. You know that both of these batsmen know their games. They have some limitations for sure, but they rarely move outside of those. They know their strengths and they're good at their strengths. And they by and large stick to them. That's why when they get in, they're both batsmen who can go on and get a big score because they rarely make a mistake.
And this is ominous for Leicestershire, isn't it? Middlesex more than a third of the way to Leicestershire's first innings total already. Throw that back up the slope. Thick inside edge brings a single for Robson. Yeah, this is all the way through when asked about this season coming up for Middlesex. My simple reply was, if Robson and Stoneman have a good season, Middlesex are going to have an outstanding season. If these two build a formidable opening partnership for Middlesex, then I think a lot of Division 2 bowling attacks will be a little worried. Top order runs, and in particular first innings runs, have been the problem for Middlesex. More forcefully played on this occasion by Stoneman. Again, not quite fully going through with it again. Jabbing down on the ball, really. End of the 13th. 53 without loss. 50 partnership on the board for the opening pair. I know when they first got together at the end of last season, Middlesex were constantly sending them out, go and have a coffee together, you know, just go and get to know each other, build a relationship off the field, ready to build the partnership on the field. And personality-wise, from what I can tell of both of them, there's no reason why the two of them wouldn't hit it off well. Followed the swing on that one. Robson looking to go through with that square drive.
I think he's been undone a couple of times by the lack of pace from Vian Mulder. You could see there he choked it through to mid-on rather than hitting through the offside because he was early on the shot. Similar with that pull shot that he hit for 4, he was a bit early on that. Sometimes it can be hard to gauge the pace of a bowler when they first come on, particularly if you've seen them on television, as he probably has in Test cricket.
Oh, goodness me. That's pretty much as close as they've come. Robson jamming the bat down on it. The ball very nearly jammed down onto leg stump.
Wow, that was really close, I must say. I thought he had chopped on there. I looked for all money that was going onto the stumps. It must have just bounced straight over middle stump, I think. Saved there by the bounce. It was a late decision to withdraw the bat. Similar dismissal to Colin Ackerman. He was bowled first ball trying to leave Shahin Shah Afridi. That's better. Another no ball. Third from Vian Mulder. Got to sort his run up out.
This is costly, isn't it? 10th extra of the innings. And when you've only rattled up 149 with the bat, 10 extras in the 14th over. More than a little sloppy.
Yeah, Leicestershire just need to get a grip on things in the next 4 or 5 overs. Stem the flow of runs here.
Should add in the defence of the bowlers that for both Barnes and Mulder here, we talk about what an advantage the slope can be for bowlers. It can be a huge disadvantage when you haven't bowled at Lords before. Middlesex laments the fact that any time a player steps up for their debut for Middlesex here at Lords, they've never played at Lords before. The seconds don't have an opportunity to play at the county's HQ. Likewise for visiting bowlers. Barnes wouldn't have played here before, if he has only once. Last year's game of MTS. No game in 2020 for Leicestershire against Middlesex.
MTS, for those who don't know, by the way, is Merchant Taylors' School, one of Middlesex's outgrounds in Northwood. To go alongside Radlett, where we'll be for, I think, 1 or 2 T20 games and Royal London Cup. Merchant Taylors generally gets used for first-class cricket.
Yep. I think Worcestershire, one of the teams at the outgrounds this year in the middle of the summer. Better over for Mulder, just the blemish of that no ball. Otherwise it would have been a maiden. 55 without loss after 14. Let's have a look at those fixtures this summer in July. The Merchant Taylors, Worcestershire, 11th of July. Head to Northwood.
Pulled by Mark Stoneman and pulled fine. Well fine of the man out on deep square leg boundary. And Stoneman now is into the 30s after a very cautious start. He is really motoring. It's looking ominous for Leicestershire.
Yep, they've got a problem here, haven't they? It was a better over from Mulder before. Barnes going for 15 off 2.1 now. This quickly becomes a long over for Barnes. 4 off the first ball.
Back to a full length, and that is middled again by Stoneman, this time straight at cover, well fielded by Mulder. Most of it coming out in the middle of the bat at the moment for Mark Stoneman.
That's a big stop there for the bowler as well, isn't it? That's a big stop in the covers. Field plays such a big part in the game. Pete Hanscom's a real advocate of that the whole tempo of the match is set in the field. A couple of boundaries, back-to-back boundaries to start the over would have been a real soul-destroying start for Barnes.
It's a better length from Barnes. It has been an expensive start by him. 2.5 overs, none for 15. He's either been very full or very short, really. Not too much on that good length. Line wasn't quite right. Stoneman clipped him straight to the man at square leg, though.
Let's mention those outgrounds. So there is that one championship match at Merchant Taylor's School. Leicestershire do travel to Radlett, 4th of August in the One Day Cup. Surrey also at Radlett, 10th of August. And Warwickshire on the 19th of August, followed by Gloucestershire on the 21st. Those are the 4 One Day Cup games played at the outgrounds. Guess for Leicestershire, that's not a bad little away trip actually for a one-day game for Leicestershire fans in August down the M1 to Radlett, having to go through all the hustle and bustle of London. Mex14 asking about the permanent second ground for Middlesex at Barnet. That has gone by the wayside now. COVID hasn't helped. With financial situations, it was going to be a costly outlay if it were ever to happen. There were proposals made.
Oh, that's close. That is very close. He's out. Sam Robson falling over his stumps. We've seen that before. Barnes went full and straight. And I think the umpire had no choice but to raise the finger.
Seemed a little bit quicker, that one. Right up there, and as you say, Robson was almost falling over trying to get his feet out of the way. I think that was going down. It's certainly my thought on that replay. I think it happened falling over the stumps didn't help for Robson. Falling across, it was a bustle of activity, those front pads.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a possibility. I think initial impressions, it did look stone dead the way that Robson fell over, but maybe a hint of that going down. We don't have Hawkeye, sadly. But Monty Panesar's just walked in at the back of the commentary box.
The next best thing, he said it was going down.
And he said it was going down, so we'll take that.
Yeah, just have a look on those replays. I think Robson can probably feel a little unlucky with that one. But whole body shape just fell over the top of it.
Right, so can Leicestershire build on this? 60 for 1. Still trailed by 89 Middlesex. And Robbie White in at number 3. Promoted this season after Stevie Eskenazi broke his thumb. Batted number 5 last year. Bigger responsibility for him this. And Barnes goes back to his stock delivery, a bit of a way swing. So finally, Leicestershire get the breakthrough in the 15th over. But Middlesex will still be quite happy with where they are. 60 for 1, going at 4 and over. And we've got a special guest up here in the commentary box. Very good afternoon, Monty Panesar.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to you, and it's nice to join up. My fellow, Middlesex Premier League ex-teammate, is it? We played against each other, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. Monty played in the Middlesex Premier League for Twickenham last year. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it is. It's a very competitive league, actually, the Middlesex Prem, and like they normally say, you know, any strong county tends to have a strong league as well. And the Middlesex Prem, definitely, you know, I would say 4 or 5 teams are very strong. And I obviously play for Twickenham. We've got, you know, Carlos, our captain, experienced man there. And you're obviously a Hampstead man yourself. It's, yes, it's a very good system they have.
Vian Mulder going round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. Stoneman squirts that between gully and backward point. Might pick up 3 here. Yeah, they come back. Good running. So Robbie White will be back on strike for his second delivery. So are you still playing, Monty? Playing this year?
Yeah, I play for Twickenham, and we're starting next week. I've got a friendly on Saturday, so looking forward to that. And I also do the borough cricket as well, which is the inner London sort of borough. I look after them, and their first game is on the 2nd of May. So the under 10s, under 12s, and the under 14s versus Ealing. So that's been really interesting, actually, just to see creating, you know, sort of coaching sort of pathway programs rather than coaching.
Yeah, a bit of a way swing for Vian Mulder. You got a role at Middlesex, haven't you, as well?
Well, I think that's what it is. That it's just, you know, I'm trying to get my sort of dip it into coaching and seeing what it's like at sort of grassroots levels. And not many counties actually have a second system. So you may have, like, you know, the best under 12s, under 14s, under 15s of that age group. But then what happens to this, you know, if you have another bunch of 15 players who can't actually play, let's say for Middlesex under 14s, they come into the borough system. And so, you know, it's a really good system to have here.
Yeah, it's important to keep people from all walks of life, all backgrounds involved in the game, give them the right opportunity to go through, because, you know, in cricket that's not always been the case over the years.
Yeah, I guess, you know, sometimes it's difficult. You know, it's difficult to manage, you know, a real big pool of players once you've got your best 15. You know, unless, you know, there isn't a system in place, it's very difficult. So this borough system is so good because it also identifies talent, it keeps the talent in, and it keeps the youngsters involved in the game.
And have you seen much of Middlesex this year? What do you make of the side on the whole? They've had a good start to the season. That was a great win against Glamorgan, a strong Glamorgan side. They hammered them.
Yeah, that Glamorgan team obviously beat, you know, Nottinghamshire, and which was, you know, Notts was a good side. So I think Middlesex are going back to sort of, you know, bringing in people who are very associated to the club, like, you know, Mark Prakash, Richard, you know, Johnson, who are through and through Middlesex people, and they understand the system. And you can see that, you know, the Middlesex are playing some really good cricket now.
Yeah, they've always had a strong bowling attack, but how much has Shahin Shah Afridi added, do you think?
Well, I think his experience and the pace that he bowls and his energy that he brings. You know, we saw him during the
with Eskenazi and then Simpson in the last game. Stoneman and Robson have been generally solid for the end of last season and start of this as well. So a bit more positivity for sure. And it's funny how that one big signing can just galvanise the rest of the side. You know, Toby Rowland-Jones is bowling brilliantly at the moment. Tom Helm's bowling really well.
Yeah, they've got a strong, you know, bowling attack, and some people are even talking about Tom Helms to even get a chance to play for England at some stage during the summer. The way he's bowling really well, he naturally has that length, you know, which is slightly, you know, hitting the top of off stump, where most of the seamers who tend to just bowl that sort of back of a length, the sort of pretty length, like we call it in county cricket, and they rather not get hit, for 4 and on the drive to compensate for a wicket. But he doesn't. He understands, the whole philosophy of kind of fast bowling. Rather pitch that ball up. So yeah, I think he may surprise us all. He may even play for England, maybe at the back end of the summer.
I definitely need to find some replacements for Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson at some stage. Oh, that's width, and that's carved away by Mark Stoneman. He's really timed that nicely as well. Too much width from Barnes there, and he just threw his hands at that. Wasn't bothered about keeping it down, really. He just knew that if he got anywhere near the middle of the bat, that was going to fly away for 4.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot. Look at that. And he got his hands, going through the line, and a lovely square drive. Stoneman, who's been in fine form, 41 of 45. He's just lining the ball up beautifully, like it's a flat pitch for him out there. I think he's playing on a different pitch.
He has been scoring quickly this year, that's for sure. Just a reminder, we've got Monty Panesar up here in the commentary box. If you've got any questions for him, then as usual, you can get in contact via the usual way. You can tweet us. That's tweet the Middlesex account at Middlesex_CCC. Or if you're watching on YouTube, just put a question in there for Monty Panesar in the YouTube comments. We'll ask a couple just for the next 5 or 10 minutes while Monty's with us. Sure, he's a very busy man, wearing a very natty jacket and tie, Monty, as well at the moment. You're looking very corporate these days.
Well, some people comment on my tie. They say that's very sort of, Donald Trump-like, the red tie.
Let's not get political.
I wasn't. I tried to avoid that. I was like, well, first time someone said that to me, I was like, I may not wear the red tie again. But look, I've been very busy. There was a show I was on BBC Two called Pilgrimage. I don't know if you got a chance to download it on iPlayer.
Not yet, no.
Three episodes just talking about faith and other things. If people are believing in all of that. I think majority of us are atheists, right? What about you? What's your views on faith?
Well, we're definitely not going to talk about politics or religion right now, Mons. Maybe another time later on. But if you do have any questions that are cricket related, we got one in. Josh Salter says, Monty, where do you field for your Twickenham team?
That's at mid-on and fine leg, because at mid-on the ball doesn't come to me, and at fine leg there's a short boundary at Twickenham, so then I don't have to move much. And when you're at the age of 40, you got to realise you just got to get over that front leg, take a couple of wickets and do your job. But in terms of my fielding, I wasn't the most athletic, right?
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
Come on, mate. I played against you, Bedford Modern. I thought you would have said no, Monty. You're actually pretty good batsman and fielder.
That's a long time ago when we were both a lot younger. Over bowled, 17 gone, 68 for 1. The other big news today, Monty, of course, here at Lord's, was Rob Key was unveiled as England's new managing director, and Ben Stokes has been announced as the new Test captain. Do you think Stokes is a good choice?
Well, I think he was the only choice, and unfortunately there wasn't many other sort of leaders coming through the system, and I'm glad he's taken that role, and good on him as well, because he'll be tested, obviously in terms of his leadership, but also there's times when England need a wicket and he bowls them long spells. Is that gonna be good long term for England?
Well, is it viable to play all 3 formats and captain England in Test cricket?
Well, he may have to choose depending on his body and his workload. But we got obviously Owen Morgan, who's going to do the white ball captaincy, and Ben Stokes the red ball. But I think it's the right choice, and it's the right time for him. He's had a great career and he's doing extremely well. This is, I think, the next stepping stone now to lead England.
Another couple of questions coming in for you on the YouTube comments. Mons Cuprez says, Monty, does Jack Leach keep his place in the England 11 for you?
Well, that's really interesting, to be honest. If we've got pitches like this at Lord's start of the year, I expect Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson to play. There's going to be the debate of Liam Livingstone. Does he come in at, at 7? six with his explosive batting, and he's bowling really good leg spin for Punjab Kings in the IPL. So it'll be interesting to see if he plays that first test.
Oh, that's edged through the gap. Bit of luck for Mark Stoneman. There's 2 slips and a gully, and there's a big gap in between, and he found that perfectly. Good bit of bowling from Vian Mulder from around the wicket, squared him up.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery there. You can see his, toes facing towards the pitch, and squared him up there. And again, why do we really need a mid-wicket there with the ball moving around, the lights underneath? A couple of more wickets. They've got to be a bit brave in their sort of field setting.
Yeah, there's 2 men in the ring on the leg side, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Wickets are the order of the day. Could they have got a 3rd slip in there? Haven't nicked too many through there, but that was at catchable height. That would have been a big wicket had they got it of Mark Stoneman, who's 46 or 53.
Yeah, but he's finding good form, isn't he? It's a pitch where it does a little bit at times, and there's times when it doesn't probably hit that green sort of grassy bit. It's quite flat, but he seemed to sort of found a nice tempo, nice rhythm on this pitch, which that would have been a crucial moment. But I think for Middlesex point of view, they'll need him for tonight and not get out.
Another big question for you, this one from me, Monty, about England. Got to ask you about Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson. Rob Key today said that he would be open to bringing them both back. If you were Rob Key, would you bring them back?
Absolutely. First test match versus New Zealand. Someone like Dean Conway, who's probably be thinking, is Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad playing? They should be playing. We want to see them here at Lord's, packed house, and then see how they go from there. They absolutely deserve to play in that first test match.
Oh, he's absolutely timed the pants off that, Mark Stoneman. That is gorgeous. It's eased to the offside boundary, the short boundary over by the mound stand, and that takes Stoneman to his second 50 of the season, and this one has come off just 55 balls. It was a really watchful start, but once he got into his stride, he took Buren Hendricks for 16 in and over, and he's not looked back since.
Yeah, he's been in fine form, and I think he's just finding the balance. His balance has been beautiful. And look at that lovely shot there, opening the face. But he's just, I think, getting more and more confident, and as long as he just reins that in and not get too excited and start waffling outside off stump, he kind of sticks to his game plan. I think it's good for Middlesex early season. Stoneman being in good form.
Chris Wright's back into the attack. The leader of this bowling attack, you would say, for Leicestershire. Just 5 over spell to start off with. Number 8 immediately finds a way swing. You must have played against Chris Wright.
Yeah, he's a really good cricketer, and he was good at obviously Warwickshire. Had a good time there. Now he's at Leicestershire, and he's been sort of always been that bowler where inconsistency is probably the word that probably relates with him, and that sort of length there is the perfect length to bowl. But it'll be interesting to see, can he actually group all of his 6 deliveries in that area. That's always been the question mark over his bowling.
Oh, that's a nice delivery. That went late, didn't it? Robbie White just poked at it. Still, no need to play at that shot. It was a long way wide of his off stump. He's just come in, hasn't quite got his angles right just yet, Robbie White.
Yeah, it's that sort of typical county length delivery, this, isn't it? Overcast conditions, get the ball to swing, but it's not quite full enough to hit the top of off, but it's just done enough to beat the outside edge. And I think a lot of county bowlers, this is the kind of length they get taught to bowl, which at test level, I think good batsmen, they find this a lot more easier.
The lights fully in effect now. When the lights come on here at Lord's, things happen for the bowlers. It's always a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, overcast conditions, England is one place where the game can change completely. You lose a few wickets, and this is that moment where Leicestershire should be, grasping it and saying the captain should be coming up to all of their bowlers and saying, look, pitch that ball up, give it a chance to swing. We get a couple of wickets here, we're back in the game.
I think that's why they've gone to Wright, the experienced bowler here. They know that these are the optimal conditions for them so far. Get the experienced man on, the guy who was head and shoulders above the rest last year. Give him the first bite of the cherry in these conditions. Might even think about getting Buren Hendricks back into the attack as well from the other end. Open the bowling with Wright.
Yeah, this is perfect opportunity here, and it's just I feel like his length is a slightly short. Pitch it up a little bit more. Get him to drive. Get him to drive a half volley. So you never know. You just get a nick.
Yeah, again, just hanging that a long way outside of start. The ball is swinging, but he's just starting it a bit too wide, really, and White able to leave that easily. Paul Howarth says, Monty, do you think England will beat New Zealand in the Test series?
Yeah, it's a great question. I was there at the World Test Championship when they played against India, and this New Zealand side looks absolutely ready to play in these English conditions. They're going to obviously have Carl Jamieson there, the tall bowler, who is going to be, the Indians couldn't even get him. He's going at 1 and over during that time in Southampton. And I think that could be a big challenge, for the England batsmen. So, let's not take this lightly. New Zealand will probably be the team that will be the stronger team, and England probably more like the underdogs. But, they've just got to, they'll have every support that they can, and that's why it's absolutely vital to play James Anderson and Stuart Broad in that first test.
So you need to get off that fence, Monty. You've got to answer, Mr. Howarth. Is it going to be England or is it going to be New Zealand that win that series?
I would go with New Zealand. Look, I think this England team will probably, lose a few games to find their feet, because just the top 6, the top 4, the England bowling will be great. Again, it'll be to see how the top order is, but things will start probably, I think, against the South Africa series they'll find their feet. But don't be surprised, if they lose that Test series. But the performances are probably not so one-sided like they were, in Australia.
That's swung, but right onto the middle of Stoneman's bat. It clips away again. Picks up 2 more. 52 now of 56 deliveries. Just got another 5 balls with you, Monty. So we'll try and get a couple of more questions in for you. Aditya Patil. We've got a lot of people watching this in India on our live Middlesex Enhanced stream. Hello to everyone in India. If Aditya is. I think he is. He said, Monty, which is the current best Test team? We can answer after this delivery.
I think at the moment the best, current Test team is South Africa. In my opinion, I think they're playing some really good cricket.
Really?
Yes, and I've seen them, with the 2 spinners, Harmer and also Maharaj. That's really first time we've seen for like several years 2 spinners playing. But that Dean Elgar, gritty fighter, he's got something toughness about him, a bit of Graham Smith, and that team is going to be a much more stronger team when they come to England, and been hugely impressed with South Africa.
Yeah, that's interesting you should say that, actually, because a lot of people wouldn't come up with that. I mean, most people would say India, New Zealand or Australia at the moment, but South Africa are definitely an up-and-coming side. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they do coming over here. It's been a while since we saw them over here. Very different side now, much changed side. And you're right, the spin idea was amazing. When they played Bangladesh at home, and I think in 2 innings there, Harmer and Maharaj took all 10 wickets, which is unheard of in South Africa against Bangladesh. So if the wickets are turning here, it's edged just short this time, and it's gone through. It's going to go for another boundary. Runs are flowing for Mark Stoneman, whether it's in front of square, behind square, offside, leg side. He's dealing in boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing beautifully. You know, he's close, soft touch. That is the perfect length to bowl, but beautifully played. Jeffrey Boycott would have been happy with that. Nice late hands, and 4 runs, which, he's got to, Leicestershire have to bowl, these sort of lengths if they're going to get any chance of getting any late wickets. But when you know Stoneman's in really good form, balls like that, he's playing really late, soft hands, so he seems to be in really good form.
One more question for you, Monty, before we go, and it's a good one. Eugene Berger, my old mate Eugene, he agrees with this, that this is a very good question. Jonathan Porter says, Monty, is there a young player on the county circuit that you think has huge talent? Yeah,
there's a Nottinghamshire left-arm spinner, Liam Patterson. He's very
Patterson White.
White, sorry. Yeah, he can bat. He's bowling really well, and he takes sort of first inning wickets. I've been following closely because he's a left-arm spinner. Probably a bit biased towards left-arm spinners, but he's definitely, I think, depending on how Jack Leach goes and what they do with Liam, obviously Livingston, and we've got Parkinson as well from Lancashire. He's another person I think England will probably have a close eye looking at.
There you go, you heard it here first. Liam Patterson White of Nottinghamshire, left-arm spinner, can bat a bit too. I think he's the leading wicket taker in the county championship at the moment, or he was at the start of this round. Monty, great to have you in. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. You just turned up out of nowhere. We weren't expecting this.
Well, that was it. Just out of nowhere. Just get one ball to bite, and suddenly off stumps out of the ground.
Always great to talk to you, mate. Come back any time here on the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining me. And obviously, I just recently graduated in MA in International Sports Journalism from St Mary's University. So,
big them up. Big up St Mary's.
And also, like yourself, I look up to you guys, who've had fantastic journalism careers.
Well, thank you, Monty. It's very, very kind of you. Speaking of which, we should probably get Kevin Hand back in. He's keen to do his job. Thanks to Monty Panesar. Great to see him. Try and get a bit more Monty later in the season, perhaps, if he's knocking around.
Did you get all the England chat out of the way? I went to make a cup of tea, but I'm assuming you
did.
You got England done with Monty.
We did. Monty's pleased that Stokes has only thought he was the only choice, and he wants Broad and Anderson playing in the first test, but he thinks New Zealand are going to beat England. Here comes Chris Wright. Oh, he's edged that, and it's been spilled. Would you believe it? Colin Ackerman, the captain, at second slip. It almost went in between first and second. I think actually Hassan Azad might have had that covered. I think that might have been an easier catch for the first slip. As it was, Ackerman went across to his left, and he almost had it on the rebound as well. He got a good hand on it. They look a bit close together there. I wonder if that was more Hassan Azad's catch. Let's have a look on the replay. It's a really good ball for a start from Chris Wright. Squared up Robbie White. That's going straight to Hassan Azad. Literally straight into the middle of his hands, into the middle of his midriff.
Yeah, that's a big put down, that White on naught. He'll appreciate that chance. Up at 3 in the absence of Eskenazi. And he will very much appreciate that this evening here at Lord's. Helping hand. There weren't really any from Middlesex for the Leicestershire batters, were there?
Second drop of the innings. Sam Robson dropped on naught as well. Tough chance from Louis Kimber at third slip, but did just carry, I think. That one was a far simpler chance. Will that be regretted at the end of this game? Robbie White has been in good form. Got 81 against Derbyshire and a 60-odd in that game. Averaging over 50 already this season. Now, since the lights have come on, Chris Wright has found a bit more swing.
Yeah, those 4 shadows at the moment are pretty prominent out there, which is a bit of a concern. It actually feels quite bright out, doesn't it? And if you turn the lights off, I'm not sure that this skyline will be too much for trouble at the moment. It feels all right, set in the cloud, but a pretty bright sky. No particularly dark clouds anywhere, but those shadows taking effect. Feels a bit of a concern for the 18 overs we've got left after this.
Again, he's jabbed at that one, Robbie White. He's finding Chris Wright hard to deal with at the moment. There is some late swing out there, not easy. He's just got to fight through this period. Didn't need to play at that. Just needs to settle down and figure out where his off stump is. This is the drop catch from Colin Ackerman. Oh, he almost had it, didn't he? The second attempt, Hassan Azad, the look on his face, he knows that that was going straight to him. I think they're standing a bit too close together, you know, because he didn't have to go too far to his left there, and it was going literally straight into the stomach of Azad. I think Ackerman and the third slip as well can just take a big step to the right. Sometimes it can confuse the matter when they're too close together.
Yeah, I wonder as well, you know, the pace short. There has been a fair few that have dropped a little short, and you do wonder whether that's slightly on their mind as well. Lovely shot. Stoneman moves to 60, and the deep cover point's not going to get anywhere near that one. Struck magnificently well. 60 from 62. You talked about his scoring rate, Matt, earlier in this innings, and he obviously has increased his scoring rate dramatically from what was a watchful start for he and Robson, which again is what's been called for by Middlesex.
He's such a crisp driver of the ball, isn't he? I would wager he's one of the best and crispest drivers in the county game out there, particularly at the top of the order. Wow, that's taken off, hasn't it? That is bounced a lot and swung. No ball, signalled by David Milnes.
Yeah. Has it just quickened up a little bit here under the lights? Well, here's a theory for you. The scorer down at Somerset, Polly Rhodes. So she spoke to a few about this, and the LED lights that they use now don't generate heat. And it's the heat that used to change the... Oh, goodness me. Went back and across to that one. Didn't go up with the appeal in the end. Height, clearly a problem on it. But yeah, the LED lights, which I'm not wholly sure they are LED lights here, they may be. But LED lights don't produce heat, so don't affect the surface in the same way that brings that moisture up. And anyway, it's sounding a little bit like the new batch of balls theory, so I won't linger on it.
No, I'm actually more interested in this one, actually. No, let's keep going down this route. I've always been fascinated as to why the ball swings more when the lights are on. Never really understood it.
Oh, ducks into that one, White. No ball called as well, and physio signalled for as that struck on the helmet. That might have the umpires asking a question about the lights right now, with four shadows, as you'll see on the stream, clearly visible. The umpires will come together and have a chat. White will have a little check. 89 for 3 with the no ball. So we'll wait and see what the umpires have to say about matters at the moment. Pete Waxman is the Middlesex physio making his way out. White looks alright, just took the helmet off. Was more concerned with the helmet than anything else. Clearly needs to have a quick check. Helmet struck on the helmet. Sharp from Hendricks. Going back to the question you had on light, since we're pretty convinced that Robbie White's alright. And Pete Waxman there is going to have a chat with him. Yes, just the signal is hit just over his left ear. So, quick chat, quick check over. Going back to the lights, Rob Key said that down at Canterbury he would, if it was a day-night match, he'd base the decision at the toss purely on whether they'd be batting under the lights or not, because the ball quickens up under the lights at Canterbury, so a bit of moisture comes to the surface. And Canterbury, every time the lights go on, it quickens up. So From the Somerset scorer to the new managing director of English cricket. The theories on the lights, but the the LED lights, that'll be an interesting one. Let's find out if they've got LED lights at Canterbury yet.
I think that was actually a heavier blow than we first thought. The ball seemed to go straight back down the pitch, which is an indication it's been a hard hit on the helmet. And he's going to have to replace the extra guard on the side of the helmet. It's common protocol now for the physio or doctor to come out whenever a batsman's hit on the helmet, but so you get a bit used to it. But sometimes I think you forget that the odd one is actually a pretty heavy blow, and batsmen are still regularly retiring with concussion, and might have to give him a bit of a test here. And he seems fine, absolutely fine, but I'm sure the physio will just check him over and double check. He definitely hasn't got going yet, Robbie White, has he? 19 balls. He's groped at a couple outside off stump. He's a man in form. 2 50s in the first game against Derbyshire. Didn't get any against Glamorgan, but...
And that was the match he moved up to 3, the Glamorgan match. He was at 5 against Derbyshire, which has been more often than not his position, but moved up to 3. Which is interesting, actually. They've got Max Holden, the former opener for Middlesex, Northamptonshire, England under-19s. He's batting at 5. And White moves up to 3. We've got Jack Davies as well. Jack Davies as well, who's an England under-19 opener. Here's White. His play continues. Oh, puts it in short again, rightly so, Hendricks, and off the shoulder of the bat. It balloons away, but not to Parkinson at Gully. My apologies, Evans at Gully.
Well, both Buren Hendricks and Chris Wright are all over Robbie White at the moment. It's a tough period for him. He's just got to find a way to get through it. Bit unfortunate for him, really, that he's come in just as the lights have come on. It's definitely been more difficult since he arrived at the pitch.
Oh, hits him again. Goodness me, that was a nasty blow again. Nearly knocked him back onto the stumps, that one. He did well to hold his balance, hold his feet. Just trying to sway outside the line of it. Well, I thought that was helmet once more. Let's have a look and see. The umpires aren't calling, so maybe it was upper body. He's worn it on his shoulder.
Yeah, he managed to get out of the way this time. Just he swayed, and I think it's right shoulder. There you go. Hit him hard on the shoulder, actually, right off it near the bone.
Lucky. Yeah, chest bone. He's lucky that hasn't done more damage. That's a heck of a place to take a blow there.
Yeah, I think his brain's still a bit scrambled after getting hit on the head. Sometimes takes a few balls to readjust as a batsman.
Staying in behind that one. End of the over. End of a long and difficult over for Robbie White, but he survives. Very nearly pushed back onto his stumps by that, wasn't he? His balance was rocked back by the blow to the chest. 90 for 1. Goodness me, he really was lucky with that struck him, because there's no protection there at all. So he's obviously worn it on a meaty bit rather than on the bone.
Yeah, Ben Mike just illustrating it there in the foreground, explaining exactly where it hit him.
There's not many meaty bits there either. There's an awful lot of bone between the shoulder and the collarbone.
Thanks very much for your questions. Keep them coming in. Either tweet us at Middlesex_CCC or just on the comment section of YouTube if you're watching on the YouTube channel. Friend of Middlesex, friend of the show, Eugene Berger, plays for Twickenham CC. Hello, Eugene. He asks, do you think Stoneman should get a recall to England?
Another bouncer for White, happily underneath that. 22 face for him now. Well, you know, look at the averages of Robson and Stoneman. Robson's got the better averages, hasn't he? And he spent the last few years batting at Lords, where Stoneman spent the last few years batting at the Oval. However, as a pairing, they've had a pretty good start for Middlesex, Robson and Stoneman.
Well, I think if he keeps on playing like this and scoring at this rate, that's the kind of person that England need, really. They need someone who can score at a bit of a rate, not just plod along and wait till the next Jaffa comes along to get them out, because at Test cricket, it's generally a ball with your name on every few deliveries.
Burns hasn't been the same since Stoneman left Surrey. Maybe Stoneman could take Robson with him, as Richard Johnson suggested.
Well, one thing in Mark Stoneman's favour is he's just got such a simple technique, hasn't he? There's no... The big question mark over the likes of Burns and Sibley is their technique and how they're always moving around and a lot of moving parts. There's a lot can go wrong, whereas Mark Stoneman just stays very still. He's got a very simple setup. There's less that can go wrong, you would think.
Is he unlucky? He's going to draw up his stats for England. 11 tests. Average of 27. First class average just below 35.
Well, average of 27 is actually not that bad relatively to the others that have come along after him, who've tried to be the long-term opening solution for England.
550s in 20 innings. 550s in 11 matches. What about a 50 every other match? That's not the worst return, is it? But perhaps just didn't go. A high score of 60 doesn't help, but he didn't go to a big 50 and obviously didn't go to a century either.
I think he needed to convert one of those or two of those into a big score, an 80 or 100, of course.
It almost looks as though, looking at those stats, as though it must be almost the Middlesex scenario for him. It's feast or famine, one big innings, one small. But then they weren't that big, the innings. Compare that to Sam Robson. 2014, as we mentioned, was his last test. 32 years of age. Former Australia under-19 Robson, of course. 7 tests, an average of 30.5. 1 century and 150 in 11 innings. Stoneman was, what, 550s in 11. Oh, is he dabbed this one? He has, but he hasn't edged it though. Oh, it's looking as though it's incredibly tough times out there. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, it was 5 in 11 matches, wasn't it? So it was a 50 every other match. One every 4 innings. For Stoneman, who's 34, 35 in June. Actually a little closer in age than I realised, Stoneman and Robson. If they were Aussies back in the day, they wouldn't have even made their test debuts yet. But yeah, just the 7 matches, 11 innings for Robson.
I do think Alex Lees will get the first bite of the cherry. Came back to county cricket, got a big 100, 180 for Durham. Can see him opening the batting in that first test match at the beginning of June. But you can be sure if he doesn't score runs, then immediately they'll start to think about looking elsewhere. Zach Crawley is an option to open the batting, but they're running out of options really, because they've tried a lot. Unless they go back to the likes of Burns or Sibley, which I'm sure they don't want to. I'm sure they'd rather.
Poor Burns has barely got into double figures so far this season, has he?
Not an opener, but Ollie Pope's got some runs today. Surrey taking on Gloucestershire. 84 he got. Jamie Smith 96 not out. Sam Curran 40 not out. They're 260 for 4 against Gloucestershire. Alex Lees is also in action for Durham. Durham in Division 2, taking on Sussex. They've been bowled out for 223.
Shah. Just be a single though, dragged it a little. Just White back on strike again against Hendricks.
Yeah, Lee's made 11 today. As Durham bowled out for 223. Sussex in reply, 48 without loss. Down in Hove.
Short leg crouching down. 3 slips as well. Hendricks to wide again. Nicely worked away. His first runs may well be a boundary, and it is. 2 of them converging. Can't cut it off. Evans and Mike down there. And White's from his 28th delivery off the mark, and he'll be feeling a lot better now. Robbie White after that blow to the helmet.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. As far as Robbie White was concerned, he was under a lot of pressure. It was building on him. 27 deliveries, 28 deliveries to get off the mark. He does clip off his legs, off his hip well.
Another bouncer. It was always coming, wasn't it? It's whether it was the first ball he had to him or the second. Robbie White, who I must remember at Canterbury a couple of years ago, he must have been very, very close to missing out on a new contract. Scored a brilliant 99 in 2020 at Canterbury, or Middlesex were in a dire situation. Coming to the end of his contract, hadn't really taken any of his opportunities in the first team. Outstanding knock that was. And behind this one, solidly again. Hasn't really looked back since that 99, Robbie White. Had that run of 50s before finally getting his maiden first-class ton. Kind of gritty middle-order batsman that Middlesex have wanted for a while to dig in. So that's why this elevation to 3 won't have particularly come easily for him. Wicket-keeper by trade, so he was waiting in line for a number of years behind John Simpson, but again, by trade, mostly a middle-order batsman. Oh, turned just fine and just in front of Azad at short leg. Ridden well though by White. Off the mark in the over. 4 from 31 now. Off the mark. As Matt said, his 28th ball. 95 for 1 here on the Middlesex Live and Enhanced stream. If you want to get in contact at Middlesex_CCC. Don't forget the hashtag #OneMiddlesex. Got the live comments down the side of the stream as well. If you want to get through to Matt Floyd or myself, Kevin Hand.
Clayton on Twitter has said, been wondering all day who was on co-coms. Well, it was, for most of the day, either myself or Mr. Hand, but we did have Monty Panesar on briefly, which I think confused a lot of people.
Ridden that one well. Nice ball from right. Kicking away at the surface though, as he walks away.
Oh, Monty just turned up, didn't he? Just walked into the commentary booth, completely unexpected, wearing a jacket and tie. No idea what he's doing here.
Official business. He's part of the Middlesex coaching setup now, isn't he, at participation level?
Yeah, he was talking about his role, actually. Sounds quite an interesting role. I think he was here more to do some other stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of media here today because Rob Key was here announcing Ben Stokes as the new Test captain.
Sent away nicely. Fielder out in the deep, though. Just a single for Stoneman on 62. Peter Meads says, I'm watching from under a blanket in Maidenhead. He's a Middlesex fan, not a Leicestershire fan, hiding behind the sofa. He's got a dose of something at the moment. Best wishes, Peter. Actually played by White very much his way. He's played well within himself. Keith Palmer says, are you aware that today is Mike Brearley's 80th birthday? Happy birthday, Mike. No, I was not aware. We saw that honours board a little while ago over there, didn't we? Middlesex's trophy. Boy, oh boy, helped rack up a few of those. It's a lovely ball by Wright. Draws White in and then heads off down the slope. Leaving White pondering. He had to play at that one, though.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times already in Rob White's 33 balls. How fitting, though, that Mike Brearley is having a birthday on the day that England announced their new Test captain. Maybe that's a good sign for Ben Stokes.
Solidly behind that one again. Good stride in from White. The new Brearley, eh? There was a lot of talk that the white ball Brearley should have been given a Test captaincy. Hasn't played a first-class game for a while now, though, Morgan. Did come back for a brief stint a few years ago in the Middlesex side when England's limited overs stuff was having a quiet period.
Shall we check in around the grounds in terms of county cricket being played today? End of the over, 96 for 1, 25 gone. Start with Division 2, shall we? Nottinghamshire, the side who most bookies fancy to be hot favourites to go back up to Division 1. Well, they bowled Worcestershire out for 159 earlier today. Stuart Broad, not his best day at the office. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. So it was a bit expensive. It picked up a wicket. But if you hold that up against Dane Patterson, doesn't make his day look so good. Patterson, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 8 wickets for 52 as they bowled out Worcestershire for 159. In reply, Nottinghamshire 173 for 4, so they're already past it. Hasib Hamid with 53, Ben Duckett, who's in great form, with 50.
No ball calls. Flashing drive for Mark Stoneman. Extras reaches 16 of Middlesex's 98 for 1. That's going to really frustrate Paul Nixon.
Derbyshire taking on Glamorgan, who Middlesex thrashed by an innings last week. And Derbyshire piling on more pain to Glamorgan. 280 for 4 from 90 overs. Century.
Oh, quick single taken. Throw goes to the wicket-keeper's end. White's through.
Sorry, mate. I was not aware of what was going on there. Quite comfortable in the end after that quick single. Century for Brooke Guest was what I was going to say. 109. 60 for Shan Masood.
I think Stoneman just offered an apology. Yeah, Masood getting things going today, didn't he? But Derbyshire having a rare old time of it under Mickey Arthur at the moment. No ball again. That's the 100 up for Middlesex with the no ball, and a couple taken by White. Just his second scoring shot. He moves to 6 off his 36th ball. Middlesex are 103 for 1. It's just 151 deliveries, 18 extras in this 100 up for Middlesex. Stoneman 63, but that extras column will really frustrate Leicestershire. Majority of them at the pavilion end, where the Quicks are running down that hill too far by the looks of it. But there'll be no excuse as far as Nixon and his coaching staff are concerned. Around the wicket comes Hendricks now. 3 slips and that short leg. I think we all knew what was coming there, didn't we, as he came around the wicket?
Poor Robbie White's getting peppered today, isn't he? That's what happens when you get pinned early in your innings. Bowlers don't forget that. And he's had to show a bit of resilience here. 6 off 37 balls. Let's check in on Division 1 as well. Northamptonshire taking on Essex at Chelmsford. Northants 233 for 7. Will Young 63, Luke Proctor 60 not out.
Comes back in, hits outside the line of off height, probably a problem as well on that. Back and across, in high up on the back leg. Hendricks asking the question. I think the umpire said, how long have you got?
Oh, it was a vociferous 2 appeals really from Hendricks. He stopped and then he went again. There he goes, and again. Well, there wasn't much going for that. It was outside off stump, bit high. Surrey, Gloucestershire we've mentioned. Surrey 271 for 4 in Bristol.
Nicely played, 4 runs, sweet connection from Robbie White. Pivoted nicely. He's into double figures again, just a 3rd scoring shot as he moves to 10. 39th delivery, 107 for 1. All that will look and feel a lot better. It's brightened up a bit here at Lords as well. The sun's threatening to burst through at the end of the day, so he may well get the full allocation today. Still 13 and a bit overs to go, and I don't think Stoneman and White would mind the sun coming out now at all, especially as White's starting to see a little bit better.
Well, that's one way to stop them bowling bouncers to you, is to play a decisive pull shot like that. Really climbed into that one, did White. That was as hard as any ball we've seen hit today. Crashed into the advertising hoardings at the mound stand. Hampshire taking on Lancashire in Division 1 at the Ageas Bowl. 2 sides in form. Hampshire have won 2 out of 3. Lancashire have won both. Hampshire batted first. 246 all out. Nick Gubbins, 101 not out from number 3. Almost carrying his bat because he came in very early in that innings. He's held that together. 246. Jimmy Anderson on his return to the side. Well, actually he played in the last game, didn't he? His second game, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 24.
Oh, he's in trouble here, White. That kept a fraction low. Was there a little bit of bat involved? They went up quickly. They don't look too disappointed, Leicestershire.
Yeah, you're right. Low bounce there. I think the only thing that will have saved Robbie White is the line here. Outside off stump. I think maybe just, yeah. But it was definitely low enough to hit the stumps. Had that been straight, I think he was a goner.
Again, that's the disadvantage of a left armer coming around the wicket to a right-hander, isn't it? The angles have really got to be in your favour. You're absolutely right. Well outside off as you went back and across to that. 107 for 1.
So Jimmy Anderson 3 for 24. Hassan Ali 5 for 45. More wickets for him. He's really impressing in his first couple of games for Lancashire, who are 27 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 246.
That's beautifully played by Stoneman. Goodness me, look at that one race away up the slope towards the grandstand. Keeps them interested all the way. Lovely, lovely shot. Beautiful timing by Stoneman. Punched sweetly through points.
Well, I think this will be up there for shot of the day. Beautiful, just got on his toes there. Kept the bat straight. Just a classic back foot punch. Beautiful timing, look at that. No real flourish. He just is a fantastic timer of the ball, Mark Stoneman, when he gets going. And that is one of his really strong areas. Not a terrible ball.
Oh, that one was up there, and you could see eyes lit up a little bit, looking out through the covers. Thick inside edge, ricochets away into the onside. I think he's just been warned about running up the track there, Stoneman, as he's switched from one side to the other. A little apology for the umpire. Middlesex trailing by just 37 now. What a day. 26 overs into their innings and just 37 behind.
Yeah, not far off the perfect day so far, but they want to keep this going. Be keen not to lose another couple of wickets before play. That would give Leicestershire renewed hope going into tomorrow.
Bowled or played.
Somerset taking on Warwickshire in Division 1 in Taunton. Somerset have lost all their games so far, in desperate need of a response. Looks like their batsmen are giving them one out west. 333 for 4 at the moment against the champions Warwickshire. Matt Renshaw, 129, Australian overseas. Tom Lammonby, 56. Tom Abel, 70. And Tom Banton, 40 not out.
Be a fine way to end a losing streak, wouldn't it, beating the champions? Long way to go, of course, at Taunton. Nicely played by White. He's settling in now, it looks like. Robbie White probably just talked him out, and apologies to Robbie if I have. The last man out, the next man in. Sam Robson on the right, Pete Hanscom on the left.
I tell you what, Peter Hanscom won't want to bat in these conditions, really. It's not what he needs right now. Got a duck in his first innings on his return to the side after a poor season last year. Just needs a bit of luck to go his way, and that bit of luck is going out there to bat in easier conditions than this.
Solidly behind that one again, White. Yeah, I'm just wondering, well, Sun's been threatening to break through up above the Warner meets the grandstand away to our right for a little while now. Would Hanscom be better with the wicket tumbling now and having a 12-over bite at it tonight, or coming out first thing in the morning when the wicket tumbles at 11:11?
Depends totally on conditions, I think, doesn't it? If the sun's out tomorrow, be happy to come out. Just coming out under lights, I think, is always difficult.
That ball will be 40 overs old in the morning as well. $112 for 1, 27 done, so 12 to go today, light permitting at the moment. As I say, the sun is breaking through the very hazy high cloud that we've had all day long. I think that man on the right will be particularly bothered batting through the next 12 overs this evening. He's well set. His first 50 at Lords for Middlesex, that is. First real innings of notes. It's a little harsh because even that 36-ball duck last year did its job. There you can see just those brighter patches behind the floodlight atop the Warner stand. Finally managed to make it to the top of the Warner stand, the restaurant up there. And have a look at it. It is truly a spectacular view from that restaurant. Didn't believe quite how good a view it was. Didn't understand quite how good a view it was until I saw it myself. Here's Barnes, first go from the pavilion end, replacing Hendricks. Took it away. I think it might have just been hit, was it? Way fine it goes, and they'll take a couple as Parkinson comes around. And leg by signals by the umpire. 114 for 2, Stoneman keeping the strike. It was Parkinson at Gully a little while ago. They'd put up Evans on the board. It's a long leg now.
So just one more game to tell you about going on in the Championship Division 1 today. That is between Kent and Yorkshire at Headingley. Yorkshire put Kent in. Kent 270 for 6. Daniel Bell-Drummond with 109. Jordan Cox 68. Zach Crawley out for 4. LBW Harris Ralph, who took 3 wickets for Yorkshire. 1 wicket for Dom Best, the off-spinner. Thanks also for sending in your questions, your comments, both to the Middlesex Twitter account, Middlesex_CCC, and on the YouTube comments. Hello Kaz. Kaz working from home and watching the coverage. Enjoyed the chat with Monty. Either of you have any funny stories you can share about him? He seems a lovable rogue. We'll do have some funny stories, but probably shouldn't share them, Kaz, you know, in this forum. But yeah, he is a lovable rogue, Monty. He's an interesting guy. Good to see him still playing cricket as well. That's part of the reason he's involved with Middlesex, as he was playing for Twickenham Cricket Club last year. He enjoyed his time there, and he's been brought into the fold to work on the development side. And I can tell you, he can still bowl as well. One of the best bowlers in the league.
Hooked away. Just be a single. Parkinson down there at long leg. Stoneman's thinking about the second, only ever one there.
So these two have put on 55 now, of which Robbie White has only contributed 10. But that's absolutely fine. He's doing a good job for his side. Just taking the sting out of this situation. Just looked dangerous out there for the batsman. A bit more swing on offer. Just need them to get to the close here.
He's playing it with a bit more time now, isn't he, White? Whether that's the older ball, the wearying legs of the bowlers, or the sun coming out, taking over from the floodlights. Whatever it is, he's settled in. And he's doing that job that they've talked about, you know, really the top order have to start batting old school. Batting long, leaving alone as many as possible. It's about balls faced up at the top for the top 3. Run away. Big scoring area for Robbie White, down to 3rd, which is vacant at the moment. He didn't run it fine enough that it would race for 4. But Parkinson backtracking from the Gully Buckle Point region, holding White's 2. 117 for 1 into the 28, so 11 to go today. But yeah, I think Robson's innings, the start from Stoneman, it was all quite clear how they all set off. And they set off thinking about, let's get number of balls faced on the board. The biggest margin and marker for them was as much the runs column. And it looks pretty healthy, that board. 117 for 1. Obviously a lot of that Mark Stoneman, 69 from 77. He's batted incredibly well, and goodness me, has he done the job he was brought in to do, given some real solidity at the start of the innings. Nice looking shot, but straight to Hendricks. Didn't quite time it, didn't quite go fully through with it either.
People watching all around the world, thanks very much for your messages. We've had, what have we had? Bogota, Colombia, we've had Hong Kong, we've had Sydney, Australia, we've had Amsterdam, we've now got Belgium. Peter D, hello. Martin Pikema, I think I've pronounced that correct. Watching in the Netherlands as well. Matt Watson, hello Matt, watching in Bermuda.
Where was our wine drinker? Was that Australia? I think it was, wasn't it? Was it an Aussie Red he was having there?
Maybe a nice Shiraz or something like that. Hanif, one of many watching from India. Duncan Edwards watching from his office in Manhattan. Looks set for another good win. I presume, Duncan, you're a Middlesex fan.
Lifts down the leg side and spilled by Swindles. I don't think he touched anything. Yeah, it is a bye. Eleventh over for Chris Wright. Not that long in the tooth just yet, Chris Wright. Very popular player wherever he's been. Middlesex were sad to lose him. They wanted him to stay. He's gone on to have an excellent career since then. We mentioned the ones that got away earlier. Higgins, Gubbins. Right, was one of the early ones, still going. Trying to find that big scoring area of his backcourt point again, but cut off. Alan Richardson, another one of those who left Middlesex, went on to become one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year, but he was late 20s when he left Middlesex. It looked as though his career, he had a couple of bad years of injuries with Middlesex, looked as though it was on the wane until he went to Worcestershire. Goodness me, barely looked back injury-wise. Rotten luck he had here at Lord's. And Chris Silverwood, former England coach, were in tandem. Balloons up off the inside edge onto the pad, no short leg in place. Barnes there coming up from mid-wicket. Actually, we talked about Middlesex's bowling reserves being well stocked at the moment. There was a real dearth back then. Chris Silverwood was brought in 2006, I think it was, 2007 maybe. A couple of years at the county, went out to Stamford Super Series in 2008. Alan Richardson was on that one as well, even though the pair of them were actually back up to what was an outstanding white ball attack they had. Dirk Nannes, Tyrone Henderson, Tim Murtagh. Pulled away and bisects the pair out there as well. 4 more for Stoneman, moves to 73. That was a wonderful piece of timing and placement from Stoneman. Deep square and long leg. Deep square a little bit around, more towards mid-wicket. He's managed to place it just backward of the square for 4.
He's played that shot really well today when it's been short. He picks up length very quickly. And this was placed perfectly because those two fielders on the boundary are only about 30 yards apart. So you've got to be pretty accurate to hit it right in the middle of them, which he was. He's got an interesting way of pulling the ball, hasn't he, Stoneman? He just sort of shovels it with his hands, really. He doesn't swivel his hips very much. It's all about the hands. But very effective.
The shovel, that's a good description of it. That was always what was put on Paul Collingwood, wasn't it? Shovels it away into the onside. Bit of spin, Parkinson. 4-3 picked up against Middlesex last year in that match we were talking about at Merchant Taylor School. Slip and a leg slip in place. Right over the top of this one.
Well, Matt Parkinson, sorry, Kev, was their highest wicket taker last year, Leicestershire. Quite surprising, you would think. 50 wickets he took.
Use of the feet from White, you don't see that too often, pushing it to mid-on.
50 at 29, one more than Chris Wright, who had a better bowling average. He was 49 at 22, but 50 wickets for a spinner. Only Simon Harmer took more wickets as a spinner in the County Championship Divisions 1 and 2 last year.
That was somewhere around the haul that Ollie Rayner took when Middlesex won the title in 2016. It was down at Cardiff looking back through... well, I was trying to compare, actually, the Middlesex attack at Cardiff last week to the Middlesex bowling attack that won the title, Murtagh, Roland Jones and Finn. Finn perhaps just past his absolute peak for England by 2016, I think. Murtagh and Roland Jones at the peak of their powers, I think you'd say. Perhaps even Roland Jones' best was still to come. picked up the 5 for the following year against South Africa. But then the injuries kicked in cruelly, denying him that trip down under. It's been a couple of really tough years for him ever since. But yeah, Helm potentially next in line for England. Afridi #1 in the world, and Roland Jones last week. And with the over here, 1, 2, 3 for 1. 9 to go today. You'd almost say that trio at Glamorgan is perhaps even more feared than the trio of Finn, Mercer and Roland Jones that year. But yeah, they had Rayner, who picked up 50 odd, his best haul by far. Picked up a 15 for as well in that 1, 2, 3 for 1. But just going back to Wright's time in 2004, we mentioned the 2008 side that won the 2020 Cup. White ball specialists really in Nanes and Henderson. And here's Mulder in the meantime returning to the attack. Number 29 from his 5 so far. But yeah, they struggled. Yeah, they had a bit of a struggle to find a bowling line-up, really, to pull a bowling line-up together. Oh, very nearly from Mulder. All the shape, looking for a clip into the onside there for Stoneman, but a man well set on 73 from 82, managed to keep that bat face open, push it back into the offside. Middlesex trail by just 26, goodness me. Parity tonight. That one is clipped away into the onside, but I think only pad, or attempted to clip into the onside. It is a leg by. 1, 2, 4 for 1. Yeah, Johan Lowe was brought in as an overseas. Just trying to think back through those years. Melvin Betts, still around 2005. Chris Wright. Chad Keegan. Fantastic player, really. Robbed by injuries as well. It was Mercer who really started to emerge as leading the lines for Middlesex. Mr. Reliable. He's Players' Player of the Year for many years on the bounce. Tim Mercer. James Harris coming in from Glamorgan around 2013, 2014. Roland Jones emerging around the same time as well. Gareth Berg, all-rounder. Very useful job that he did as well with the ball. And of course Stephen Finn, who was just a little bit after Wright. Finn played the odd game in that 2008 2020 Cup winning season. But it was thereafter that Finn really managed to emerge for Middlesex and then for England. So yeah, this crop of bowlers they've got at the moment, I think you're hard pushed to say that Middlesex have had a better set of bowlers since, oh goodness me. Certainly go back to the 90s, I think. Quite possibly even for the entire group of bowlers that Middlesex have, you may well have to go back to the 80s. Well, for Middlesex fans at home, maybe I'm missing a generation there somewhere, but certainly since 2005, just going across the bowling ranks they've had. I think that Mercer and Cullen are on the sidelines, and Anderson for this. That front 3. Front 4 as it is with Bamber in this one. It's a pretty useful crop. At Middlesex _CCC. #1 Middlesex if you want to get in contact.
Gordon Mackay's got in contact, enjoying the coverage from Guadalajara, Mexico. Yeah, we really have been everywhere, haven't we, today?
Well, I wish we were. Hong Kong, Mexico, Australia, Amsterdam.
So sun's poked out again now, right at the end of the day. What have we got? Just 8 overs to go. The light is still on, but it's noticeably brighter than it was 15 minutes ago. Turning into a very nice northwest London evening. Nice Thursday evening drink, perhaps, if you're around the area. Some lovely options for you around here. Maida Vale, St John's Wood, Little Venice.
Nicely pushed away for a single in between extra cover and mid-off.
You see how far across his stump Stoneman was standing there to the left on spin? It's very interesting. He was standing pretty much on off stump. Just eased that into the offside. I think we can check that out when he's next on strike. Robbie White likes to use his feet to the spinner frequently. He's a decent player of spin, actually sweeps well and he uses his feet. Scored very quickly, didn't he, Robbie White, in the second innings against Derbyshire. Very quick 80-odd to enable Middlesex to declare, and he doesn't mind attacking the spinners.
Sharp single taken, well run. I don't think Derbyshire did their homework very well on Robbie White, actually. The areas that he was scoring, the areas that are bowling to him, big scoring areas for Robbie White. Backward a point, backward a square. It seemed as though if there was a slight bit of homework that was skipped by Derbyshire, it might have been Robbie White.
Another Middlesex fan in Montreal, Thayer. Come on, Middlesex County Cricket Club. Hi, Thayer. Good to have you on board.
Short leg very nearly brought into play there. Just fine of him. Single more. Just having a look at what you're talking about with Stoneman batting across towards off stump there for the left armour. He's looking to straighten it up the slope to the left-hander. There's that use of the feet you were talking about from White, and that's a nice shot. Don't quite have the legs. Hendrick's legs will be feeling it though. There you have run 3.
I don't think he quite got all of it, did he? Sorry, Kevin. Either that or there was a bit of a half stop by the man at cover.
He's not a hard hitter of the ball through the offside, is he? He's a watchful driver of the ball, I think is probably the best description of White. Doesn't really go hard at it in front of points, or indeed back down the ground. A real nudger and a nurdler. 134. 11 overs gone in the day. I think I've taken about 2, maybe 3 of them. That could be if Floyd has taken about 8 or 9, so Middlesex watchers to take you through the final 7 overs of the day. Matt Floyd.
Thanks for that, yeah. Tell you what, Robbie White's done a good job here, hasn't he? Because he was struggling, let's be honest, the first 30 to 40 balls of his innings. Was swinging out there, he was struggling particularly with Chris White. Not White, Wright. He then went down the other end and started to struggle with Bjorn Hendricks, who started bouncing him, hit him twice. So he had to really battle through. You know, if he goes on and gets a score here, that's a typical Robbie White shot. He plays that really well. Very Ian Bell-esque, you would say. The little dab behind square on the offside. He's one of the best in the business at playing that. You need a third man when Robbie White is batting, because he plays it also with minimal risk. Keeps the ball down. See there. No risk at all in that. He just guides that into the gap, uses the pace. Really good shot to have in your armoury if you have it. So he moves on to 21 now of 64 balls. But as I was saying, this is the kind of innings that if you do go on to get runs, you remember. Because you remember having to fight through that difficult period. It's almost more satisfying when you score runs like this. Remember, he was also dropped on naught by Colin Ackerman. Very simple chance. He was going straight to Hassan Azad at first slip. And I mean, straight to him, right in the breadbasket. Ackerman went over to his left, tried to catch it, dropped it. Wonder how costly that will be at the moment. Already quite costly, because 60 for 1 has moved on to 134 for 1. 74 these two have put on in good time, mainly thanks to Stoneman. But White's doing a really good job here of supporting. Doesn't need to worry too much about his own run rate. Trail just by 15 at the moment. Middlesex can just get through these remaining 38 balls, light permitting. Get through these, it will be close to the perfect day.
It's just digging out Robbie White's wagon wheel, as you were mentioning there, his scoring areas. Head to the Middlesex the Middlesex Match Centre on the Middlesex website. You can go through the summary, the scorecard, the ball by ball and the stats. You can get the wagon wheel up for the innings. Robbie White's 4 down to third, as we've just mentioned. He scored 12 runs backward of square. And, just 3 scoring shots in front of square.
Oh, big appeal. Has he got a nick on that? No. And there might be an overthrow. Went away. Bit of confusion. I think Harry Swindles was quite confident there initially.
He's smiling now. That's a scallywag smile, isn't it?
Seemed a bit of a deflection. It was almost a celeb appeal. I think he was trying to give the umpire there, and David Milnes was having none of it.
The swindler behind the stumps.
Very good. Swindled by Swindles.
Wasn't there a series along those lines recently?
Short cut away by Stoneman. There's protection out there though on that short boundary. Man just behind square on the offside. Stoneman moves to 76. What a knock this has been from Mark Stoneman. Compared to everyone else, top scorer in the Leicester innings, just 25. Robbie White's not looked as fluent as Stoneman. Stoneman's been the one batsman in the entire day. Robson looked okay at times, 16 off 50 balls, but Stoneman has looked very assured.
He's got his wagon wheel up there in front of us, haven't we? And I was just thinking about shot of the day. Stoneman Shawley, trying to pick which one it was. There was the straight drive for 4. I'm just trying to remember whether it was Hendricks that he took on. I remember he got a couple away, didn't he? One through the covers.
I might go for the back foot punch, directly square of the wicket to the longer boundary as well.
Yep, the timing of that was incredible. It's a big old boundary to punch for 4 off the back foot up there, isn't it? Wicket of the day. Ethan Bamber's ball to Chris Wright was pretty good, wasn't it? But a few of those top order dismissals were not too shabby either.
Maybe Afridi around the wicket to Louis Kimber through the gate. Afridi could probably claim the Ackerman wicket. That was a big wicket. Played on, trying to leave the ball. Oh, we've had some good dismissals today. Good catches in the slips as well.
There was a couple just pushed out, wasn't there, outside off, I think. Mulder's taken by Hanscom off Helm. Perhaps he'd be a bit disappointed he went after that one.
That's swung quite a long way for Björn Mulder. Down the slope. He switched ends after bowling his first spell from the pavilion end. Coming in now at the nursery, which in theory should help his natural away swing to the right-hander. In swing to the left-hander.
Afridi to a sad wasn't bad. Looks off through to Hanscom. The slips, I'll just go through those highlights.
Anna Forsyth is tuning in from Vancouver just to add to the exotic group. We do have an exotic group.
You're referring to Anna or Vancouver?
Both.
Here's the sad one if you want to see it from Afridi. I think it would just be a bit disappointed. Perhaps could have been leaving alone, couldn't he? But again, it's that Afridi factor. Batters nearly play the reputation as much as the ball, don't they?
Mulder toiling away still, 7.5 overs, none for 33 so far. He's been a bit expensive, but he is playing in just his second game of county cricket. It's been a baptism of fire so far. Got hammered by Derbyshire. Shan Masood scoring a double ton. And now he's come to Lord's, seen his side get bowled out for 149. Middlesex now just 13 runs short of that. It's the end of his over. We've got 4 remaining today. 6:40 in the evening here in northwest London. They'll be very happy, won't they? Sam Robson on the right, Max Holden in the middle, with Luke Holman, the 3 playing today.
Yeah, Rory Coots with the big coat on. He's sat next to Sam Robson there. He's head of the academy, club coach now. Helped out with the batting last year under Stuart Law. Masseuse was the man on the left, Spike.
So how's Stoneman going to play it then? With just 3.4 overs to go. Is he just going to try and see it out here, or is he going to carry on being aggressive? 36 off 90. Sorry, 76 off 90. Dabbed away. Might think of 2. No, it's not too far out there to the boundary. The man was in quickly. He's now just 23 runs short of the first century of the season. Oh, late decision to play that from White. In the end, he's dabbed it effectively behind square on the offside for a couple. Did just watch that right under his eyes onto his bat. End of the over. Middlesex 139 for 1.
Good partnership this, isn't it? 79 between this pair. Sam Robson might feel a little bit rough on that LBW. I've just been drifting down. At the 1 wicket to go in 36 overs. Goodness me, by the 36th, the Leicestershire innings was very nearly done, wasn't it?
Oh, that's come back a long way, an appeal from Mulder, but nothing from behind the stumps. Big stride in from Mark Stoneman, and he got a bit of bat on that. That's gone as runs. So he moves on to 78.
Yeah, by the what was it, 34th over of the Leicestershire innings, they were 8 down. The 9th fell in the 40th. Chris Wright. All done in the 57th. Good recovery from Hendricks. And Parkinson. Boy, oh boy, imagine how bad the scoreboard would look right now for Leicestershire if it wasn't for that partnership at the end. Middlesex trailing by just 9 runs in their first innings. As we head to stumps on day 1.
William Ellis has said, can you add university accommodation in Birmingham to the exotic group of viewers, listeners? Well, we can, William, yeah, you're in there. You're in the exotic group.
Things growing in university accommodations are usually quite exotic. I was thinking of mould on the walls, thank you. Always a bit of rising damp. You're too young for that one.
No, like it was. I'm older than I look, mate, I'm afraid, but I didn't really watch it too much. It wasn't my cup of tea. Talking about mould on the walls, bit of moulder with the ball in hand, and rising damp.
The rising damp brought up by the floodlights on in the surface out there. Been a good surface though again, hasn't it, here at Lords today? Well done, Carl McDermott and the crew.
Absolutely, I think we've found, haven't we, that this pitch is not a minefield. Middlesex just bowled really well. That's very wide. That might be called a wide. No, it's not, but Robbie White will be disappointed in himself. Didn't have much to gain really from trying to have a go at that rather than edging it to second slip. Just shows you how well Middlesex bowled this morning in particular. They were relentless was the word that you used, Kevin, and you're absolutely spot on. They really were the pace quartet of Afridi, Roland Jones, Helm and Bamber. They gave nothing away, hit great spots. There wasn't loads of swing in the air, it was mostly off the pitch. And anything that there was, they found. And the way that the Middlesex top 3 have batted and the way that the Leicestershire bowlers have bowled has shown you that it is a pitch that if you get in, you can score runs. It looks similar to the pitch we saw in the Derbyshire game. Remind you, the scores from that game were very decent. Middlesex 401 and 258 for 5. Derbyshire 304 and 255 for 5. So the batsmen didn't find it too hard in that match. Will Middlesex be able to drive home this advantage is the big question, really. You know, can they go on and get 300, 350, 400 even? If they do that, things are going to be very difficult for Leicestershire.
I think there's a lot of batting to come, isn't there? A lot of high quality batting to come as well. Yes, they're playing the all-rounder up with Holman. Coleman in for this one for Anderson. Anderson probably got the better batting record of the two, but high expectations of Luke Holman. Simpson, the wicket-keeper, in at 6. But Roland Jones, 50 last week. Helm. And Afridi shows that he likes to have some fun with the bat as well as the ball. Nice little cameo down at Cardiff. But yeah, you know, in terms of being a minefield, you know, they lost those 8 wickets inside, what was it, 34 we just said. We were just racking our brains there back through the dismissals today, weren't we? Thinking of wicket of the day, best ball of the day. Again, there was nothing really, even at the time when we were watching those wickets tumble, to suggest there was anything wrong with the pitch. It was more about the sheer class and quality of the bowling.
Stoneman continues to pick off the runs if available. He was on to 79. He's gesticulating for something. Not very happy about something. He's making that gesture up to the Middlesex dressing room. Can be a bit stern, can't he, Mark Stoneman? He can be a bit grumpy. I remember interviewing him for Sky Sports after T20 Blast games back in the day when he was captain of Durham. I think he was a stand-in captain in those days, and whenever they'd lost he was very doom and gloom. Didn't get many answers longer than 10 words out of him.
Something in the water up there, isn't it? Never happier than unhappy.
He's not someone you want to get on the wrong side of, though. I think he'd let you know about it. He wouldn't be shy of giving you a bit of a telling off. Last over of the day. It's going to be bowled by Vian Mulder.
Yeah, we were talking about the start that Leicestershire had as well, and Hendricks and Wright went well, didn't they? 10 overs they shared at the start of this innings. Built some real pressure, but an immediate change at both ends and an immediate let up in that pressure. A series of no balls from Mulder. Barnes took a little bit of tap right at the start of his spell, and all of a sudden this innings took on a very different feel.
That swung too much down the leg side. Leg by brings Middlesex 1 closer to the total.
Middlesex's change bowlers were Helm at the nursery end, and then replacing Afridi at the pavilion end, the man that had opened up at the nursery, Roland Jones. Both picked up wickets to add to Afridi's 3 at the top. Bamber then found the 6th. Middlesex never let go of that grip. That final wicket partnership was a frustration. It was annoying for Middlesex, but nothing more than that right now.
Well, certainly a big difference, I think, in the bowling between the two sides today, but also in the catching. Middlesex dropped 1 catch, the captain Peter Hanscom, but it was a very tough one, low to his left off the bowling of Luke Holman, and it was the last wicket pair of Buren Hendricks and Parkinson. It was Hendricks who he dropped. There wasn't too much damage done after that, but the 2 catches dropped by Leicestershire, both batsmen on naught. Sam Robson on naught, went on to get 16, put on 60 with Stoneman, and then Robbie White on naught as well. He's now on 23. Those could be big moments for them. Oh, that's an edge, and that's gone. It's not been too costly in the case of Robbie White. Just dangled a bat at that. He'll be very angry with himself. Did not need to play at it. Bit of swing from Mulder, and White's done.
The day's done too. Yeah, White will be massively disappointed. He looked back at the surface on that one, and it did go off the surface, back up the slope, but it started far too wide for White to be playing it at this time of the day. The line didn't need to get involved in that one at all. Robbie White just gone off the surface on him, and a good way to end a pretty tough first day, a pretty bad first day for Leicestershire. But White's innings, what he's done is he's taken it up towards that 40th over. He's protected their best batsman, the job of the top 3, protect the number 4, and Pete Hanscom, well, I said he might be walking out, what, a minute into the play, be walking out. at a minute 2:11 tomorrow to be out there for the start alongside Stoneman, and Leicestershire will have to see that as an opportunity. Try and take that wicket this evening into tomorrow morning. See if they can pick up Stoneman pretty quickly, pretty well cheaply in terms of the second day, and try and take Hanscom with him, and then that could change the complexion of this innings. Try and keep Middlesex in sight. As I said, if they could get them out for somewhere around 220, which is a long shot from here, but when this innings began, yes, 149 was bad and it's not a 149 pitch, but if they can bowl well and keep Middlesex to somewhere around 220, which again right now is a very long shot, but a couple of quick wickets in the morning, just maybe they could have a very, very different session in Leicestershire.
Yeah, Robbie White, he did do his job, as you say there. You know, he got through a really tough period, he fought through, he'd done his job, he's almost got there. I just think he'll be really angry with himself because there was no need to play at that delivery. It was very wide. I know it swung, went off the pitch too, but Middlesex almost finished the day. That was absolutely perfect. As it is, that's just given Leicestershire something to hold on to for tomorrow. It's a small crumb, but it is a crumb. It's a crumb of comfort. And as you say, if they can make early inroads tomorrow, then you never know. But Mark Stoneman has been a massive thorn in their side. 80 not out of 99 balls. He's looked like he's batting on a different pitch to everyone else. Robson was the other man out for 16 off 50. And look at that batting to come.
Yeah, and you look at White's 89 deliveries faced. You know, as much as those runs, he's only faced 10 fewer deliveries than Mark Stoneman. I think he's done a tremendous job, and it was tough. He was hit on the head, he was hit on the chest, up towards the shoulder, and he batted at a period where the light had dipped a lot. The floodlights were taking a very strong effect. At that point, it would have been close to whether they went off or not. And White's done a job there. He's protected that middle order. Hanscom, Holden, Simpson, then come the all-rounders, Holm and Roland Jones and Helm. They'll look to do a lot of damage. There's still going to be a job to do in the morning, just to make sure that these two overnight don't become a 1 and 2 very quickly, which can happen. But that bowling, I think it's got to pick up a lot. Wright and Hendricks started very, very well. That 10 overs that they shared at the beginning, but after that it just lost its way a little bit. White came back with a good second spell, but overall the backup wasn't really there. And again, Robson's going to be pretty disappointed, I think, with that decision. Maybe. We haven't got a hawk eye on this. We can't get the DRS view on it. But a wonderful day for Middlesex. Helm, the pick of the bowlers, again, as he was in the Derbyshire match here. Afridi just producing his magic. All of them bowled extremely well, but Helm got the reward, didn't he, with the wickets. And Stoneman with the bat, the star.
So, to sum up, it's been a very, very good day for Middlesex. They won the toss, put Leicestershire in, bowled them out for 149, which they would have been very happy with. Wickets shared around. All 5 bowlers used have picked up wickets, and in reply, the batsmen have continued where they left off in the first 2 games of the season. They've been very solid, and Mark Stoneman looks in really, really good nick. He's there on 80. We think he's going to be joined by Peter Hanscom tomorrow morning, and they need just 7 runs to get up to Leicestershire's 149. It's a big day tomorrow for both sides. Do join us here on the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream. We'll be on air at 1:45 tomorrow, 10:45 in the morning, local time, 11 o'clock for the first ball. But we'll have a bit of a build-up. We'll show you some highlights from day one, probably an interview with a Middlesex player as well. And then we'll get into it again. Hopefully we'll have another dry day. The forecast is pretty decent. Thanks very much for watching today. Really appreciate wherever you've been watching in the world. We know there's been people in South America, people in Asia, people in Europe, different parts of Europe, Australia, all over the place, Bermuda. Thanks very much. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:45 a.m.